Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Don't worry, Lord Viserys. I'll take care of it, Helbo assured him. Yes, be careful on the road, Viserys replied, waving as he fiddled with the black dragonbone ring on his hand. Viserys had tasked Helbo with ensuring that the bards performing at the celebration would not be disturbed, a precaution based on past incidents. However, Viserys didn't entirely rely on Helbo. Someone from House Targaryen will be the main enforcer to guarantee everything went smoothly. Helbo, despite being somewhat of a weak-willed opportunist, had not caused any trouble, and there was no need to make an enemy out of him for now. Viserys glanced again at the ring on his finger. He had to admit, the black dragonbone matched his aesthetic perfectly and looked quite imposing. Though the ring only provided a small benefit of 0.01 assignable points per day, he still valued it. After all, 10 days would yield 0.1 points. I should get a dragonbone necklace, dragonbone belt, dragonbone bracelet, and maybe even a dragonbone anklet, he mused. Looks like I'll need a jewelry box. As the saying goes, good news never travels far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The news that Bloodbeard's men had been defeated by a little girl quickly spread throughout the Sellsword community, eliciting public ridicule and mockery from various mercenary groups. They deemed such a Sellsword unworthy of existence. Haha, when we get back, we'll definitely tell the captain about this. He'll be so happy, laughed a mercenary from the Windblown, known as Maris the Pretty Maris. Despite her moniker, Maris was anything but beautiful. Her nose looked torn apart, and her face was a mosaic of scars, evidence of a hard life. Her tall frame and golden hair were her only redeeming features. She was accompanied by a man with gray hair, half a head shorter than her, trailing her every step. What? This thing cost 20 gold dragons, Maris exclaimed, wincing at the price of the palm-sized soap in her hand. After some hesitation, she decided to buy it. The Golden Company, one of the most formidable mercenary groups with over 8,000 cavalry, also caught wind of the news. This one's a Targaryen, too. Should we ask him if he wants to join? Inquired a Sellsword with flaxen hair and strikingly green eyes. They had heard some rumors about Viserys before arriving in Braavos. From a martial perspective, he seemed competent, and considering their first captain, Igor, the recruiter was intrigued. Isn't there a swordsmanship competition? We'll see about that. Besides, he's only 15, right? He's too young, another member remarked. Meanwhile, in the cattery, a man with blue hair and under 30 years old, Dario, the vice-captain of the Stormcrows, heard the news while applying his makeup. Dario, who in the original plot had been seduced by the mother of Dragon's beauty and turned traitor, found the situation amusing but not serious. I heard that the Beggar King's sister is very beautiful. Are you not interested? One of his subordinates asked. Don't the Targaryens favor brother-sister marriages? Maybe the Beggar King keeps his sister very close. Dario mused, a slight smile playing on his lips. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind seeing how beautiful the princess of a fallen royalty was. If she was truly stunning, it wouldn't be too late to consider taking her. The big celebration started the next day, but many people flocked to the Titan of Braavos the night before to secure a good spot. They slept directly on the banks of the waterway, using blankets or pieces of cloth, creating a spectacular sight from the air. The rich, however, were in a much better situation. They had beds to sleep in, hot food to eat, and servants to set up tents for them. Some of the Dothraki enjoyed the open-air environment, taking advantage of the night to engage in their customary practices. Perched in a tree, Viserys Seagull observed the live broadcast, marveling at the Dothraki's creativity and the difficulty of their moves. Dany, sleeping in the carriage and chatting with Kyla, wondered why Viserys had suddenly decided to set up his tent. As dawn broke, everyone donned elaborate masks. These masks covered only the upper half of the face, leaving the mouth and nose exposed. The poor wore simple, crudely painted masks, while the rich flaunted masks made from a wider choice of materials, adorned with bright, expensive paints, feathers, and even gold and silver. Overnight, the lords of Bravos lost their dignity and decency in the revelry. Viserys, his sister, and Kyla began packing early to better conceal their identities. Dany and Viserys wore hats to hide their silver hair. Dany chose a silver mask, while Viserys opted for an unusually ugly black leather mask attached to his hat, which looked very uncomfortable. When asked why, Viserys had only one explanation. It was black. Their carriage was parked on a high vantage point, offering a splendid view. In the early morning, ships from the Sea Lord's palace had already appeared, clearing the waterway of boats. The rising sun cast a golden hue on the water, while the clear blue sky seemed to invite the gods to join in the celebration with the mortals. Everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the Sea Lord's yacht. Suddenly, a long horn sounded in the distance. The crowd craned their necks, their excitement palpable. As the horn grew louder, a yacht adorned with smiling faces from bow to stern came into view, bathed in a radiant light. "Oh, the Sea Lord, the Sea Lord!" The people's shouts nearly drowned out the horn. As the boat drew closer, the figure standing on the bow became increasingly visible. Draped in a blue silk cloak that shimmered like water, he held a 2-foot-long dragonbone scepter topped with a large diamond, the source of the boat's glow. Sea Lord Ferrago smiled and waved to the cheering crowds on either side of the waterway. Behind him stood 6 imposing guards, their chain mail glinting under their clothes, ready to protect him from any threat. Following the Sea Lord's boat were several flower boats, brimming with blossoms. People on board continuously threw petals into the water, the throwers themselves scantily clad and strikingly attractive. Their fair skin glistened in the sunlight, eliciting roars from some of the more spirited onlookers. Dany noticed her brother Viserys watching with particular interest. Following his gaze, she saw several pairs of leaping rabbits. Finally, Viserys muttered. In the distance, 2 ships brimming with guards escorted the official ship, protecting something precious, a shining Valyrian steel sword and a green dragon egg. Apart from the dragon egg before them, Viserys and Dany had only seen one other at House Targaryen. According to their knowledge, Illyrio possesses 3 or more. The Sea Lord reportedly has 3, and House Frigga might also have 1. Euron claims he once had a dragon egg, but it's thought he used it to pay the faceless men to assassinate his brother, King Balon. The Iron Bank, known for safeguarding not just currency but also precious items, might also have dragon eggs. Other free cities could have them as well. After the fall of Valyria, a few dragon lords remained in the free cities, but they and their dragons were eventually killed by locals. The Dothraki, who raid far and wide, might possess a dragon egg, though the probability is low. Viserys' goal is to collect at least 5 dragon eggs before the appearance of the Red Comet. This egg, plus Illyrio's 3 and 1 from House Targaryen, forms his baseline goal. As long as he can find a way to raise the 5 dragons, he will have passed the level. However, once the dragons hatch, he will become a beacon in the night, drawing the attention of all forces. "Let's get the dragon eggs first," Viserys decided, shifting his focus to the sword. The sword, seemingly a 2-handed weapon, would not be easy to obtain. Even if he won the championship in swordsmanship, there would be significant hurdles. If all else failed, he could ask for cash instead, as the price of a claymore could arm 100 men. After all, it was a claymore, not a laser sword. Following the ships carrying the dragon eggs and claymores were the courtesans' vessels. One ship, surrounded by flying birds, appeared to belong to the Nightingale, Gortave. Another ship had numerous soap bubbles reflecting a dreamlike luster in the sunlight, clearly Phalia's vessel. The enchanting bubbles overshadowed the magic of the bird-laden ship, capturing the interest of the shore spectators. "It's so beautiful. How long does it take to make this? It's so beautiful." To some, Phalia's boat seemed to be burning with gold. Despite the beauty of other boats, including those of Phalia and Gortave, none could match the splendor of Phalia's display. Even the boat of the poetess from House Targaryen, which appeared first, was overshadowed. Yet, she remained unfazed. Ferrego didn't expect her to win the entire beauty contest, and she herself was indifferent. With the Sea Lord's support, winning or losing didn't matter. In stark contrast, Gortave had high hopes for her boat adorned with beautiful birds. She believed it would captivate everyone, but the soap bubbles stole the show. I heard these were made by the Beggar King, Viserys, Gortave's maid, Betha, remarked. Betha, a bed slave from Yunkai, bore a striking resemblance to Gortave. Both had dark red hair, differing only in brightness, making them nearly indistinguishable in dim light. This similarity was why Gortave chose her as a stand-in. I remember you saying that Viserys is also participating in the swordsmanship tournament. Gortave asked. Yes, Betha confirmed. Tomorrow, you'll take my place in Kethmo, and I will go see this Beggar King. Okay, I'll inform Kethmo, Betha replied. Kethmo, Gortave's loyal bodyguard, was known for his fierce loyalty. It was said he once killed a sailor who claimed his wife was more beautiful than Nightingale. Gortave had meticulously trained Kethmo to be her devoted protector. Once, Gortave had Betha dress in her clothes and seduce a Braavosi official while keeping Kethmo on the ship. She instructed Betha to scream as loudly as possible. Just as Kethmo was about to break, Gortave appeared before him, and he felt as if his soul had been saved. Betha spent the night as Gortave's double, while Gortave and Kethmo spent the night counting the stars. Gortave even pretended to fall asleep in his arms, but Kethmo did nothing. As the courtesans' boats passed, they were followed by vessels carrying musicians and singers. These boats were spaced apart to prevent their music from clashing. The long procession took almost half an hour to pass, with the rich riding in carriages and ordinary people walking. Illyrio, the great merchant, had naturally arranged for a carriage. He was irritated when Varys informed him that Viserys was bluffing. He realized he had been outwitted by a clever fox, but kept this to himself, as his relationship with Varys was a secret. Illyrio suspected Viserys had other sources and wasn't just fabricating his information. Varys might have been a front. From Illyrio's perspective, Viserys believed he had fooled him, but Illyrio could reverse the deception, making Viserys think he had succeeded. This strategy might yield something useful. Additionally, Illyrio wanted the Lannisters to continue providing cover for his bastards and diverting Robert's attention. That's why he didn't freeze the account he had given to Viserys, even after confirming the news with Varys. However, Viserys was also a master of deception. Illyrio knew that even if he pretended ignorance, Viserys would be aware that he knew. Through this intrigue, Illyrio learned about the soap and House Saline. Besides meeting Viserys, he intended to discuss the soap with House Saline. At this time, the Titan of Braavos was bustling with activity. Snacks, toys, acrobats, and minstrels filled the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. For safety reasons, Viserys did not allow Dany to get out of the carriage to play. Instead, they remained inside. If they wanted to buy something along the way, they would send Regis, who was following them, to make the purchase. Regis, now acting as Viserys' eyes and ears, was keeping an eye on Kyla. Viserys was curious about who Kyla's contact would be. As Kyla met with the man, Regis realized it was indeed someone from Westeros, and more specifically, from the north. When the man introduced himself, Regis was completely taken aback. I am Euramormon of Bear Island, the man said, and I will be working with you to assassinate Viserys Targaryen and Daenerys Targaryen. Oh, the bear. Viserys Seagull scratched his head with his claws, quickly recalling the storyline involving Euramormon, the bear. In the original tale, he met the siblings at Dany's wedding to the Horse Lord. Despite being captivated by Dany's beauty, he chose to spy for King's Landing, constantly feeding them information about the Viserys siblings. Later, as he fell in love with Dany, he became entirely devoted to her. Before that, he had been serving the Second Sons. What's going on? Why is he now a spy for King's Landing? And why is he plotting with Kyla to assassinate Dany and me? Viserys Seagull pondered intensely. In the original plot, If Viserys hadn't traveled back in time, he would have fled Braavos 6 months earlier, warned by dragon dreams. It would have been difficult for King's Landing to locate the siblings, which is why they met by chance at Dany's wedding. But because Viserys had traveled back in time, he not only failed to escape Braavos, but also caused quite a stir, attracting King's Landing's attention. Dany, also in the Free Cities, heard about it. Perhaps, like in the original storyline, Jorah sought amnesty by providing information to King's Landing, leading him to Braavos. From his perch, Viserys Seagull listened intently as Jorah and Kyla discussed their assassination plan. I've already approached Viserys as a maid, but he's too vigilant, and I haven't had a chance to strike, Kyla reported. What about poisoning? Jorah asked. No, he keeps a dog and always lets the dog eat first, Kyla replied. Lying is a necessary skill for an assassin. Jorah scratched his eyebrows, sensing Viserys' excessive caution. I heard he's good at martial arts. Jorah asked. Yes, far better than the average person, Kyla confirmed. How can this be? Jorah was perplexed, unable to understand the source of Viserys' martial prowess. Kyla and Viserys Seagull observed Jorah silently, curious about his next move. Well, isn't he going to participate in the swordsmanship competition? Let's assess his strength there, Jorah decided. Very well, my lord. I'll wait for your news, Kyla replied. Jorah nodded. Since leaving Bear Island, no one had called him my lord. Before departing, he glanced at Viserys Seagull on the wall, but saw nothing suspicious. My lord, what should we do now? Kyla turned to Viserys Seagull and asked. Viserys Seagull stared back in silence, unable to speak. Kyla, realizing her mistake, apologized. I'm sorry, my lord. I forgot that you can't speak right now. Rolling his eyes, Viserys Seagull took flight and soared away. He flew around and found more than a dozen wandering singers and bards playing sailor. However, most of these performers were on the fringes of the festival, while the center was dominated by the Nightingale's musicians. Suddenly Viserys Seagull heard a dispute in the distance and flew over to investigate. He saw two groups of people in conflict, pushing and shoving each other. Listen to Sailor. We were here first. No, listen to Purple Wave. We were here first. It seemed Purple Wave was a song from the Nightingale's side. You, sing Purple Waves for a day, and I'll give you 20 gold dragons, one man shouted. I'll give 30. Sing Sailor, another countered. In the end, the group wanted to hear Purple Waves, won out, being more numerous and able to pay more. However, Viserys Seagull noticed there were still plenty of people who preferred Sailor. As time passed, the trend moved not only towards the outer areas, but also towards the center of the festival. With 2 more days to go, Sailor seemed to be gaining popularity. He then flew towards the 3 houses that had gathered near the Titan of Braavos. These houses owned property in the area, and thus had secured good spots. To his surprise, he saw Tormo Freger and Roth Zayline sitting together, chatting happily. This is my house Freger's mead. Would you like to try some? Tormo offered. No, thanks. I brought tea from the Reach, Roth replied. Without needing to ask, Roth's servant poured him a cup of tea. What Roth didn't realize was that House Freger's preference for sweet wine meant they had the lowest level of lead poisoning among the 3 houses. However, Roth had switched to tea made with water straight from the Long Canal, so he didn't have to worry. When Tormo learned that Mediis had filled the soap vacancy, he immediately approached House Zayline. The conversation did not go well. Tormo assumed Viserys had offered significant benefits or value to win House Zayline's loyalty. But now, it seemed House Zayline was willing to go to war with him for the survival of their lineage. Could Viserys have solved the problem of House Zayline not having a healthy child for nearly 20 years? Tormo couldn't fathom how a young kid could have such abilities, nor why Roth and his wife believed in him. It would take at least a dozen years to verify any solution. Ah, that's right. Lord Roth has a broad perspective, but I wonder if the swordsman you've chosen shares your business acumen. Tormo Freger quipped. Over the years, House Zayline had declined due to a lack of a successor. With fewer people willing to join them, attracting good swordsmen was a challenge. When I do business, I don't like to cast a wide net. When I find potential, I invest heavily, Roth replied, taking a sip of his tea. Viserys is the one I'm investing in. I'm afraid that investment will be lost, Tormo retorted. I'm the opposite of you. I invest in anything immediately profitable, turning small gains into large ones. Their argument about business experience was subtle, a confrontation without raised voices. Listen, Roth said, cupping his hand to his ear. This sailor song is quite good. My sailors love it. Oh, really? But I clearly hear purple waves louder, Tormo countered. Roth, recognizing Tormo's ploy, smiled. Lord Tormo, perhaps you've been in your own bird garden too long. I suggest you venture out and listen to different sounds. A philosopher once said, to only listen to what you want to hear is to deceive yourself. Interesting, but as long as I'm strong enough, the world will only make the sounds I want to hear, Tormo replied confidently. The two men were locked in a battle of wits, neither willing to concede. As their debate reached a stalemate, a white shadow slipped away. Tomorrow marked the second day of the 10-day festival and the first day of the swordsmanship tournament. Viserys pondered whether he should showcase his skills to intimidate Yora or feign weakness to give him false confidence. Finally, Helbo had the chance to see Viserys again and brief him on the competition's rules and precautions. There are 300 contestants in this swordsmanship tournament. In the first round, you must defeat your opponent within a certain time limit. Otherwise, both sides will be eliminated. Viserys nodded, unfazed. He was confident in his abilities, despite lacking experience against true masters. He believed he had no match in Bravos or even the Free Cities, unless, of course, there were any mages among the competitors. The first round was grueling. With only 16 matches held simultaneously, each involving 32 participants, more than 100 matches had to be completed over 2 days, eliminating nearly half the contestants. The second round, featuring a reduced number of swordsmen, would include the popular betting segment. Early the next morning, Viserys and his entourage arrived at the 7th arena assigned to him and began to wait. The tournament wasn't held in a single location. The 300 contestants were divided among several venues, allowing more spectators to enjoy the event. The Titan of Bravos, being an arsenal, easily designated 16 arenas. The winners of these 16 arenas would advance to the final round. Gortave, having learned the location of Viserys' match, arrived early with his swordsmen to secure a seat. With everyone except the participating swordsmen wearing masks, Gortave's presence did not cause any trouble, even with her beauty. They were seated in the VIP room, an area off-limits to local hoodlums. The first match featured a redhead and a black-haired contestant. Their skills were mediocre, offering little entertainment. In the end, the redhead was defeated by the black-haired fighter due to exhaustion. The following matches included 2 brown-haired fighters and then 2 competitors with a significant age difference. The spectators eagerly awaited more thrilling bouts, especially the match featuring Viserys. Gortave watched attentively, but she didn't see Viserys until the last match of the afternoon. He didn't get a turn on the first day? She asked. I think so, Ave, Kethmo replied. Ave was Gortave's nickname, a privilege she allowed Kethmo. Kethmo had offered to compete on her behalf, but she had refused. This gesture deeply moved Kethmo. He felt like he was guarding a tree that would eventually blossom. As for the reality of the situation, good luck to him. On the other side, Viserys realized he might have been tricked. Waiting for his match was exhausting, and it was hard to ensure no one would exploit the situation. Despite the Sea Lord's palace claiming it was for the safety of the swordsmen, Viserys was reminded of his own experience with bureaucratic delays during his driving test. Since it wasn't his turn on the first day, he returned with Dany and the others. On the way back, they encountered Jorah Mormont. Though he wore a mask, his thick neck made him easy to recognize. As they passed, he touched his beard, signaling Kyla to keep an eye on him. When they arrived at the temporary residence provided by House Targaryen, a carriage awaited them. Illyrio had arrived, having a house nearby and access to better information than most. The two greeted each other warmly, arms entwined as they walked inside. To avoid troubling Dany with their conversation, Viserys sent her to bed. I guess Lord Illyrio came here mainly to discuss business with the Moonshadow. Viserys inquired. That's true, but I was truly surprised to learn that the Moonshadow was your creation, Illyrio replied with a smile. He couldn't conceal his astonishment at Viserys' accomplishments. Learning that Viserys had also written The Sailor left him even more stunned. Soap and songs were not things a teenager typically created. Illyrio first suspected Viserys had an organization behind him and used Varys as a front to conceal it. However, if such an organization existed, why had it allowed the siblings to endure such hardships over the past few years? Illyrio could only conclude that he was increasingly unable to understand the young man he had initially seen as a mere pawn. Well, if you need it, I can help facilitate this business. I estimate that soon this product will be in the hands of the lords of Westeros, Illyrio offered. Since you said the Moonshadow is only one reason for your visit to Braavos, is there anything else I can assist you with? Viserys inquired. Nothing urgent, but I'm curious about your future plans. I have someone in mind for a marriage alliance, Illyrio said, patting his ample stomach. Viserys didn't hesitate to share his plan. He intended to join a mercenary group to avoid Robert's assassins and hone his warfare skills. However, Illyrio revealed he had found a potential marriage partner for Dany. Drogo, Viserys repeated, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Yes, he's in his 20s now and has just taken over the strongest Khalasar in the Dothraki Sea from his father. He's incredibly brave and has never lost a duel, Illyrio explained. Viserys recalled that the current Horse Lord could already command a formidable army. In 2 or 3 years, he might become the strongest overlord in the Dothraki Sea. It would indeed be a significant alliance for a man to marry the most beautiful girl in the world at the peak of his power. Viserys couldn't help but think of a certain king who once lifted a trident. But with Viserys in the picture, Drogo was merely a barbarian suited for herding sheep. As Illyrio extolled the virtues of 30,000 roaring warriors and the strongest Khalasar, Viserys only smiled. After glancing at the lark on the windowsill, he said, "You've gone to great lengths, but called Drogo does sound like a good ally." The lark seemed uneasy, lowering its body as if sensing a nearby threat. But to negotiate such an alliance, I need enough bargaining chips. Just having Dany isn't sufficient. Let's revisit this in a few years, once I have an army, Viserys continued. Anyone else might have been mocked by Illyrio for such a statement, as raising an army isn't something one picks up from a street vendor. But Viserys' confident attitude and recent accomplishments made Illyrio hesitate to judge rashly. No hurry. Lady Dany is still young. We can discuss this in a couple of years, Illyrio conceded. Viserys smiled and said nothing. After Illyrio left, Viserys turned to the lark and said, "I told you, I will never use you as a bargaining chip. Now go to sleep." The lark flew to Viserys' shoulder, rubbed its head against his ear, and then flew away. The first day of the tournament coincided with the second day of the poetry contest. Sea Lord Ferrego was pleased to hear that someone had fought over the songs performed by the singers and musicians. He found joy in this chaos, for it was only when 2 houses were at odds that he could relax. Due to his anemia, he struggled to sleep at night and lacked energy during the day, often relying on the comfort of poppy milk to rest. "Lord, the Company of the Cat has bribed their people and intend to work together against Viserys," Caro whispered to Ferrego. Ferrego frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, "It's been 8 years. Let's see how good this Viserys really is." Viserys, Dany, and the others remained in their room, waiting for the tournament to progress. To pass the time, the brother and sister engaged in a game of 5 in a row. Meanwhile, Gortave continued to escort Kethmo to the 7th arena. Many individuals with ulterior motives populated the arena, including Yora, Illyrio, and the Bloodbeard mercenary group. Bloodbeard had bribed the schedule coordinator to ensure that Viserys would face one of his own men, known as Roaring Lutha. Lutha was skilled in martial arts, but his most notable trait was his deafening roar. Before a fight, he would bellow at his opponent, often stunning the inexperienced and creating an opportunity for a swift kill. Bloodbeard was desperate. He needed a decisive win to maintain his reputation for future dealings. As the day progressed, time seemed to fly by, and it was already afternoon. There were several instances of deliberate delays in the arena, raising suspicions about a time extension. It appeared that House Frigger had prepared meticulously, setting up the arena to their advantage. After a light meal, a servant in a blue uniform approached. "Lord Viserys Targaryen, you are next in the tournament. Please follow me." "Brother, be careful," Dany urged. "Don't worry," Viserys reassured her, setting down his chess piece and giving Kyla a meaningful glance, signaling her to stay vigilant. After 10 minutes, the penultimate match concluded, marking the final bout of the first round. By this time, many spectators had left, leaving the arena somewhat empty. "Kill him," Bloodbeard, growing increasingly irritable, shouted as his man entered the arena, drawing attention. His eyes were wide with anticipation, already envisioning Viserys' bloodshed. "Is that Viserys? The Beggar King?" Gortave's eyes filled with amazement. How could such a handsome young man be the Beggar King? Next to him, Kethmo noticed Gortave's expression and felt a surge of jealousy. His gaze on Viserys hardened with envy. He vowed to himself that one day he would defeat Viserys in front of Gortave and become her most loyal and powerful protector. Yura watched Viserys enter the arena and couldn't help but think of Rhaegar. He wondered how different Westeros might have been if Rhaegar hadn't taken Lyanna, and how his own fate might have changed. Clearing these chaotic thoughts from his mind, Yura focused on assessing Viserys' strength. Relaxed body, firm gaze, steady steps. "He seems like a good fighter," he noted. He then turned his attention to Bloodbeard's man, Roaring Lutha. Despite being half a head shorter than Viserys, Lutha had a solid, pillar-like presence. Such a formidable figure charging into battle would be a terrifying sight. In Yura's estimation, the odds were against Viserys, with a 40 to 60% chance in favor of Lutha. Although Viserys could win, his chances seemed slim. Meanwhile, Pretty Maris, an experienced mercenary, observed the scene. She quickly realized that Viserys had been targeted. Yet, upon seeing him, her thoughts momentarily blanked. What a striking young man, she thought. His slightly curly silver hair, tied back, and his black long coat gave him a calm, commanding presence. He stood on the arena like a poised halberd. Viserys' confident demeanor made Lutha feel a twinge of inferiority, but he quickly masked it with defiance. "Ha! With that appearance, which brothel did you run away from?" Lutha taunted. "Huh, didn't your mother ever mention me to you? I trained her myself," Viserys retorted coolly. "You're looking for death." Lutha froze for a moment before shouting angrily. His battlefield experience didn't immediately register the indirect insult. With the referee's signal, Lutha let out a deafening roar. The nobleman in the room shuddered, dropping his teacup, which shattered on the ground. However, Viserys remained unfazed. In terms of battlefield experience and killing, Viserys was no less capable. Had Lutha ever faced a torrent of steel, carpet bombings, or a barrage of bullets? Had he ever been in the hellish chaos where each bullet claimed a life? To Viserys, Lutha's roar was useless, serving only to emit a faint stench of bad breath that mildly disgusted him. Roaring Lutha swung his great sword, baring his yellow teeth in a savage grin at Viserys. Seeing Viserys standing still, he grew excited, believing his opponent was paralyzed with fear. He thought he could decapitate Viserys with a single stroke. The crowd held their breath. Gortave buried her face in Kethmo's shoulder, unable to watch. Jorah Mormont and Maris stared wide-eyed, transfixed by the unfolding drama. Regis gripped the railing so tightly it seemed he might vault over it, and Dany's knuckles turned white from clutching the same railing in sheer tension. A flash of light blinded the spectators for an instant. Lutha's attack had missed. As he turned to strike again, he felt an intense burning on his cheek. Looking down, he saw a familiar, furry object on the ground. Touching his face, he discovered it was wet. The object on the ground was his chin. His entire lower jaw had been sliced off by Viserys' sword. Lutha tried to speak, but his tongue and the structure of his mouth were gone, leaving him to produce only guttural, unintelligible sounds. The excruciating pain spread rapidly through his brain, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Viserys slowly raised his sword and pointed it at a masked, red-bearded man in the stands, his lips curling into a sneer. The speed of his attack was astonishing, too fast for the crowd to follow. The battle ended almost as soon as it began, and Viserys had not only defeated his opponent, but severed Lutha's chin with precision. The crowd was stunned by the swiftness of the duel. Viserys' victory required a masterful control of distance and angle, making the feat even more impressive. Lutha was left in a state worse than death. Without the ability to chew, he would be relegated to a diet of liquid food, condemning him to a miserable existence. His future was bleak, destined to wither away like a stinking rat in a dark corner. Viserys' single, lethal move shocked everyone. Yora announced that the assassination plan had been postponed. Maris, intrigued by Viserys, decided to find his residence to see if he might be interested in joining her. Bloodbeard, who had been shouting and jeering, was rendered speechless, as if he had choked on his own words. The swift outcome of the battle quickly reached House Frigger. "Father, his swordsmanship seems to have exceeded our expectations," a young noble remarked. "But Viserys is still a young. He must be weaker than those experienced swordsmen." The results of the competition reached Tormo in less than 20 minutes. Unlike his busy older and younger brothers, the second son, Anderson, continued to serve him tea and water. "You handle this. I have only one request. Make sure this guy dies in the arena," Tormo commanded Vitus. "Understood." In Tormo's eyes, Viserys had declared himself an enemy, and it was crucial to eliminate him quickly. This move might help him ally with Robert and secure more weapons and ships for his house. Seeing his older brother favored by their father, Anderson felt a sense of urgency. He knew he had to act or risk losing any chance to change his fate. Meanwhile, the Zaline couple also heard about the competition's outcome. Roth, gently stroking his wife's growing belly, was still processing the news. "This Viserys is exceptional in martial arts," he remarked, "and they're both beautiful and intelligent," Mediis added, recounting Viserys' achievements. "I hope our child will be like them." She touched her belly, her eyes filled with hope. Following Viserys' advice, her complexion had improved significantly, her cheeks now white and rosy, which only increased Roth's desire for her. However, he restrained himself, mindful of her condition. "Roth, we should consider marrying our children to this brother and sister, regardless of gender," Mediis suggested. "Marrying them? Yes, they're of pure Valyrian blood, beautiful and intelligent. Plus, Viserys is a valuable ally for our house." "All right, but you must take good care of your health and have a healthy child," Roth said, kissing her forehead. He liked the idea, but had concerns. If Viserys still aimed to restore his kingdom, they would have to rethink. If Viserys chose to remain in Braavos and live as a wealthy man, the match could be considered. However, if he pursued his former ambitions, he would be too risky an ally. On the other side, Helbo, who had been busy for 2 days, also heard of Viserys' victory. He wasn't surprised. Viserys had tasked him with protecting those who played his song from harassment. His men could only operate on the periphery, yet the sailor was sung everywhere, especially at the docks, where the song had almost become a nuisance. Feeling he had done little, Helbo hired people to sing it for Viserys. With the next round of the tournament approaching, he had decided to bet on Viserys. Morel and his son personally oversaw the production of Viserys' armor and weapons, spending nearly a quarter of their fortune. Morel even purchased extra gems for the armor. "Father, we don't need to put gems in Lord Viserys' armor. They could cause problems in battle," his son cautioned. "Don't worry, Lord Viserys. I'll take care of it," Helbo assured him. "Yes, be careful on the road," Viserys replied, waving as he fiddled with the black dragonbone ring on his hand. Viserys had tasked Helbo with ensuring that the bards performing at the celebration would not be disturbed, a precaution based on past incidents. However, Viserys didn't entirely rely on Helbo. Someone from House Targaryen will be the main enforcer to guarantee everything went smoothly. Helbo, despite being somewhat of a weak-willed opportunist, had not caused any trouble, and there was no need to make an enemy out of him for now. Viserys glanced again at the ring on his finger. He had to admit, the black dragonbone matched his aesthetic perfectly and looked quite imposing. Though the ring only provided a small benefit of 0.01 assignable points per day, he still valued it. After all, 10 days would yield 0.1 points. I should get a dragonbone necklace, dragonbone belt, dragonbone bracelet, and maybe even a dragonbone anklet, he mused. Looks like I'll need a jewelry box. As the saying goes, good news never travels far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The news that Bloodbeard's men had been defeated by a little girl quickly spread throughout the Sellsword community, eliciting public ridicule and mockery from various mercenary groups. They deemed such a Sellsword unworthy of existence. Haha, when we get back, we'll definitely tell the captain about this. He'll be so happy, laughed a mercenary from the Windblown, known as Maris the Pretty Maris. Despite her moniker, Maris was anything but beautiful. Her nose looked torn apart, and her face was a mosaic of scars, evidence of a hard life. Her tall frame and golden hair were her only redeeming features. She was accompanied by a man with gray hair, half a head shorter than her, trailing her every step. What? This thing cost 20 gold dragons, Maris exclaimed, wincing at the price of the palm-sized soap in her hand. After some hesitation, she decided to buy it. The Golden Company, one of the most formidable mercenary groups with over 8,000 cavalry, also caught wind of the news. This one's a Targaryen, too. Should we ask him if he wants to join? Inquired a Sellsword with flaxen hair and strikingly green eyes. They had heard some rumors about Viserys before arriving in Braavos. From a martial perspective, he seemed competent, and considering their first captain, Igor, the recruiter was intrigued. Isn't there a swordsmanship competition? We'll see about that. Besides, he's only 15, right? He's too young, another member remarked. Meanwhile, in the cattery, a man with blue hair and under 30 years old, Dario, the vice-captain of the Stormcrows, heard the news while applying his makeup. Dario, who in the original plot had been seduced by the mother of Dragon's beauty and turned traitor, found the situation amusing but not serious. I heard that the Beggar King's sister is very beautiful. Are you not interested? One of his subordinates asked. Don't the Targaryens favor brother-sister marriages? Maybe the Beggar King keeps his sister very close. Dario mused, a slight smile playing on his lips. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind seeing how beautiful the princess of a fallen royalty was. If she was truly stunning, it wouldn't be too late to consider taking her. The big celebration started the next day, but many people flocked to the Titan of Braavos the night before to secure a good spot. They slept directly on the banks of the waterway, using blankets or pieces of cloth, creating a spectacular sight from the air. The rich, however, were in a much better situation. They had beds to sleep in, hot food to eat, and servants to set up tents for them. Some of the Dothraki enjoyed the open-air environment, taking advantage of the night to engage in their customary practices. Perched in a tree, Viserys Seagull observed the live broadcast, marveling at the Dothraki's creativity and the difficulty of their moves. Dany, sleeping in the carriage and chatting with Kyla, wondered why Viserys had suddenly decided to set up his tent. As dawn broke, everyone donned elaborate masks. These masks covered only the upper half of the face, leaving the mouth and nose exposed. The poor wore simple, crudely painted masks, while the rich flaunted masks made from a wider choice of materials, adorned with bright, expensive paints, feathers, and even gold and silver. Overnight, the lords of Braavos lost their dignity and decency in the revelry. Viserys, his sister, and Kyla began packing early to better conceal their identities. Dany and Viserys wore hats to hide their silver hair. Dany chose a silver mask, while Viserys opted for an unusually ugly black leather mask attached to his hat, which looked very uncomfortable. When asked why, Viserys had only one explanation. It was black. Their carriage was parked on a high vantage point, offering a splendid view. In the early morning, ships from the Sea Lord's palace had already appeared, clearing the waterway of boats. The rising sun cast a golden hue on the water, while the clear blue sky seemed to invite the gods to join in the celebration with the mortals. Everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the Sea Lord's yacht. Suddenly, a long horn sounded in the distance. The crowd craned their necks, their excitement palpable. As the horn grew louder, a yacht adorned with smiling faces from bow to stern came into view, bathed in a radiant light. "Oh, the Sea Lord, the Sea Lord!" The people's shouts nearly drowned out the horn. As the boat drew closer, the figure standing on the bow became increasingly visible. Draped in a blue silk cloak that shimmered like water, he held a 2-foot-long dragonbone scepter topped with a large diamond, the source of the boat's glow. Sea Lord Ferrago smiled and waved to the cheering crowds on either side of the waterway. Behind him stood 6 imposing guards, their chain mail glinting under their clothes, ready to protect him from any threat. Following the Sea Lord's boat were several flower boats, brimming with blossoms. People on board continuously threw petals into the water, the throwers themselves scantily clad and strikingly attractive. Their fair skin glistened in the sunlight, eliciting roars from some of the more spirited onlookers. Dany noticed her brother Viserys watching with particular interest. Following his gaze, she saw several pairs of leaping rabbits. Finally, Viserys muttered. In the distance, 2 ships brimming with guards escorted the official ship, protecting something precious, a shining Valyrian steel sword and a green dragon egg. Apart from the dragon egg before them, Viserys and Dany had only seen one other at House Targaryen. According to their knowledge, Illyrio possesses 3 or more. The Sea Lord reportedly has 3, and House Frigga might also have 1. Euron claims he once had a dragon egg, but it's thought he used it to pay the faceless men to assassinate his brother, King Balon. The Iron Bank, known for safeguarding not just currency but also precious items, might also have dragon eggs. Other free cities could have them as well. After the fall of Valyria, a few dragon lords remained in the free cities, but they and their dragons were eventually killed by locals. The Dothraki, who raid far and wide, might possess a dragon egg, though the probability is low. Viserys' goal is to collect at least 5 dragon eggs before the appearance of the Red Comet. When Viserys, the messenger, and the musician left, Phalia and Asha could no longer contain their excitement. Phalia abandoned her usual composure, chatting animatedly with Asha about Viserys' new song. He had only taken a few steps in the cabin, humming a few melodies, before picking up the harp and starting to play, Phalia recounted, her eyes sparkling. Viserys had finished composing before the messenger had even completed his tea. The song enchanted all who heard it. In less than 5 days, the ship had witnessed the birth of 2 everlasting songs. Viserys played the song for himself first, then spent nearly an hour teaching it to the musician. When the messenger returned, there was still plenty of time left. Could it be that he is a genius? Phalia whispered in awe. Yes, he is a genius, Asha said decisively, and he even wrote your name into the song. Phalia's cheeks flushed at the thought of the lyrics Viserys had penned. The next day, a new song about beauty began to spread through Bravos. Viserys had transformed Katyusha into Phalia, merging themes of beauty and elegance. This catchy, enchanting version captivated listeners. While many still enjoyed singing Sailor, the musicians and singers were growing weary of it. They eagerly embraced the new song, especially since it resonated with young lovers who appreciated its misty, romantic flavor. An old boatman reportedly burst into tears upon hearing the song, prompting his passengers to ask what was wrong. He explained, I was transporting goods for a master craftsman. His daughter kept asking if I was hungry and gave me plenty to eat. I was only 16 and could eat a lot, so I did. But she kept asking if I was still hungry, which made me uncomfortable, so I ran away. Now I realize she meant more, and I regret it. This poignant story spread throughout Bravos, with Phalia becoming synonymous with a beloved person. The House Targaryen deftly promoted the song, though not everyone agreed with its name. Kethmo, for instance, thought it should be called Gortave. Viserys' impressive swordsmanship had left him feeling uneasy, even suspecting that Viserys might surpass him in skill. Kethmo's pride and admiration for Gortave, who openly admired Viserys, fueled his jealousy. He felt overshadowed by Viserys' multifaceted talents and noble heritage. This sense of crisis soon turned into a burning desire to compete with Viserys. News that someone had entered both the swordsmanship and poetry competitions spread like wildfire. When people learned that it was the Beggar King himself, they were astonished. Sensitive young girls wept upon hearing of Viserys' hardships. As the second round of the tournament began, the arena where Viserys was fighting was packed with 3 times the usual number of spectators. Security had to deploy more guards to manage the crowd. Thanks to his wealth, Illyrio secured a prime spot at the edge of the arena. His opinion of Viserys continued to rise as he observed his growing popularity and prowess. Although Illyrio acknowledged Viserys' martial arts skills, he also knew that Viserys had never experienced the brutal reality of war. In Illyrio's eyes, the difference between those who had been to war and those who had not was vast. War veterans carried a unique aura, a hardened momentum that could only be gained through actual combat. However, Viserys' calm demeanor when facing Illyrio was surprising. He exuded a battle-hardened confidence, as if the wars Illyrio had seen were mere child's play to him. The only advantage Illyrio felt he still had over Viserys was his knowledge of Varys and the ongoing presence of Yura. He wanted to evaluate one last time the feasibility of killing Viserys. Kyla couldn't understand why Viserys didn't just eliminate Yura, given that he knew his intentions. After all, when Yura came to kill him, Viserys could confront him directly. Viserys, however, aimed to subdue Yura, not through Daenerys' beauty, but by leveraging his knowledge. Yura was familiar with the Sel's words, the free cities, the Dothraki, and even Slaver's Bay. Although Viserys knew the general plot, he needed a guide for the details. Now that their interests didn't conflict, they could negotiate. Yura wanted to return to Westeros, to Bear Island. If he worked hard for Viserys, he could not only return to Bear Island, but also find his wife, who had run away with someone else. The second round of the tournament consisted of 2 days of fighting. The first day was 1 round, and the second day was another, with the top 16 competing in the final round to determine the champion. After the first round of eliminations, the tournament became more entertaining. The matches were intense, and the audience was thrilled. However, the real draw was not the other fighters but the fallen prince, Viserys Targaryen, who was both a swordsman and a composer. This time, House Frigger seemed to have changed tactics. They didn't try to exhaust Viserys by scheduling him for the last round. Instead, he was scheduled to fight before noon. When Viserys entered the arena, the audience fell silent. The men stared with wide eyes, unable to hide their jealousy, while the women clutched their handkerchiefs, their hearts racing. Viserys' opponent was Thane, a muscular swordsman in his 30s who wielded a 2-handed sword. It was a powerful weapon, well-suited for a middle-aged swordsman against a younger opponent. The sheer force could break through a young swordsman's defenses. "Lord, perhaps you should consider giving up. If I had a face as beautiful as yours, I definitely wouldn't risk coming here," Thane taunted. Viserys merely smiled, his calm confidence unshaken. "That's a shame. You didn't inherit my good looks from your mother," Viserys taunted with a mocking smile. Thane, unfazed by the provocation, remained focused. His battle-hardened experience showed in his powerful and wide-ranging attacks with a double-handed sword. Viserys initially focused on parrying and blocking, but soon realized he could defeat Thane within 10 moves. However, he chose to use this opportunity to gauge his own abilities against a seasoned fighter, assessing how many opponents he might handle simultaneously in future battles. He knew he had to avoid getting carried away in the heat of combat, especially after joining the Sel's words. It was crucial to leave himself some margin for error. Meanwhile, Viserys' celebrity effect had drawn a large crowd, leaving the pretty Maris, who had overslept, without a good seat. Now, she stood in a corner with a particularly bad view. "What are you pushing for?" a young man in his 20s shouted angrily as he felt someone shoving behind him. But when he turned and saw Maris, a tall woman over 1.8 meters with a scarred face, he froze and quickly gave up his spot. Maris stood in front of him with satisfaction, almost completely blocking his view. He didn't utter a word, just huddled behind her like a monkey hiding from a fierce beast. From behind, Maris was actually quite striking. Her thick blonde hair hung behind her head, and she exuded a faint scent of lavender mixed with a unique feminine allure. However, the memory of her scarred face quickly shattered the young man's brief fantasy. Maris, observing Viserys on stage, noted his apparent ease and strength. If he can win, we might consider inviting him to join the Windblown, she thought. Secretly, she hoped having such a handsome young man around would be a pleasant change from the usual company of rough-looking comrades. Back on stage, Viserys gradually felt the pressure mounting. Although Thane's two-handed sword delivered powerful blows, it also demanded immense physical effort. Realizing he needed to end the fight quickly, Viserys intensified his attacks, aiming to turn the tide. Each of Thane's strikes targeted Viserys' vital points, reflecting his intent to win at any cost. Despite the mounting pressure, Viserys remained composed. If he could read Thane's thoughts, he might have laughed at the absurdity of the situation. "You'll see what a storm is like," Viserys thought, having already gauged Thane's strength and sensed his malice. It was time to conclude this battle decisively. After receiving Thane's full power attack, Viserys calmly said, "I didn't want to kill you." Thane stared at the young man before him, incredulous. He can still speak. His breathing is so stable. Thane realized he had been defeated. Before he could react, Viserys suddenly bent over, delivering a powerful blow to Thane's waist and throwing him backward. Thane's sword fell from his hand as he was kicked out of the ring. His spleen ruptured, leaving him with only days to live. With precise combat skills, Viserys had delivered a fatal blow. Thane collapsed like a rag doll, and moments later, the crowd erupted in cheers. Viserys Targaryen wins. Regis, in the room, roared with a heart-rending cry, while Daenerys felt her blood surge with excitement. Maris's blue eyes gleamed. He knew that recruiting this young man would surely earn him a reward from the captain. Illyrio, too, pondered whether to introduce Viserys to the Golden Company, considering having his men keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, Yura abandoned his assassination plan. Initially, he had intended to use Kyla to lure Viserys out and then kill him. Despite hearing about Viserys' exploits, he believed he stood a good chance, especially with a surprise attack. But now he dismissed this idea entirely. A head-on clash would require full armor and a long weapon, while Viserys would have to be unarmed. The power of Viserys' kick was terrifying. Yura suddenly recalled the title of a Targaryen king, a young lord who had led an army at 15 to quell a rebellion in Dorne. Although he died young, his legend endured. No, even a young dragon lord wouldn't be that good at fighting, Yura thought. Realizing the futility of assassination, he considered providing information to King's Landing instead. Assassinating Daenerys was out of the question, as it would undoubtedly provoke Viserys. If he could put aside his plans to join the Sellswords and go to Bear Island with a new identity, the consequences would be unimaginable. This judgment came after learning of Banergar's fate. The next day, Viserys won 2 more consecutive rounds, solidifying his status as the victor of the 7th ring. Gortave, along with the 5 swordsmen under House Frigger, emerged as the winners of the 4th ring. The lady's 3 ring winners were also under her command, while the rest were divided among various Sellswords and swordsmen from other free cities. Standing out among over 300 competitors, Viserys' performance exceeded many expectations. Over the past 2 days, Viserys received numerous invitations, from Sellswords eager to have him join their ranks, to wealthy merchants and foreign magistrates seeking him as a bodyguard. The offers were substantial, reaching up to 5,000 gold dragons a year. However, when Viserys mentioned he was the inventor of the Moon Shadow, many backed off. Yet his apparent lack of financial need and continued interest in joining a mercenary group only fueled the excitement among the Sellswords. Viserys now faced three main choices: the Golden Company, Stormcrows, and the Windblown. The Golden Company, the most powerful mercenary group, was a natural consideration due to its historical ties with the Targaryens. Despite being dubbed the Beggar King by them, Viserys valued their strength. However, the possibility of being monitored by Illyrio's men was intolerable. The second option, the Stormcrows, operated frequently in Slaver's Bay, aligning with Viserys' plan to strengthen his forces and acquire the Unsullied from Astapor. However, Slaver's Bay had been relatively peaceful, limiting the scale of operations there. The third and most favored choice was the Windblown, led by the Tattered Prince. This leader, once a prince of Pentos, fled to avoid being sacrificed as a scapegoat. He eventually founded the Windblown after years of mercenary experience. The Tattered Prince's greatest desire was to return to Pentos and wield real power. Pentos, with its proximity to Westeros and strategic location near the Dothraki and the disputed lands, a hotbed for Sellswords, presented an ideal launch point for future campaigns. This made the Windblown an attractive option, given the potential for continuous warfare and market prospects. Viserys planned to join the Windblown, amass wealth, and eventually form his own mercenary group, using it as a foundation for hatching dragons and conquering Slaver's Bay. However, he knew not to appear too eager, lest he lose his bargaining power. While deliberating his options, Kyla entered with a man wrapped in a black cloak. The man lifted his hood, revealing a familiar face, Anderson. Lord Viserys, you have already won the 7th arena, and each arena champion receives a reward of 3,000 gold dragons. I can offer you an additional 10,000 gold dragons if you withdraw from the competition. Anderson's demeanor was much more pleasing this time, in stark contrast to his previous aggressive behavior. At least he knew how to use honorific language and discuss money. It was a progress. You came to see me in private, right? I think your brothers have been putting a lot of pressure on you lately, haven't they? Just say yes or no. Anderson's face changed, and neither of them answered the other's question directly. Anderson watched as Viserys stood up and walked towards him, causing him to subconsciously take a step back. After all, Viserys' strength was formidable, and Anderson was wary. Meeting in private carried risks. If he were killed, it would be a waste. We can actually cooperate, Viserys said, patting Anderson on the shoulder. Cooperate? That's right. My goal is to defeat all my opponents, and so is yours. But my opponents are in the ring, and yours are outside of it. Anderson swallowed hard, vaguely guessing what Viserys was implying. If you kill your brother, you'll be the sole heir to the house, won't you? What are you talking about? Anderson's body shook like a cat with its tail stepped on, his voice trembling. He realized that Viserys was trying to induce him to commit kinslaying. I tell you, it's impossible. Anderson glared at Viserys, as if to assert his determination and ward off the devilish suggestion. If it's impossible, then why are you yelling? Viserys looked at him with a mocking smile. Kyla, please escort Lord Anderson out. Greatly provoked, Anderson turned and left, unwilling to stay a moment longer. In his haste and turmoil, he accidentally stumbled. Come see me when you figure it out, Viserys shouted, watching him leave. Viserys knew he couldn't simply ignore being targeted by House Frigger. Thanks to the intelligence from House Aline, he was aware of the situation within Anderson's house. He believed that planting the seed of doubt would eventually make it take root in Anderson's heart. If he could control House Frigger through Anderson. On the road, Anderson was restless, his breathing heavy and difficult to calm. He was so irritable that he seemed ready to snap at any moment. Suddenly, his carriage stopped, and he shouted angrily, "What's going on?" The coachman didn't answer. Instead, a young man who looked like him stepped in. Vitus, where have you been? Vitus asked indifferently. What does it matter to you? Anderson retorted. You should know that Viserys is against the house, right? What did you go to him for? Anderson was shocked. How did he know where I was? Had father already included him in the family's intelligence network? Anger flared at the calm look on Vitus's face. He had always been like that. Realizing he couldn't hide it, Anderson admitted, "Yes, I went to see Viserys." "What did you want from him? Do I need to tell you?" "If you don't tell me, you'll have to tell father," said Vitus, expressionless, implying that if Tormo knew, Vitus would too. Realizing that Vitus was showing off, Anderson felt his anger suffocating him. He glared at Vitus, his face red, and finally conceded, "I don't think we have to kill him. Maybe he just wants some money and to leave Bravos with his beggar princess." Vitus looked at Anderson, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "You actually want to bribe a dog with a broken leg. As long as you kill him, everything he has will belong to House Freger. Kill him? You have no idea how strong he is," Anderson argued, his voice rising. Whenever he talked about Viserys, he couldn't help but think of the scene he saw on the Phalia flower boat. A single man against an entire guard. It was shocking. Although the guards he brought from the house were not masters, they were swordsmen who had practiced for many years. Even using their fists and feet instead of swords, Viserys won too quickly, which cast a shadow over his heart. Especially when Anderson had his arm broken and fixed. The intense pain was still fresh in his memory. "Don't worry about that. I have plenty of ways." Vitus shook out his clothes. "Just follow my orders, and you'll be rewarded with a fortune. But if you're too greedy, think about what happened to your mother." When Vitus mentioned his mother, Anderson's nostrils flared, and his cheeks turned red with anger. However, Vitus said with disdain, "What? Are you going to attack your brother again?" Watching Vitus berate him, Anderson's teeth chattered. In fact, he and Vitus were half-brothers. Anderson was the bastard son of Tormo and a courtesan. The greed Vitus mentioned referred to Anderson's mother trying to secure more resources for him. This had displeased Tormo's wife, Vitus's mother, who secretly killed Anderson's mother out of spite. Because Tormo had been very close to Anderson's mother, he was enraged by her death. He included Anderson among his two legitimate sons, nominally entitling him to inherit. Over the years, however, Tormo's anger faded, and he began to see Anderson merely as a rival to motivate his legitimate sons to work harder. Recently, Tormo's task of making tea for his two half-brothers had stirred up embarrassing memories for Anderson. Now, Vitus had reopened those wounds, almost driving Anderson to lose his mind. "Remember to go with me to Phalia's place tonight," Vitus said before leaving. Watching him go, Anderson almost trembled with anger. Suddenly, Anderson heard Viserys' words echoing in his mind. "Come see me when you've figured it out." But what could he possibly do? Even if he was the best fighter, he couldn't break into House Freger's fortress alone. Could he? "No, I can't do this." Anderson shook his head. He still couldn't bring himself to turn his sword on his own brother. "But are Vitus and Tarth my true brothers?" "Lady Faria, Lord Viserys is here." "Oh, I see." Before Viserys could even arrive at Phalia's place, news of his victory in the 7th arena had already reached their ears. After witnessing his formidable skills in close combat with Anderson, the two were confident in Viserys' strength. If he was that strong unarmed, how powerful would he be with a sword? Though they often dealt with swordsmen, their methods of judging martial arts were relatively simple, but they sufficed for assessing him. When Viserys boarded the ship, he was greeted by Asha, who was still wearing the coin splint he had made for her. She enthusiastically brought him a cup of hot tea. "Ah, thank you, Lady Asha," he said. Under normal circumstances, this would be a simple thank you, though a bit intimate and playful. But this simple greeting was unexpected. The theme for the third round has arrived," Asha said, stuttering slightly. "This time it was quite fast," Viserys remarked, surprised. It seemed House Freger was preparing to do something else. Could they let him take the dragon egg so easily? Obviously not. The theme had arrived so quickly that he didn't quite believe it. "The theme this time is the future," Viserys exclaimed, a bit surprised as he received the envelope from Asha. These bumpkins had actually chosen such a philosophical topic. Through the gauze-like curtain, Faria, seated in the boat, saw the shadows of Viserys and Asha. Viserys looked down at the letter in his hand, and Asha, who was just tall enough to reach his chest, leaned over to look at it with him. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were close. This made Phalia feel a little uncomfortable. She had been a main character for so many years, and now she had suddenly become a supporting role. Normally, she wouldn't have cared, but today, Phalia suddenly realized she might have been tempted, just as the old nun had said. Take a deep breath and calm down. Phalia counted her heartbeat while imagining an album the nun who had trained her had once shown her. The album was full of images of abandoned women, women who died in childbirth, women who were destitute. She hoped this would strengthen her resolve. Lady Moonshadow, Viserys said, realizing he had been outside for far too long, to the point of being rude. He quickly entered the boat and expressed his apologies. His smiling face appeared in Phalia's eyes, and the scene she had just recalled in her mind suddenly vanished. Now, she had only one question. How could she get Viserys to call her Phalia instead of Moonshadow? This time, Viserys seemed to be a bit out of ideas. He held a pen and paper, writing and drawing, but couldn't make up his mind. There were songs about the future in his music library, but most of them were pop songs, and he worried they didn't match the style of the times, leaving him conflicted. However, even his slightly frowning expression captivated the two women. After about 10 minutes, Viserys finally made up his mind. But just as he was about to play, a voice came from outside. Lady Moonshadow, I've come to bring you a new theme. The three of them looked at each other, then at the letter next to them, all appearing a bit confused. Asha, go and see what's going on. Yes, Asha replied, running out. Phalia looked through the window to see who was coming. It was Anderson, his brother Vitus, and a messenger. After boarding the ship, they came to the boat. Lady Moonshadow, Lord Viserys. It was Vitus who spoke. Lord Vitus, Lord Anderson. Phalia greeted, standing up to welcome the two. Viserys crossed his legs and made a face as if to say, What are you doing here? Didn't you just send the theme over? Why are you sending it again? He asked, taking the teapot from Asha and drinking directly from the spout. The messenger and the musicians were both shocked. They dared not offend such important people as Vitus and Anderson, but the Beggar King didn't seem to care at all. Didn't he know that without land and people, he was nothing? Phalia and Asha were in the same predicament. Both knew they had no part in this matter and should stay out of it. Phalia usually acted as a go-between, but now she and Viserys both represented the interests of House Targaryen to some extent. Their interests conflicted, and there was no need for cooperation. So her usual business methods were of no use. Anderson realized that Viserys did not want to give them a warm welcome. He could only make a face that seemed to want to say something, but couldn't. Vitus appeared indifferent, which was part of their plan. It seemed impossible to them that they could write 2 songs in such a short time that would be sung for decades. Tormo suspected there was a traitor in their midst. He consulted with the Sea Lord and decided to change the theme at short notice. He also sent his sons to see what was going on. If the boy was really so talented, he would have to think of another solution. Vitus said, My father suspects that someone has leaked the theme of the song, so he consulted with the prince and ordered a temporary change. Oh, the thief is crying for help. Give it to me, Viserys replied, taking the letter directly from the messenger's hand without offering any courtesy. His sarcasm, though translated from Valyrian, was clear to the educated brothers. Lord Viserys, please mind your manners, Anderson said, trying not to appear too weak in front of his brother. Don't worry. Even if I'm rude, I'm not as rude as a rapist. You? Vitus glanced at Anderson, eyes full of contempt, but he remained silent. His expression suggested that Anderson had omitted some details. Oh, by the way, there are messengers for delivering letters. Why did you two come here personally? Viserys asked. Please forgive us, your lordship. You are preparing for the tournament and composing music at the same time, achieving such good results. You are truly a man blessed by the gods. We happened to be passing by and wanted to see you, Vitus replied with a lukewarm attitude. Very good. Very much like the eldest son, Viserys remarked, knowing that people like Vitus often had a lot of fake strength. They were always gentle and soft-spoken until the critical moment. Just like his brother, although far from Rhaegar, he was the same. Viserys was too lazy to provoke him further. However, Anderson's face turned pale. Apart from his own father, when had he ever been so wronged? He opened the letter and saw that the theme this time was Bravos. Bravos had not produced good music to praise it in several years. The Sea Lord likely changed the topic for this reason, but since it was a tribute to a place, he could simply change the lyrics. The moment he saw the topic, a melody formed in his head. In front of the shocked eyes of the two brothers, Phalia, Asha, the musicians of the Sea Lord's palace, and the messenger, Viserys said, "Come, give me the harp." With the third song being played, the 10-day festival had entered its final climax. There were still 7 or 8 songs performed at the festival, but 3 of these were written by Viserys. The last song, Bravo's Lover, was played almost as many times as the others combined. Viserys had composed this song using the melody of Scarborough Fair and rewriting the lyrics. It was more intense than his previous song for Phalia. In the Sea Lord's palace, Ferrago squinted and enjoyed the melody. He knew that with the spread of this song, Bravos would become more well-known. "Play it again," he ordered. He had lost count of how many times he had it shuffle played. That morning, the musicians played all the songs for him as usual, and Ferrago immediately felt the song's charm, asking to hear it repeatedly. You know, if Viserys had been born a few years earlier, if he had been born at the same time as Rhaegar, would the Targaryens have lost the Iron Throne? Ferrago asked Caro, his chief swordsman and personal bodyguard. "He's got the skills and the talent, but I don't know how good he is at leading men," Caro replied. At the age of 15 or 16, Viserys had not only composed 3 songs that would be sung for centuries, but had also won the championship of the Seventh Ring. It was said that he had fought very easily so far and might even win 2 championships. This had never happened in the history of the 10-day festival. Suddenly, Ferrago's eyes became fierce. He's indeed a very talented boy, but even so, it is not enough to win the support of House Targaryen. What kind of promise did he make? Investigate further. "Yes," Caro replied. On the other side, in the Garden of 100 Birds, Tormo, already frustrated, had driven away the musicians he had invited. "You're useless. So many of you, and you can't even beat a brat," he fumed. The result of the competition was clear, and his patience was exhausted. In truth, Tormo had bent the rules in his favor. He had put in significant effort to get the theme in advance, using considerable manpower and enlisting the most famous musicians in the entire Free Cities. They had the theme 3 or 4 days before Viserys, yet their work had only declined in quality. Suppressing his boiling anger, Tormo couldn't help but wonder if the gods had abandoned his house. He didn't understand why his house had more healthy children than the Zaline and Antreon houses. He just took it as a divine gift. House Zaline had been prepared to bend the knee, but then Viserys came along. "Tell the swordsmen that if they can't defeat Viserys, they can all leave Bravos." "Yes, father." "Are you going to Bravos?" "Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember me to one who lives there. For once she was a true love of mine." Unlike the Sea Lord's suspicions and Fregar's anger, Roth and his wife were pleasantly surprised. Medes became increasingly interested in the genetics of Viserys and his sister. However, her husband Roth said, "I'm afraid it won't work. Viserys seems to be preparing to join the Seldswords." "Why?" Medes wanted to say that he was living a comfortable and respectable life here. Why would he join the Seldswords? But then she thought of what Viserys had to bear. It was a deep hatred that had destroyed his country and his family. No one will be likely to choose to stop. There have been multiple large mercenary groups inviting him to join recently. It seems he's using this competition to elevate his status within the mercenary ranks as much as possible, Roth explained. Medes nodded, a hint of disappointment in her eyes, but soon another idea came to mind. What about his sister? Is Viserys going to take her with him when he joins the Seldswords? I've never heard of such a thing. Roth looked at his wife and saw her face suddenly light up. Maybe we can ask him to leave his sister with us? Roth patted his wife's back affectionately and said with a wry smile, "Wouldn't that seem like taking a hostage? Even if we know it's not, how could we convince him?" Meaty realized the flaw in her plan and made a face like a little girl. Roth then said seriously, "It's clear that Viserys will win the poetry competition, but it's dangerous for him to insist on winning the swordsmanship competition." Meaty frowned, recognizing the truth in his words. The final round of the competition would have 4 bouts, giving Tormo plenty of opportunities to attack. "If he really wants to win the Valyrian steel sword, I think I can lend him Wave Cutter. That might reassure him enough to leave his sister with us," Roth suggested. Meaty was taken aback. "You're going to lend him our ancestral sword, Wave Cutter?" Sensing something significant, she threw herself into Roth's arms. Despite the age difference when they married, her love for him was no less intense. Roth had decided to lend Viserys the ancestral sword after recently visiting the high priest of the Temple of the Moonsingers to have Viserys' fate predicted. The high priest said he could not see Viserys' fate and expressed a desire to meet him. This convinced Roth of Viserys' extraordinary nature. He decided to take a gamble and give Viserys something as an investment. Armor is too common. A Valyrian steel sword will make a real impression, Roth concluded. "I don't know who leaked Viserys' address." The next day, as he was about to head to the main arena, a crowd had gathered at the door. The name the Beggar King had long been forgotten. Now he was known by his latest song title, Bravo's Lover. A prince of a fallen kingdom with superb swordsmanship, proficient in music, and blessed with good looks, he perfectly embodied the word underdog to the people and tourists of Bravos. "Viserys' carriage. It's his carriage coming out," someone shouted, and the crowd surged forward. Pretty Maris had arrived early with the intention of involving Viserys, but the scene before her caught her by surprise. The crowd was so dense that it was hard to squeeze through. Even with her 1.8-meter frame, she struggled to get in. Yura had also come early, but not only had he failed to see Viserys, his money bag had been stolen. He felt very unlucky. Just as Viserys in the carriage was wondering how to get out, a blue-clad guard suddenly appeared from behind the crowd. "Back off! Back off!" The guards began to disperse the crowd, but it took considerable effort to clear the surging mass. Among the enthusiastic onlookers, not far from Viserys' carriage, 2 pairs of eyes were peering. In a carriage that was not particularly conspicuous, Illyrio sat with a man who had dyed blue hair. He looked no more than 40 years old, with neatly trimmed cheeks, though closer inspection revealed his hair roots were a grayish red. Speaking in the common tongue, he conversed with Illyrio. He was Rhaegar's close friend, Jon Connington, now serving in the Golden Company under the alias Griff. In fact, in terms of moral integrity alone, this Jon can be called the Guan Yu of the Game of Thrones version. Both faced the same problem. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Guan Yu let Chow Chow escape at Huarong Pass. And in Game of Thrones, Jon Connington let Robert escape, who was hiding in a prostitute's bed during the Battle of the Bells. He could have burned down Stony September, but because he did not want to kill innocents, Robert managed to escape. "Are you saying that someone is secretly supporting Viserys?" asked Jon Connington. "That's just my guess. I don't have any evidence yet," replied Illyrio. Jon Connington looked at Viserys' carriage with worry in his eyes. If someone was truly supporting him, then they should be supporting Rhaegar's son, Aegon, the true heir to the Iron Throne. How could this Viserys take advantage of it? "What do you plan to do, my lord?" asked Jon Connington. "We spoke to him before. He said he would join the Sellswords after the celebration. Perhaps we can let him join the Golden Company, and you can keep an eye on him." "What about Aegon?" Some time ago, Jon Connington was ready to leave the Golden Company to take care of Aegon. But after hearing more about Viserys from Illyrio, he had put the plan on hold. "I'll try to send someone else," Illyrio said helplessly. "Okay, I'll tell Viserys to join the Golden Company," Jon Connington said, and the two of them rode off to the finals. The people of Bravos, especially those at the Sea Lord's Palace, are quite cunning. They did not disclose where the final arena would be. Instead, they secretly released news that one of 3 theaters, the Moonpool Theater, the Seven Star Theater, or the Purple Mist Theater, would be used. These 3 theaters are the largest and most luxurious in Bravos, each capable of accommodating 2,000 spectators. Wealthy individuals and dignitaries, eager not to miss the competition or the chance to see the Sea Lord, bought seats in all three theaters. For instance, Mara secured seats in all three venues. The Golden Company and the Storm Crows, having participants in the competition, were directly allocated several seats. Those with less money could only afford to buy seats in one theater, hoping luck would be on their side. This strategy did not affect the poor, who could rarely afford to visit the theater, perhaps once every few months or even half a year. As the celebration began, ticket prices for the three major theaters soared, rising more than tenfold. However, the schedule for the final competition was made public, allowing the common folk to participate through gambling bets. Like when Yura lost his money bag the other day, if not for a jewel he had on him, he would have struggled to eat. Viserys seems pretty strong. Why not bet on him? Yura thought. He counted out 10 gold coins from his pocket and placed a bet on Viserys. Viserys was set to fight in the first match of the first day. His opponent was a swordsman from House Targaryen who had just returned from a mercenary group. The man had met Yura before, and though skilled, was not quite on par with Viserys. Any more bets? Any more bets? Braavos' lover Viserys versus the spear group's Benro. Any more bets? Helbo shouted. The day before, he had won back all the money he lost betting on Viserys. Unlike Yura's rational judgment, Helbo had given up thinking. He had decided that no matter who Viserys fought, he would bet on him. Whether he would make a fortune or not depended on this. Compared to the uproar outside, the theater was much more orderly. After all, everyone seated there was considered a decent person. Many had brought their servants, and, more importantly, the Sea Lord himself was present. Everyone was careful with their words and behavior. Suddenly, a figure's appearance caused a commotion. The man wore a blue and gold brocade cloak and held a dragonbone scepter. It was Ferrego Antrion, the Sea Lord of Braavos. Bow to the Sea Lord's palace. A voice commanded, and everyone bowed their heads to the central platform, like a large field of fallen wheat. Ferrego waved his hand, and the people around him shouted again. The Sea Lord announces that the swordsmanship tournament is ready to begin. Everyone sat down, but continued to watch the central stand closely. Ferrego tilted his head slightly, and a servant whispered in his ear, "My lord, have Lord Roth and Lord Tormo join me here." Yes. The two were both surprised by the Sea Lord's invitation. However, despite their surprise, it was impossible to refuse. "My lord," they bowed to Ferrego. "Sit down, my lords," he said, gesturing to the two chairs beside him. They took their seats, one on either side of Ferrego. "Who do you think will win the championship of this swordsmanship competition?" Ferrego asked. "The swordsmen are all very skilled, each with their own strengths. I can't make a definitive judgment, but I have high hopes for a few of the mercenary swordsmen. They've experienced life and death, and their swordsmanship and mentality should be superior to that of the young," Tormo replied, referring to Viserys. Roth, not to be outdone, voiced his support for Viserys. "When I see him, I think of myself when I was young," he said with a smile. The other two thought to themselves, "Isn't that just flattering yourself? Are you as handsome as him?" "Although the champion swordsman will be decided after the competition, I think the winner of the music competition is already clear," Ferrego said. He was very pleased with the 3 songs Viserys had performed. Roth smiled at this. After all, Viserys had at least won one championship, which was also important for Phalia. In other words, his side had already won 1.5 of the 3 championships, which was quite good. "You mean?" Tormo asked in a flat tone. "Yes, that Viserys Targaryen," Roth said, his smile widening. "I'm honored to share your opinion, my lord. His songs will be sung for at least 100 years. "Yes, he's a very talented young man," Ferrego agreed. Tormo felt a bit upset seeing the two of them in agreement. "These songs are indeed very good, but, my lord, forgive me for being narrow-minded, but I always feel that these songs are not his work. Every time Viserys submits a piece of music, a messenger from the Sea Lord's palace watches. If he didn't write it, who did?" Roth immediately argued. "That's why I said I was narrow-minded. I want to know, this Viserys seems to be only 15 years old this year. He came to Braavos when he was 7 or 8, and he's been frequenting various social occasions in his teens, hoping to get an army to recapture the throne. Has he ever been a sailor? Roth sneered. So according to you, every bard who recites the songs of a knights must have been a knight before. Lord Roth, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying that Viserys is too young. Take the first song. It's not something a teenager could compose. What does the Lord think? Ferrego knew that Tormo was still trying to struggle a bit. Although he intended to support House Targaryen, it was not good to be too obvious. There is some doubt, but it doesn't mean he has used any tricks. Tormo smiled, sensing an opportunity. I think that after the competition, we should ask him to compose another song in front of us. If he can produce a piece of similar quality, I will give him an additional 50,000 gold dragons in my name. 50,000 gold dragons. Roth glanced sideways. This guy is really rich. But if he can't do it, I don't think the dragon egg should be given to someone like him. Ferrego appeared thoughtful, then turned to Roth. I think Lord Tormo's proposal can be considered. What do you think? Roth pondered. If Viserys truly had that kind of talent, it wasn't impossible. This would also be a good way to shut Tormo up. It's all up to you, my lord, but what theme should we choose? Haha, no rush. Is Viserys the first or the last? Let's see what happens first. With that, the discussion ended for the time being, and the tournament officially began. After bidding farewell to Dany and the others, Viserys made his way to the arena. His arrival immediately drew the attention of the audience. That's Viserys. What a beautiful boy. His eyes are really purple. The Beggar King is nothing. Look at his hair. The various whispers and comments blended together like a murky river, making it difficult to distinguish individual voices. Most people focused on his appearance, but some of the more discerning onlookers noticed something in his posture. Is that Viserys? Dario asked. Yes, look at him. His sister can't be that bad. Fortunately, Bloodbeard didn't get his hands on her, or she would have been ruined. Dario ignored his men. He could tell from Viserys' sword grip, stride, and eyes that he was no ordinary man. Let's see how he performs. If he's good, we'll raise his pay and invite him again. Meanwhile, Jon Connington was also contemplating how to persuade Viserys to join the Golden Company. He wasn't afraid to spend money. The Golden Company had plenty of it, if little else. According to Illyrio, Viserys had invented a kind of soap, which must have earned him a considerable fortune, judging by his alliance with House Targaryen. Maybe I need to reveal my identity? Jon Connington mused. If he could bring up Rhaegar, perhaps Viserys would agree to join the Golden Company. Not many knew that Viserys had been crowned by his mother, and Jon Connington, long expelled from Westeros, believed the heir to the Iron Throne could only be the bloodline of the Silver Prince in his heart. Maris's eyes lit up when she saw him. She had nearly exhausted her gold coins just to buy the ticket, but she thought it was worth it. If she could recruit him, the leader would have to reimburse her. Benro, who stepped onto the stage with Viserys, did not receive the same attention. He appeared to be around 34 or 35, with a brown beard covering half his face and a shallow scar on his forehead from a stray arrow. You shouldn't go against Lord Tormo, he said. Cut the crap. Do you chat with people before a fight? Seeing that Viserys had no intention of arguing, Benro fell silent. The competition begins. With a short blast of the horn, Benro made a tentative stab. Viserys easily dodged and taunted. Is that all? You'll regret this, Benro retorted. Regret. Viserys snorted. It seems that nowadays, you have to fight Sel's words with your mouth first. His expression turned serious, and he stopped provoking Benro, focusing instead on fighting back. Up, left, down, front. Viserys called out his attacks, warning his opponent where to defend. Not only was he fast, but he also possessed significant strength. The crowd watched in astonishment. They had never seen a match like this before. It was more like a lesson. The silver-haired boy was demonstrating his prowess in an extraordinary manner. Maris, Dario, and others secretly raised their bids in their minds. Benro soon realized he couldn't keep up. What kind of monster is this? Viserys could attack, talk, and maintain his breath effortlessly, while Benro after less than 10 moves, was already flustered. Benro's defense began to crumble. Finally, his sword slipped from his hand, and Viserys' blade grazed his beard, the cold metal pressing against his neck. 2 breaths later, the referee declared, Viserys Targaryen wins. Sea Lord Ferrego glanced at his personal bodyguard, Caro, who showed a rare glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Ferrego knew that Viserys' swordsmanship had earned his approval. Beside him, Tormo frowned. None of his men seemed capable of defeating Viserys. In that case, he might not win any of the 3 championships. Roth, however, was elated. Although he knew Viserys was strong based on his performance the previous days, he had never imagined this level of skill. He could already envision Viserys shining among the cell's words. Maris's blue eyes were shining, but her confidence wavered when she noticed the Golden Company not far away. The Golden Company's strength was renowned across the Free Cities, and it had a long-standing partnership with the Iron Bank. If a creditor tried to default on a debt, the Golden Company was the first mercenary group the Iron Bank would turn to, and they always delivered. If these guys wanted to recruit Viserys, Maris feared their chances of success were slim. She had to remember that Viserys was a Targaryen, and the founder of the Golden Company was a Targaryen bastard. This family connection made her even more uncertain. Maris's insecurity stemmed from her ignorance of noble affairs. The Targaryens and the Blackfyres despised each other with passion. How do you think we can get him to join us? Maris asked the gray-haired man beside her. Mayor, are you worried that we can't afford Viserys' price? Yes, she nodded. In fact, I don't think money is the most important factor. The key is to find out what he cares about most. What he cares about the most. Maris pondered for a while, but came up empty. As Viserys walked down from the arena, he smiled, but halfway there, he saw several white shadows flying toward him. Instinctively, he tried to dodge, but they turned out to be handkerchiefs in various colors, pink, white, and blue, each carrying the unique scent of a maiden. He had no choice but to catch them as he walked. By the time he returned to the room, his arms were full. Dany, who had been overjoyed to see him, now wore a sad expression. Viserys noticed her change in demeanor and called out, Regis. Regis quickly approached to take the handkerchiefs. Get rid of these, Viserys instructed. Get rid of them? Regis asked, puzzled. You decide. Viserys glanced at Dany, then picked her up and spun her around, bringing a smile back to her face. Just a few minutes earlier, outside the theater. The competition has begun, someone announced, and everyone outside looked toward the theater as if they had X-ray vision. After a few minutes of tense waiting, a cheer erupted from inside. There's a result. So soon, Yura exclaimed, feeling uneasy. Despite having witnessed Viserys' strength, this was the final match, and he had bet half of his current wealth. If he lost, it would be a significant problem. In contrast to Yura's anxiety, Helbo appeared very relaxed. Although he didn't know much about swordsmanship, he recognized that Viserys' martial arts were extraordinary. His confidence was quickly rewarded as the bet of 100 gold dragons was doubled. Many people didn't understand swordsmanship. They simply liked Viserys and chose him, much like those who bet on the World Cup by picking the team from the country whose name they liked. However, for every winner, there were naturally losers. Most of the losers were the foot soldiers and thugs of House Frigger. Next time, we'll bet on the swordsman from House Frigger, said a man with long, narrow eyes, who looked like a small business owner. But this Viserys seems very strong. It seems he defeated his opponent in no time, another man noted. The small business owner smiled contemptuously and replied, Don't worry, he'll lose next time. After watching the tournament, Ferrego was ready to leave. It was already quite impressive that such a notable figure had made an appearance. Halfway through the second tournament, Ferrego exited the theater under the escort of guards. Shortly after, Tormo also left, and the Roth arrived at Viserys' room. Lord Roth, Lady Mediis, Viserys greeted the couple, with Dany following closely behind. The couple moved in perfect harmony. Mediis walked towards Dany, and Kyla, who was standing nearby, instinctively moved closer but was stopped by a look from Viserys. Roth then spoke of the tournament, praising it in his speech. Lord Viserys' swordsmanship is, I believe, the best in all the free cities. You are too kind. I'm still young, and even a master must always keep an apprentice's heart. A master must always remain an apprentice. That's good. That makes perfect sense, Roth said, appreciating the sentiment, even though he knew it was just a figure of speech. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got down to business. I heard that Lord Viserys wants to join the Sellswords. That's right, Viserys confirmed. Roth's expression grew serious. I can't say I understand your feelings, but I can understand your actions. However, I have one more question that I would like to ask. Please go ahead, Viserys invited. What is your real reason for participating in the tournament? I mean, apart from the Valyrian steel sword and the prize money. I want to increase my bounty. Increase your bounty? Roth didn't quite understand. But when Viserys explained it to him, he understood. Oh, to increase the cost of assassinating for the usurper through the tournament. That's right. Roth nodded. He had always thought that Viserys was only participating in the tournament to demonstrate his martial arts skills in order to improve his starting position when he joined a mercenary group. So, are you going to win the championship? Based on the strength you've shown so far, if someone wants to hire the faceless men to assassinate you, it will probably cost the same as hiring a mercenary group. Viserys sensed Roth's intentions keenly, but the other party didn't seem malicious, so he asked, "Do you want me to stop here and withdraw from the swordsmanship competition?" Roth thought for a moment and said, "It's not good for House Aline if you withdraw now, but I still hope that you can be more cautious. Tormo must have other methods." Viserys nodded, and Roth's next proposal surprised him even more. "You mean to lend me your house ancestral sword?" Viserys felt a little unreal. Had he reached such a level of value? Although he was slightly tempted, he still refused. That was a Valyrian sword, not a normal sword. Although it was sharp, tough, and light, according to the setting of the novel. The main function of a Valyrian sword was to kill the others. He didn't need it for the time being in recent years. If he agreed to Roth's proposal, he would be indebted for a favor that wouldn't be worth the actual benefits. In short, it wasn't cost-effective. So Viserys declined the offer. "Thank you, Lord Roth, for your kindness, but I want to say that my true strength is greater than what you see. I still want to compete for the championship in swordsmanship." Looking at Viserys' expression, Roth knew he couldn't say anything else. What he saw on Viserys' face was not the arrogance of youth, but a kind of powerful confidence. Since he had said everything he should have, there was no need to continue persuading him. After chatting for a while, Roth gave Medeis a wink. Before leaving, Medeis reluctantly took Dany's hand, stroked it a few times, and insisted on giving her earrings. "All women should have their ears pierced. I'll send someone to pierce your ears for you. It doesn't hurt at all." "Thank you, my lady." As he watched the Roths leave, Viserys was somewhat puzzled. Why did they think so highly of him? By ordinary standards, joining a mercenary group meant his best-case scenario would be becoming the next Bitter Steel. Could it be that Roth truly believed he could reclaim Westeros? Just as Viserys was contemplating Roth's intentions, someone suddenly came to visit. A man in his 30s entered the room. His eyes were blue, and his beard and hair were dyed the same shade. It was said this was the style of the people of Tyrosh. He had coquettishly divided his beard into 3 prongs and carried a Dothraki scimitar on his left side and a slender sword on his right. Regis and Kyla were on their guard, protecting Dany. But the blue-haired man showed no malice and introduced himself politely. "Lord Viserys, my name is Daario Naharis from the Stormcrows." "Daario," Viserys repeated, quickly recalling the man's identity. In the TV series, he was the one who stabbed his teammates in the back and then offered the Sellswords to the Mother of Dragons. He had a fling with her and became her most loyal general. Viserys suddenly felt uneasy. Not only did he have to guard against those with yellow hairs, but also those with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple hairs. However, the Mother of Dragons in the original storyline was alone and had to resort to desperate measures. Sure enough, Dany now only looked at Daario warily, her eyes showing no sign of trust. "My lord, what brings you here?" Viserys asked inquisitively. I'm here to invite you to join our Stormcrow mercenary group. If you're willing, we'll offer you 2,000 gold dragons a year and the position of Sergeant Major, Dario replied. The Sergeant Major was a second-level combat unit leader, in charge of nearly 300 men. This was a highly generous offer for someone new to the group. As he spoke, Dario glanced around and quickly spotted Dany hiding at the back, making his eyes light up. Your conditions are indeed generous, but I want to concentrate on the competition for now. I will give you a reply once it's over, Viserys responded. Suddenly, Dario drew his Dothraki scimitar, startling everyone present. Viserys didn't know what he was up to, but remained calm, confident in his power. Dario placed the scimitar horizontally on his hands and said, "Please give my scimitar to the beautiful lady. If she needs my sword, I will answer her call." Viserys glanced at the scimitar, noting the gold-carved woman on the handle, an overly sensual design. Just as he was about to speak, Dany stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but my brother's sword is the most powerful in the world. I don't need anyone else's sword." Okay. You're interested in my sister, aren't you? Viserys thought, feeling a bit annoyed but pleased with Dany's firm response. The conversation ended on a somewhat cold note. Dario had just left when another blue-haired man walked in. This one was older, with neatly groomed cheeks and carefully matched clothes. His facial features were more Westerosi. Viserys didn't recognize him immediately, but it was Jon Connington. The next scene made Viserys even more cautious. The man turned around and closed the door to the compartment. Sensing something was wrong, Viserys quickly positioned Dany behind him. Kyla and Regis drew their swords and stepped forward, cornering the man. But the next second, the blue-haired man knelt down and said, "Prince Viserys, Princess Daenerys. Prince Viserys, Princess Daenerys." What the hell? Everyone present exchanged glances, and Viserys struggled to recall the man's identity. The man in his 40s then spoke up, "Prince Viserys, Princess Daenerys. I am called Griffin, but that's my pseudonym. My real name is Jon Connington, Lord of Griffin's Roost. I once followed Prince Rhaegar." Viserys paused, then said, "The Battle of the Bells?" Jon Connington's body trembled slightly. Yes, the Battle of the Bells. The Battle of the Bells was a significant conflict during the War of the Usurper. Robert had been cornered by Jon Connington in Stony September, forced to hide in a prostitute's bed to escape. Jon Connington could have burned down the town and killed Robert, but his honor wouldn't allow him to harm innocent people. This decision led to his expulsion by the Mad King Aerys. He later joined the Golden Company and rose through the ranks. According to the original plan, Viserys and Dany should have left Braavos half a year ago and would not have encountered Jon Connington. Yet here they were. "I remember now. Get up," Viserys said. Jon Connington looked up at Viserys, his tear-filled eyes glistening. Seeing the resemblance to Rhaegar, he struggled to compose himself, but his heart was filled with devotion to Rhaegar's orphan. "Are you still serving the Golden Company?" Viserys asked. "Yes. I was going to leave last year, but after hearing news about the two of you, I stayed." "What are you doing here now?" Viserys' tone was cold, but Jon Connington thought he understood. He believed Viserys was resentful due to their shared hardships. Feeling the need to explain, Jon Connington said, "I hope to follow the prince and princess." "No need. You were banished by my father. You and the Targaryens no longer have any relationship of subordination. Follow whoever you want and live however you wish," Viserys said. He then turned to Kyla. "Kyla, escort this man out." "Wait," Jon Connington pleaded, thinking Viserys was angry with him for sparing Robert. "The late King Aerys was merciful and only banished me. But if it weren't for me, Prince Rhaegar and the late king wouldn't have. Please, give me a chance to atone for my sins." The others were moved by Jon Connington's plea. To any bystanders, it might have seemed that Viserys was about to gain a confidant. However, Viserys frowned as he watched Jon Connington's performance. He stood up and placed a firm hand on Jon Connington's shoulder, making it feel as though an iron clamp was ready to crush it at any moment. "Sir Jon Connington, you have not told the truth once since you entered," Viserys said. Jon Connington's heart trembled. and his eardrums seemed to ring. He had no idea how he had revealed his weakness. "Prince, I don't understand what you mean," he replied nervously, a figure flashing through his mind. "Don't you really understand?" Viserys squeezed his hand, sending a wave of numbness through John Cunnington's shoulder. His grip was terrifying. "Please tell me, Prince." Viserys bent down, bringing his face within half a foot of John Cunnington's, and stared into his eyes. "I'll say it one last time. Don't make me repeat myself, or I'll kill you the next time you appear before me." Dany was puzzled by Viserys' cold attitude. This uncle had followed Rhaegar and should be a good person. She knew the story of the Battle of the Bells, and that he was responsible for it. But Viserys had told her that some things should be judged by facts, not by heart. Why treat him like this? Finally, after struggling for a while, John Cunnington said, "Rhaegar's child is still alive. I've been protecting him." Rhaegar's child? Wasn't Rhaegar's child killed by the mountain? Dany seemed to have heard explosive news and opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Viserys sat back in his chair. "Tell me more. What is yours, Varys, and Illyrio plan? Tell me everything." How is that possible? How could he know? John Cunnington was horrified. He looked into Viserys' eyes and felt his insides being seen through. In the end, John Cunnington told Viserys everything he knew. How Varys had switched the babies, how Illyrio had given the baby to him, and how he had pretended to be the baby's father and taken care of him. "What about us? What about Dany and me? What did you arrange for us?" Viserys demanded. John Cunnington didn't dare to answer. What they had arranged for Viserys and his sister was heart-wrenching. They wanted to use the siblings as decoys to attract firepower and ensure little Aegon grew up safely. This was something John Cunnington wanted to keep hidden. "Can't say it, can you? You think little Aegon has a better claim to the throne than me and Dany. So you put us on the front lines, leaving us to wander, to be assassinated, to be manipulated. Even if Dany were sold into a brothel and I were killed, you wouldn't care." Viserys' voice was stern, his tone icy, making Regis, who stood behind him, tremble. "No." John Cunnington's defense sounded particularly weak. Ignoring him, Viserys continued. "If that's the case, why did you come to me? Just continue to train the little one. Isn't that enough? Is it not enough to use us as shields? Do you want to kneel down and pledge my loyalty to that little bastard?" John Cunnington was already trembling. This involved his next plan with Illyrio. Viserys was growing up very quickly, and he was not only qualified as a decoy, but also overqualified. They needed to keep Viserys under their complete control. John Cunnington's aim was to get him into the Golden Company and keep him under surveillance. In a weak voice, as if justifying himself, John Cunnington said, "Prince, Aegon is the heir of Prince Rhaegar. The prophecy speaks of 3 dragons with 3 heads. Now is the time for us to take back the Iron Throne together. What do I need with that broken chair? And when did you ever have anything to do with the Targaryens?" Viserys retorted. He then turned to Regis and Kyla. "Regis, Kyla, you can leave us. Guard the door." The two nodded and passed by John Cunnington, who was almost limp. Viserys pulled him to the table and wrote a sentence with his finger dipped in water. John Cunnington couldn't believe his eyes. "This is impossible," he exclaimed. "How is this possible?" "Keep your voice down," Viserys whispered, wiping the water stains from the table. "Whether it's true or not, you can find out for yourself. But I warn you, if you ever dare to put that idea into your head again, I'll cut it off. Get out." Seeing John Cunnington emerge from the room in a daze, Dany slowly walked towards Viserys. "Brother," she said, her purple eyes fixed on him, as if she had understood something. "Oh, my poor little Dany." Viserys hugged her tightly and stroked her head, trying to comfort her. He had the mind of an adult now, so it was fine for him to be schemed against. But these people were scheming against Dany as well. Damn it, a Targaryen's life is a mess. However, in Dany's eyes, was it really a hard life? She didn't think so. She felt no hardship being with Viserys. What Viserys had written on the table was the true identity of young Aegon. It was only natural that John Cunnington couldn't accept it right away. But the man was smart enough. Viserys wasn't worried that he would go straight to Illyrio and Varys to ask questions. He would surely realize that if young Aegon was an imposter, there must be a big conspiracy behind it. The wisest choice was to continue as normal. In fact, Viserys didn't have any concrete evidence. But once the seed of suspicion was planted, it would sprout on its own. Perhaps Connington didn't want to believe it first, but as he began to recall the details of his relationship with Illyrio, he would naturally discover some clues from the affection Illyrio had for young Aegon. Moreover, he didn't know who had leaked their plan. How did Viserys know about their scheme? Connington might have been skeptical about Illyrio's guess that someone was helping Viserys in secret, but now he was convinced. At least, he dare not play any tricks on the brother and sister. With the alliance between the trio broken, Viserys looked forward to the day when Varys and Illyrio would begin to suspect each other and even try to kill each other. As for Connington, he still intended to use him. Connington was first-rate in terms of character, integrity, and personal ability. He had risen through the ranks in the Golden Company over the years. If he stayed, he might even become the leader. There were rumors that Connington not only admired Rhaegar, but also loved him. When he realized that because of his own mistakes, he had repeatedly put the only two blood relatives of the Silver Prince in danger, that kind of self-blame would make him extremely loyal. Plus, it was Rhaegar who had interceded for him after the defeat in the Battle of the Bells. The prince's kindness had been accumulating interest, and he hadn't yet repaid it. Of course, Viserys would not treat him badly. The next day, Connington appeared at the theater as usual, but his expression was tortured and complicated. He looked haggard, as if he hadn't slept all night. On one hand, he didn't want to believe what Viserys had said. He truly hoped that Rhaegar had left a bloodline in the world. But on the other hand, he feared that he had really been deceived, and that would be a great sin. The reason he appeared as usual today was to not alarm the snake. He still needed evidence. Regardless of Connington's turmoil, the tournament continued as scheduled. Yesterday's competition had determined the top 8. This morning, the top 4 would be decided. In the afternoon, it would be the top 2. That meant the winner this morning would have to fight twice, which was very exhausting. Viserys was scheduled to fight in the last match of the morning. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be in the first match of the afternoon. Sure enough, the first match was between a red-haired swordsman from House Targaryen and a mercenary. The mercenary seemed to have been bribed. He pretended his sword broke and lost the match. The swordsman from House Targaryen won without much effort, ensuring he would face Viserys in the afternoon with full energy. The tournament quickly reached the 4th round. Many people were already impatiently waiting for Viserys to appear. Finally, the silver-haired boy emerged, and handkerchiefs and flowers were thrown at him, as if they were free. This display left his opponent somewhat speechless, as if Viserys had already won. This time, his opponent was from House Targaryen, the family of Sea Lord Farrago. He was a young man in his late 20s or early 30s, with brown hair tied back and shining blue eyes. Lord Viserys. Lord Cole. After the two exchanged greetings, the competition began. This was Viserys' first match without any trash talk, making him a bit uncomfortable. The swordsman named Cole was polite and fully immersed in the competition. Lord Cole, your steps are too unstable. You are agile, but not stable enough, Viserys commented, starting his military training anew. This time, he wasn't as arrogant and used a voice only the two could hear to give advice. Cole was very receptive, trying to stabilize his steps, and it noticeably improved his performance. Viserys gave him a few more pointers, all of which seemed to enlighten Cole. Feeling he had warmed up enough, Viserys said, "That's enough for now," and parried Cole's attack, placing his blade at Cole's neck. The match was decided, and Cole gratefully bowed to Viserys. "Thank you for your advice, my lord. I've learned a lot from you as well." Viserys Targaryen wins. Last night, Yura heard some rumors. Viserys seemed to have offended House Targaryen, the strongest family in Bravos. People were worried about his fate, but House Targaryen was not only ruthless but also powerful, so they only dared to grumble about it. Yura thought he could no longer bet on Viserys winning. Viserys Targaryen wins. After hearing the news from the theater, Yura investigated the backgrounds of the other 3 people who had entered the top 4. They were all from House Frigger. Yura decided he should bet on Viserys losing next. Maybe he will die directly on the battlefield, and then I can capture Dany alive with Kyla. In that case, I might be able to get a pardon from the Iron Throne. He envisioned a grand plan and thought he should raise the money for the journey. Counting the more than 100 gold dragons in his pocket, he set aside a small amount for living expenses and prepared to bet the rest on Viserys losing in the afternoon. Meanwhile, on Tormo's side, "Father, what should we do next?" Tormo felt a little irritated for the first time. Viserys' swordsmanship exceeded his expectations. Is this Targaryen not 17 years old yet? Viserys thought for a moment and said, He's not even 16. He's not even 16, but his swordsmanship is so strong. Tormo couldn't figure it out. He had targeted him so much, but it hadn't worked at all. Viserys looked at his father quietly, waiting for him to make a decision. Don't worry about those 2 swordsmen. I just want this Targaryen's life. Yes, father. Viserys knew he had to prepare some props for the 2 swordsmen. Tormo felt frustrated for the first time. He had investigated the previous Anderson incident some time ago. Was this the feeling of failure, of being defeated time and time again by the same person? No, I must kill this Targaryen brat. The red-haired swordsman from House Frigger swept his sword, forcing Viserys to quickly distance himself. Just as he was about to counterattack, he felt his body swaying. Looking down, he saw 2 red streaks spreading from his chest. The red-haired swordsman attacked again, and though Viserys desperately dodged, he still lost an arm. Before he could react, the red-haired swordsman's long sword pierced his chest. With all his remaining strength, Viserys looked toward his room. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the audience in a panic. Dany was rushing towards the arena like a madwoman. Oh, Viserys gasped, waking up from his brief nap. His dragon dreams had been triggered. He looked at Dany, who was sitting next to him, fanning him, and began to relax. There's something wrong with that sword. Recalling the scene in his dream, he knew the swordsman's weapon must have some kind of mechanism. The mechanism fired a hidden weapon, and the hidden weapon was probably poisoned. Should I report it now? He hesitated. After considering, he decided against it. If they could bring such a sword into the arena, they could probably switch it during the inspection. Unless it could be exposed on the spot, other plans would be difficult. Since he already had a prediction, he would watch the opponent's movements closely. Viserys glanced out of the window of the room and saw that the audience was mostly seated. After the last match ended, he had chosen to rest in the room. Knowing Tormo might act out of desperation, he had used dragon dreams to make a prediction. Sure enough, when Viserys woke up, Dany handed him a cup of honey water. The finalists for the afternoon were about to be decided, and Ferrego was there again. Roth and Tormo were still present as well. In fact, Ferrego had only been there twice before for the first and final rounds. However, suspecting Tormo of foul play, he decided to attend again, believing his presence would deter any brazen actions. Yet, Ferrego hadn't expected Tormo to appear so confident. Tormo thought his little move was very subtle. Under those circumstances, Viserys was a dead man. As long as the swordsman finished him off, the wounds caused by the hidden weapons would be covered up, making even an autopsy futile. Tormo had instructed the swordsman to make the corpse as bloody as possible. He had already envisioned his punishment for Viserys, beheading him and watching his sister become a whore for everyone to ride. A Targaryen brat and a Targaryen whore, he thought with a sinister grin. Tormo's expression made Roth uneasy, but he didn't pay it much attention. Even the high priest of the Temple of the Moonsingers couldn't foresee Viserys' fate. So how could he fail here? It was as if Roth knew Viserys was the protagonist, destined to face numerous obstacles and dangers along his journey. Although he didn't know the exact plot, he could tell from the progress bar that the end was still far away. Viserys and the red-haired swordsman had already taken the stage, and the anticipation of the upcoming competition electrified the theater. Yura had bet most of his fortune on the red-haired swordsman, doubting Viserys would make it to the finals. To compose a song like that was a divine gift. Could the gods truly be so kind to one person? Soon, the theater announced the start of the competition. Viserys parried his opponent's attacks while observing his movements. He needed to catch him in the act to cause the greatest damage to House Frigger. He would never let Tormo, that old bastard, get away with it. The day before, Viserys had warged into the Seagull and visited Tormo's bird garden. The old bastard enjoyed listening to the birds chirp and drinking tea there. Viserys planned to peck out his eyes while he was relaxed, letting his sons fight among themselves. However, Tormo not only had bodyguards, but also a net overhead to prevent the birds from escaping. The nets were very strong, and the seagull couldn't peck them open by itself, unless someone helped it. To lure his opponent's attack, Viserys focused on defense, reducing the frequency of his strikes. Every now and then, he gave his opponent a chance to make a mistake. But the red-haired swordsman wasn't skilled enough to capitalize on the first 2 or 3 errors. Viserys' performance made Ferrago's chief swordsman, Caro, frown. Why has this young man's swordsmanship suddenly declined so much, he wondered. As he pondered, the red-haired swordsman, Leon, finally caught Viserys' big mistake. He rubbed his thumb on the hilt of his sword, revealing 2 small holes, then swept sideways with a bit of force. His face twisted into a ferocious, bloodthirsty grin, ready to tear his opponent to pieces. However, to his surprise, Viserys did not retreat, but stepped forward to block. The poisoned steel needle that should have flown out of the hilt fell out directly due to insufficient force. Ding-dang. Both fighters glanced down simultaneously. He knew he had been exposed and tried to kick the needle away. Panic set in, causing his offense and defense to fall into complete disarray. From his seat in the center of the stands, Tormo noticed something was amiss. How is this possible? How could he? The scene before him made his eyes widen as he instinctively leaned forward. Ferrago and Roth also noticed his reaction, but said nothing. No one wanted to explain it to Tormo. Viserys cut off the red-haired swordsman's arm with his sword. Blood gushed out, splattering blood everywhere. The swordsman, sweating profusely, leaned against the corner of the arena. His severed arm still clung to his sword, making Viserys jump up. There's something wrong with his sword. Several guards in blue rushed onto the arena in full view of everyone. Ferrago nodded to Caro, who then entered the arena, causing everyone to move aside. He took the sword in his hands, examined it carefully, and picked up the steel needle from the ground. After ensuring there was nothing more to inspect, he took it to the center of the stands. What's going on? What's wrong with the sword? Isn't Viserys the winner? By the gods, this is happening in Bravos. Shame on you. The stands were full of complaints, each spectator focused on different aspects of the incident. The inspection results came out quickly, and the referee announced, the contestant Leon, who used a concealed weapon in the competition, is disqualified. Viserys Targaryen wins. Everyone knew Leon was a swordsman from House Frigger, but the Sea Lord didn't mention their family name first, a move intended to save face. However, it was clear to all that Leon was from House Frigger. This shameless fellow, please have the Sea Lord's palace sentence him to death. Tormo's face turned pale, but he had to maintain a facade of righteousness. The Sea Lord, with a blank expression, declared, according to the law, he should be stripped of all his property and expelled from Bravos. This verdict made Tormo's face even more ashen. Bravos, as a commercial city, highly valued its reputation. Although House Frigger was powerful, its reputation was now tarnished, with far-reaching consequences for the future. However, House Frigger wasn't the only one affected. Yura now had to figure out how to survive in Bravos, where prices had risen 7 or 8 times, with only 13 silver moons and 47 iron coins to his name. Swish! Click! In the garden of 100 birds, Tormo bent his bow and shot arrows at the delicate bird cages, venting his anger. Some bird cages were small, and the arrows stuck in them, causing the cages to swing like pendulums. Others were larger, and the arrows went straight through. His 3 sons stood behind him, silent and wary. After shooting more than 20 arrows, Tormo finally calmed down. He turned to his personal swordsman, seeking advice. The swordsman explained that when facing a powerful sweeping attack, one should avoid it unless extremely confident in their own strength. Blocking such an attack was a tactic used by experienced swordsmen to bully novices. Even Caro wouldn't have avoided the hidden weapon Tormo had given his swordsman. But Viserys had not only avoided it, but had also exposed them publicly. Despite the House Freger's influence, their reputation was at stake, and the long-term consequences were uncertain. Peace was impossible. Viserys was not yet 16, but once he grew up, their conflict would reach a dead end. One side would have to fall. "Do you still have any of the medicine you bought from Lys?" Tormo asked. "Yes, father," Anderson replied. "Then give it to the swordsman." Yes. Lys was rich in poisons, such as the tears of Lys that killed Jon Arryn and the strangler that killed King Joffrey. They also had other strange potions, including ones that could block human perception, making them unaware of pain and fatigue. These were precious and used only when absolutely necessary. But Viserys' strength was impeccable, with no weaknesses in his swordsmanship or physical fitness. The only choice was to exhaust him. The potion Anderson bought could make a person attack relentlessly for about 30 minutes. In a normal swordsmanship competition, the winner would be decided within 10 minutes. 30 minutes was more than enough. A medicine? The father and son didn't say it explicitly, so Viserys Seagull in the shadows had no way of knowing the effects of the medicine. But since it was for their swordsman, it must be some kind of stimulant. According to his memories from his previous life, stimulants lasted about half an hour to an hour. He could probably handle it with his own physical strength. At this moment, Yura had just lost 100 gold dragons and was left with barely enough money for food. If he used the summons, he would have only a dozen silver moons remaining. "How much for the bread?" he asked. 2 silver moons for a pound, the shopkeeper replied. "That's expensive," Yura protested, recalling that just 2 days ago, he had paid only a silver moon for the same amount. Was the bread now made of gold? Or perhaps the crumbs were? The shopkeeper shrugged. "You think it's expensive? So do I. This flour comes all the way from Westeros." "Fine, half a pound," Yura conceded. As he chewed the slightly cold bread, Yura marveled at Viserys' prowess. In the arena, Viserys had not only dodged hidden weapons, but also exposed his opponent on the spot. His skill reminded Yura of Arthur Dayne. Though Yura had never faced the Sword of the Morning himself, he was well aware of his legendary reputation. Viserys' performance evoked memories of Dayne's unmatched skill. After the initial surprise, Yura turned his thoughts to his future. Assassination seemed futile. Perhaps revealing himself and pledging loyalty to Viserys would be a wiser move. This would allow him to gather intelligence for King's Landing while giving him a chance to strike when the moment was right. Most importantly, it would alleviate his financial woes. The direct victims of Viserys' victory, aside from House Freger and gamblers like Yura, included Lady Nightingale. On her ship, she could now hear the songs that Viserys created everywhere, underscoring his inevitable victory. Phalia was already ahead in the beauty contest with her soap, but if Viserys won the championship, Lady Nightingale's fate would be sealed. Losing her greatest asset, she feared how House Freger would recycle her. At 17, she couldn't wait for the next 10 days festival. Sitting on her boat, she felt the world crumble around her, sapping her motivation. Suddenly, she heard Kethmo's voice outside the window. "Ave, I can take you away." Kethmo called, his voice gentle yet firm. He had witnessed Viserys publicly accusing Leon of using hidden weapons, understanding the significance as a first-class swordsman. With Viserys' victory almost certain, Kethmo decided to escape with Gortave, even if it cost him his life. Gortave smiled wryly, her face full of helplessness. "You can't escape. Freger's power is more terrifying than you think." "No, I have friends. If you decide to escape, I'll make the arrangements. Tomorrow's the final of the swordsmanship competition, our last chance." Kethmo insisted. Gortave remained silent, weighing her options. "Ave, we can go to Lys, Pinto's Hall, the Great Grass Sea, even Westeros. I'll protect you until the ends of the earth." Seeing her indecision, Kethmo continued to persuade her. Gortave closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling as a tear rolled down her cheek. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Her future was shrouded in confusion and fear. In contrast, the atmosphere on Phalia's side was more relaxed. However, news of hidden weapons in the competition shocked them. Lady Phalia, I'm so worried about him, Asha said absent-mindedly, gazing toward the theater as if she could see through it. Phalia wanted to voice the same concern, but restrained herself, a habit instilled since childhood. She could only pray for Viserys' safety. The comfort was knowing they could attend the final tomorrow and cheer him on. Phalia was already confident she had won the beauty pageant and began contemplating her future. As a courtesan sponsor by House Targaryen, she would prioritize their interests. Though likely to be the ultimate winner, Phalia also felt a lack of control over her own fate. The final of the swordsmanship tournament was held the next morning. Inside the seven-star theater, used as the main arena, chaos reigned. Many commoners who had gathered outside the theater hadn't left since the previous day. Among them was Yura, once again. Yura's purse was nearly empty, and he didn't know how to place his bets. Having been the Lord of Bear Island, a mercenary, and a slave trader after fleeing Westeros, he had a keen understanding of human dynamics. He believed there was no room for maneuver between Viserys and House Frigger. The Frigars had paid a high price and couldn't afford to back down in the final, while Viserys wouldn't tolerate their actions against him. Despite Viserys' rapid rise over the past half-year, Yura still favored the Frigars, whose roots in Bravos ran deep and strong. However, he hadn't yet seen the limits of Viserys' abilities. Taking a silver moon out of his pocket, he muttered, "Frigger is heads, Viserys is tails." Flicking the coin with his thumb, the bright silver reflected the dazzling sunlight. Yura spread his hands and looked at it. Compared to Yura's confusion, Helbo was elated. He had one steadfast rule: bet unconditionally on Viserys' victory. This strategy had already netted him nearly 4,000 gold dragons, almost as much as he had earned in the past 2 prosperous years combined. Helbo wisely kept his initial stake intact and distributed the winnings among his men, ensuring no one became too greedy. He had even planned to use some of his earnings to buy 2 fine horses for himself, essential for Sellsword's mobility. Inside the theater, the atmosphere differed markedly from the bustling commoners outside, who were betting and enjoying the spectacle. The theater's audience was composed of wealthy individuals eager to witness history. Viserys was poised to become the first double champion in over 100 years. They say Targaryens are either mad or great. Viserys is definitely the latter, remarked one spectator. Yes, and he doesn't look crazy at all, agreed another. Viserys had no shortage of admirers in the crowd. Ruling a country and mastering swordsmanship are 2 different things. How many Targaryens have fled to the free cities over the past century? A skeptic retorted. That's not the same thing. Viserys is a true Targaryen. Those others were just pretenders, a fan countered. Overall, Viserys supporters were in the majority. This time, the final features another House Frigger swordsman. Let's hope they don't resort to underhanded tactics again, said a young man under 20. Don't talk nonsense, his companion whispered urgently. Suddenly, a voice broke through the chatter. Look, it's Lady Moonshadow. Heads turned as people spotted Phalia in a high room. With her successful soap sales and the popularity of Viserys songs, Phalia had earned the title of the most beautiful courtesan. The beauty pageant wasn't just about physical appearance. It was about having a discerning eye. She had discovered Viserys' genius and sold soap that became a Bravosi specialty, a significant achievement. Though Phalia felt she hadn't done much, her wealth had skyrocketed. Waving to the audience below, Phalia then noticed Lady Poetess, who was present only to represent House Targaryen. Their interaction was cordial. However, when Phalia saw Lady Nightingale, she noticed something peculiar. Gortave was wearing a veil and sitting motionless, which struck Phalia as odd. Yet, she dismissed it, focusing instead on the day's main event, Viserys' competition. "It's the Sea Lord's palace," someone exclaimed. As the most important competition of the 10-day festival, Ferrago's presence was essential. Yesterday's incident had dealt a significant blow to Ferrago and marred the celebration. Fortunately, Viserys' 3 songs had mitigated the damage. There could be no further issues in the final round. Roth and Tormo accompanied Ferrago. "Caro, have you dealt with the swordsman from yesterday?" Ferrago asked directly in Tormo's presence. Despite House Freger being the most powerful of the 3 houses, Ferrago, as Sea Lord, needed to assert his authority. "Yes, Sea Lord. He has been banished from Bravos," Caro replied. "Good. Lord Tormo, be more careful in the future." "I will remember your kindness, my lord," Tormo responded with a stern expression. At this point, Roth, who had been silent, joked, "I see that Lord Caro is very interested in Viserys. I'm getting old, and I can't help but be impressed by talented young people." "I'm sorry to disappoint you, my lord," Caro replied. "Sometimes I even think my apprentices aren't very good." "If Viserys could be the Sea Lord's first sword, that would be great," Caro added, unobtrusively patting Ferrago on the back. "Haha, that's an interesting idea, but I heard that Viserys is planning to join a mercenary group," Ferrago said. "Join a mercenary group?" Ferrago thought. It seemed this young man intended to build an army with his abilities. However, while he was an excellent swordsman, building an army was a different challenge. His predecessor, Bittersteel Igor, had created the Golden Company but was ultimately left on the continent of Essos. In Ferrago's opinion, Viserys was likely to become the next Bittersteel. A chill flashed in Tormo's eyes. "After going against me, he thinks he can just leave? There's no such thing as a free lunch," he thought. Roth, observing their reactions, added, "This Viserys seems very interested in the dragon eggs. If you want him to stay, you might try using the dragon eggs." "Haha, then he must be the most expensive swordsman in the world," Ferrago laughed. Rumors suggested he owned 3 dragon eggs, but the Sea Lord had always denied it. Even the dragon egg that was the prize this time had been redeemed through the Iron Bank. Whether Ferrago actually possessed a dragon egg remained a mystery. Soon, a short blast of the horn signaled the start of the final. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent and focused their attention on the temporary arena built on the stage. Before going on stage, Darklane took the pill Anderson had given him. He knew it might harm his body, but he had no choice. He was a member of House Freger, and despite the ban on the slave trade in Bravos, there were other ways to control people. His family was under House Freger's control. If he disobeyed, Darklane had no choice but to accept the arrangement. As long as he won the competition, everything would be fine. Now, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. His lungs felt cool, as if he had swallowed a large piece of ice. He took a deep breath as he watched Viserys approach the arena from the other direction. Judging by the previous bouts, Viserys' swordsmanship was quite advanced, at least technically superior to his own. The only way to win was to outlast him. Darklane, not yet 30, was at the peak of his swordsman's life, with top-notch physical strength, technique, and power. In his opinion, while Viserys might have a natural talent for swordsmanship, he was still not fully grown. Darklane believed he could win by outlasting him, especially since the medicine made him stronger and tireless. He still had a good chance of victory. Just as the judge was about to announce the start of the match, Viserys suddenly said, "Wait." Everyone was surprised, uncertain of his intentions. "I demand that the weapons of both sides be inspected." He thrust his sword into the ground, indicating it could be inspected at will. "It should be inspected." "Yes. Who knows if the swordsman from House Freger will use hidden weapons again. But the Sea Lord is also here. They can't play tricks twice in a row." Various discussions erupted. Roth, seated in the center of the bleachers, said, "My lord, I think we should inspect it to dispel doubts. After all, it also protects Bravo's reputation." That makes sense." Ferrago nodded in agreement. "What does Lord Tormo think?" Roth asked, pressing his advantage. "Then let's do it as soon as possible." Tormo frowned slightly. Ferrago signaled to Caro, who led his men to the arena and collected the 2 men's weapons for inspection. At this point, the audience agreed with Viserys' approach. That's the way it should be. Weapons should be inspected before every competition in the future. What about the honor of the swordsman? This can't happen again. The crowd buzzed with various opinions. My lord, please check my sword first, Viserys said. No rush, it'll be quick, Caro replied. Then check it twice, and let all the spectators see it, Viserys insisted. Darklane's expression darkened at the suggestion. With nearly 2,000 people in the theater, such thorough inspections would take too long, rendering the medicine's effects useless. Caro, however, did not heed Viserys' advice. The first sword of the Sea Lord was in a hurry and unwilling to waste more time. After 5 or 6 minutes, Caro returned the swords, indicating everything was normal. The competition was ready to resume after nearly a 10-minute delay. During this time, Darklane felt the cool sensation in his lungs begin to fade, replaced by a warming feeling. His blood flow and heartbeat quickened. I need to let off some steam, he thought. Any other questions? The judge asked. Yes, Viserys said. I suggest we search him again, just in case he's hiding any hidden weapons or lime. The judge thought this was excessive, but since House Frigger had already done it, he had to consult the Sea Lord again. The result, predictably, was negative. Ferrago could reprimand Tormo, but doing so too harshly would be akin to disrespecting him, leading to unpredictable consequences. However, this request still took an additional 3 minutes. In the meantime, the effect of the pill had already worn off by half. Where Darklane had initially felt warmth in his lungs and body, now it was burning hot. He felt like a sports car burning its tires in place. If he didn't release the brakes, he might be ruined. Finally, with the referee's order, Darklane could no longer hold back. He let out a strange cry and rushed towards Viserys, his attacks wide open and aggressive. The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying and eliciting gasps from the audience. The dramatic special effects made the tournament thrilling to watch. However, knowledgeable spectators noticed the flaws in Darklane's strategy. His all-out assault was unsustainable. It seemed he wanted to end the fight quickly. But as the minutes ticked by, 3, 5, 10, Darklane showed no signs of exhaustion. Instead, he grew fiercer. Viserys, meanwhile, was forced into full defense, unable to launch any counterattacks. Only Darklane knew the truth. He was like a wave crashing against a cliff. Though he was making all the noise, the cliff passively absorbed the impact. While his own strength would eventually deplete, the cliff would remain standing. Viserys had used less than a third of his strength, biding his time to see the pill's side effects. If the pill didn't kill Darklane, Viserys might even consider using it himself in a dire situation. Among the concerned spectators, Dany gripped the railing tightly, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. Phalia clutched her handkerchief, as if willing her support to Viserys. The first sword Caro, observing closely, gained new respect for Viserys' defensive skill. Despite not attacking, Viserys was defending effectively, revealing the abnormality of Darklane's relentless assault. Viserys, closest to the action, noticed blood oozing from Darklane's nostrils, partially hidden by his beard. This drug is too strong, he thought, as their swords locked together. Give up, you're no match for me, Viserys said, looking into Darklane's bloodshot eyes. But Darklane didn't appreciate the advice. His eyes bulged, and his mouth puckered in a jet-like shape. Viserys quickly ducked as a thick mist of blood sprayed across the arena, accompanied by a sound like tearing cloth. That mouthful of blood mist seemed to drain all of Darklane's vitality. His vision blurred, and he spun around, searching for Viserys. Finally, he spotted a vague, silver-white shadow and rushed forward, but instead of swinging his sword, he charged with his chest. Viserys understood that Darklane wanted to die with dignity, preferring to fall by the sword rather than succumb to the poison pill. So, Viserys thrust his sword into Darklane's chest. The sharp blade pierced through, and a faint smile crept onto Darklane's lips. "Thank," he began, but his sentence was cut short as his body crumpled to the ground. The theater fell into a moment of silence. The sight of the silver-haired boy, the limp corpse, and the spreading blood formed a tragic tableau. "Oh, oh, oh," Viserys! 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 The crowd's cheers erupted, echoing outside the theater. Yora's face changed, and he felt a tremor run through his body. Viserys Targaryen wins. Countless handkerchiefs were thrown into the air as people celebrated. They didn't seem to care who had fallen, as long as there was a victor. But there were those who genuinely hoped for Viserys' triumph. He saw Regis roaring and shouting, Kyla expressionless, and Dany smiling. He blew a kiss to Dany. Though she didn't quite understand the gesture, she felt something and blushed slightly. After all, young girls can be shy. Viserys enjoyed the moment, knowing it wasn't impolite. The kiss became a ritual for lovers before parting after the tournament. His gaze continued to scan the crowd and locked with a pair of green eyes, Phalia. She quickly looked away when she realized he was looking at her. Asha, on the other hand, waved enthusiastically and blew him a kiss just as he had done. Phalia gathered the courage to extend her long, white neck, but Viserys had already shifted his gaze. He looked up to the center of the stands, first bowing slightly to Sea Lord Ferrego, then smiling and acknowledging Roth, and finally locking eyes with Tormo. It was as if iron arrows shot from their eyes collided midair. Tormo secretly decided he would not let Viserys leave Braavos easily. Viserys felt something change on his panel. He checked it and saw that his swordsmanship had improved significantly. Swordsmanship, Master, 8,900/10,000 plus. He realized he was about 1/10 of the way to becoming a master. I wonder what level lies beyond master, he thought. Viserys didn't plan to focus on improving his swordsmanship for a while. He intended to enhance it through actual combat in the future. He hadn't even used half of his strength in the competition. Since he was joining the mercenaries, he should focus on improving his riding and archery skills, as well as his ward abilities. In short, many skills needed improvement, requiring more resources. The blue dragon egg could be used to gain 10 more GP, with an allocation of 0.5 GP daily. In 10 days, that's 5 GP. In 3 months, 50 GP. And in 1 year, 200 GP. If the upper limit for attributes like Constitution, Health, and Magic was 100, what use were the extra points? He also wondered if the Valyrian steel sword could provide some points. As Viserys was about to leave, a young man in a blue cloak descended from the center stand. He was Ferrego's personal guard. Lord Viserys, please follow me. The guard's choice of title, Lord instead of Prince, revealed the Sea Lord's stance. Ferrego had no intention of helping Viserys reclaim his kingdom. He was merely a witness to the secret marriage pact. But Viserys didn't mind. When he demonstrated enough strength, people would clamor to share in the achievements of the dragon. He glanced at Darklane's body on the ground, considering having it collected. However, he worried that Tormo, the old lord, would take out his anger on his family, so he decided against it. Following the guard, Viserys reached the center of the stands. The blue-cloaked guard saluted him, their faces showing envy, jealousy, and admiration. Ascending the spiral staircase, he saw the 3 people seated there. Everyone, including the attendants behind them, turned to look at him. Ferrego and Roth smiled, while Tormo remained expressionless. Lord Ferrego Antrion, Viserys bowed. Viserys, the last time we met was 5 years ago, said Ferrego. 8 years ago, my lord, around November, Viserys corrected, recalling the winter day despite the summer air. I'm getting a bit old. My memory isn't what it used to be. It was clear Ferrego didn't want to dwell on the past. As a ruler, such a lapse in memory was likely intentional, signaling twice that he would not involve himself in Viserys' restoration. A guard brought a stool, markedly inferior to the grand chairs of the 3 lords, but Viserys sat down leisurely. Are you going to join the mercenaries? Ferrego asked. Yes, I'll leave after receiving my prize and bonus, Viserys replied with a smile. Ferrego and Roth exchanged glances and laughed. Then you've made quite a profit. A dragon eggs and Valyrian sword alone are worth a fortune. That's why I came. If there are more dragon eggs in the next prize, I'll definitely return. Viserys joked, easing the atmosphere. Everyone, except Tormo, smiled knowingly. Hearing that Viserys was indeed leaving, Ferrego visibly relaxed. If Viserys remained in Braavos and grew unruly, it could cause problems. Robert might perceive Braavos as supporting Viserys, which could lead to complications. Even if war was unlikely, it could affect trade, Ferrego's primary concern. Well, come visit me at the Sea Lord's palace tonight, and I will give you the dragon egg and Valyrian steel sword myself, Ferrego said. After the tournament concluded, Ferrego announced that all theaters and troops in Braavos would perform for free. Musicians and singers were also required to entertain tourists without charge. However, they could visit the Sea Lord's palace afterward to receive a reward. This decision was not out of Ferrego's generosity, but a strategic move to collect a bit more tax this year. Viserys, assured by Ferrego's promise, waited patiently for nightfall to claim his prize at the Sea Lord's palace. Tormo had initially planned to create obstacles, but he soon received devastating news. The Nightingale had fled, leaving only her maid behind. Enraged, Tormo ordered the maid's execution and dispatched men to kill Gortave and Kethmo. Meanwhile, the rest of the city plunged into the carnival's climax. It's confirmed that Viserys has rejected the Stormcrow's invitation, Dick reported to Maris. Touching her broken nose, Maris responded, "He turned down the Stormcrows. The company of the cat is at odds with him, and he seems uninterested in the Second Sons. Does that mean it's just us and the Golden Company now?" "It looks that way," Dick nodded. "Then let's go." Viserys was anticipating the Windblown's arrival. He had already begun gathering information about the disputed lands and the Windblown. The three free cities had been in conflict here for years, with the Dothraki in the northeast being a constant menace. Amidst such turmoil, a well-organized mercenary group could quickly establish a reputation. The Windblown had a blood feud with the Company of the Cat, who had been causing trouble since arriving in Braavos. Viserys saw an opportunity to eliminate them if given the chance. Additionally, he noted that famous Sellsword companies had distinctive traits. The Golden Company collected the skulls of their former captains. The Long Lances were known for their cruelty and bloodlust. Bloodbeard, leader of the Company of the Cat, was lustful, bloodthirsty, and boisterous. The Tattered Prince of the Windblown, in contrast, was elegant and spoke High Valyrian. As Viserys considered forming his own Sellsword company, Dany suddenly ran in. Seeing him surrounded by maps and books, she slowed her pace. He had just finished a tournament and was already contemplating his next move. "Brother, what is it? The fat merchant is here." "Illyrio." Viserys thought for a moment. He probably wanted to discuss his joining the Golden Company. "Do you want to come with me to see him?" Dany nodded hesitantly. "If you don't want to go, you don't have to." Dany shook her head again. "Okay, then you should think about what you're going to bring. We'll be leaving Braavos soon." "Okay." Viserys quickly tidied himself up and went to meet Illyrio. By now, Illyrio must have settled his accounts with Varys, making this meeting potentially interesting. It would be a game of I know you know, and do you know what I don't know? Illyrio was still clad in a red robe, though of a different style. The gold jewelry and his reddish-golden hair and beard still gave him the air of a nouveau riche. "Prince Viserys, Master Illyrio." The fat merchant began with exaggerated praise of Viserys' martial prowess and talent, expressing amazement and envy from various angles. Then he shifted the conversation to the mercenary group, revealing that he had already spoken with Jon Connington, who suggested giving it another try. "If the prince is interested in joining a mercenary group, have you considered the Golden Company? I have some friends there who can introduce you." "Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of joining the Golden Company. It's precisely because I know too many people there that I don't want to go." Viserys smiled and added, "Have you forgotten who founded the Golden Company? Igor Rivers, a Targaryen bastard. How could I possibly join?" Illyrio sensed something amiss. Viserys had always seemed pragmatic, so why refuse the Golden Company for this reason? "But the Golden Company is the strongest mercenary group on the continent of Essos. Igor founded it to reclaim the Iron Throne, which is your goal as well." Viserys suppressed his expression and waved his hand dismissively. My lord, only bastards covet what belongs to legitimate children. How could legitimate children covet what belongs to bastards? It's a disgrace. And you forgot? They laughed at me. At the crown banquet, they called me the Beggar King. Illyrio felt a pang of bitterness. How could he have forgotten? But he was not ready to give up. You can change your name, and then, with enough experience, start your own mercenary group. The proud dragon blood surges through my veins, and I will never change my name, Viserys declared. Suddenly, Illyrio seemed to have a revelation. Could it be that he has discovered something? With this thought, he abandoned trying to persuade Viserys to join the Golden Company. Which mercenary group are you going to join? With the prince's martial skills, you must have many options, right? Just as Viserys was about to respond, a maid entered to announce, My lord, Maris of the Windblown wants to see you. Please send her in. Illyrio's eyes twitched, suspecting that Viserys might want to join the Windblown. Soon, a tall blonde woman with scars all over her face walked in, accompanied by a shorter, gray-haired man. The deep scars on Maris's face made it look as if she was wearing a crude mask. Lord Viserys, I am Maris, and this is Dick. Lady Maris, Lord Dick, this is Illyrio. Maris couldn't recall who Illyrio was, but his build did not suggest a Sellsword. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation turned to business. Lord Viserys, I've come on behalf of the Windblown to invite you to join us. What do you say? The fat merchant's expression hardened, sensing that his man might be poached. He turned to look at Viserys, but Viserys' eyes did not reveal the answer he was seeking. Then please tell me about your situation. Maris saw an opportunity, and her blue eyes lit up. Our leader is the Tattered Prince, as you might know. The Windblown has 2,000 cavalry, more than twice as many infantry and military servants, totaling 6,000 people. We operate in various regions and have engaged in recent battles. Maris spoke for over 10 minutes, detailing their operations. Whenever she mentioned the Tattered Prince, Dick would nod in agreement, indicating the leader's high reputation within the group. What kind of offer can you make me? Viserys asked, signaling the end of Illyrio's attempt to recruit him for the Golden Company. Illyrio realized this as well, while Maris grew more enthusiastic. The old man would be thrilled to have someone like Viserys. If you join us, you could be the deputy sergeant major with an annual salary of about 2,000 to 3,000 gold dragons, Maris said, though she felt a bit insecure. She knew Viserys could earn at least 100,000 gold dragons in prize money alone from the tournament. 5,000 gold dragons was insufficient. However, she quickly realized that Viserys wasn't joining for the money. Deputy Sergeant? Can't you make me a sergeant? Master Illyrio here is offering me 5,000 gold dragons a year and the position of sergeant with the Golden Company, Viserys said, catching Illyrio off guard. Illyrio hadn't made that offer, but he smiled, not wanting to contradict Viserys. Well, it's not impossible, but... Illyrio began, but Viserys interrupted. Let's not talk about that now. I have 2 conditions. Can you agree to them? Please go ahead, Maris said. First, I'll sign a 1-year contract at most, with the option to renew based on performance. If I don't meet your expectations, you can choose not to pay me. Maris glanced at Dick, who nodded. That should be fine. Second, you know my identity. I have a younger sister who is in her teens years old. I want to bring her along. Prince Viserys, if you trust me, Dany can stay with me. Illyrio interjected. I'm sorry, Master Illyrio, but my sitter and I must stay together, Viserys insisted. Maris hesitated. While the profession of Sellsword had become more professional, there were still few instances of family members accompanying the army. Usually, only those fathers and brothers who were all Sellswords traveled together. Nevertheless, Maris was determined to make this decision for her captain, even if it meant facing consequences. In her eyes, the captain had given her a second life. Fine. When can we sign the contract? Viserys asked. Anytime, but it will take at least a week to get out of Bravos, Maris replied. No problem. Maris couldn't believe how smoothly things were going. The captain would be thrilled to welcome such a champion into their ranks. If only he weren't so attached to his raven, he would have received the news in 3 or 5 days at the most. Seeing that Viserys had decided to join the Windblown, Illyrio abandoned his efforts to recruit him for the Golden Company. Master Illyrio, you deal in dragon eggs and dragon bones. Could you help me acquire some eggs? Viserys asked. That's no problem, but what do you want them for? Illyrio responded, curious. Viserys knew he couldn't hide his intentions any longer. Of course, to hatch a dragon. What else would I use them for? Okay. The fat merchant was momentarily speechless. He realized he needed to reassess Viserys' value. Dragons have been extinct for ages, and even if one hatched, how would Viserys manage it? He sensed the Targaryen madness stirring in the young man's veins. In addition, Viserys had requested a variety of dragonbone items. Rings, necklaces, belts, and other such nonsense. Though these items were worth only a few thousand gold dragons collectively, Illyrio decided to charge him since Viserys now had money. Viserys thought, if you want me to be a target, you old man, you have to give me gold. He had no intention of paying. It was almost evening when the Sea Lord's carriage arrived to pick up Viserys. He and Dany, dressed in her finest, approached the elaborately decorated blue carriage. The axles were embossed with seahorses, and the top of the carriage arched like a turtle shell, adorned with inlaid shells. Viserys, Dany, and Kyla sat inside the carriage, while Regis rode alongside on horseback, serving as Viserys' attendant. With his head held high, his bald head gleaming like a golden egg in the setting sun, he looked particularly dignified, almost as if he were the champion of the tournament. Noticing Dany's nervousness, Viserys took her hands in his own, wrapping them gently. Don't be nervous, Dany. The Sea Lord's palace is nothing. I'll show you even more magnificent places in the future. The warmth of his palms helped Dany relax considerably. Viserys examined Dany's hands and noticed the light yellow calluses from her relentless swordsmanship practice. She had worn out 3 pairs of gloves already, though still far from mastering the skill. Yet, she was intimidating enough for ordinary people and showed great promise for the future. As a dragon rider, shouting Dracarys Dragon Fire would suffice. Why bother with tactics when you have firepower? The 3 of them chatted as they rode, and soon they approached the Sea Lord's palace. Through the window, they admired the blue palace, moved by its grandeur. Viserys, in particular, felt a rush of memories from his previous visit when he had secretly met with Ferrago. Upon arriving, a servant placed a blanket-covered step in front of the carriage door. Viserys was the first to step out, turning to help Dany. They stood at the entrance of the Sea Lord's palace, peering inside to catch glimpses of fountains and a tall statue. Viserys knew it was the statue of the sea dragon. He had memorized the layout of the palace during his previous visit. As they walked forward, they glanced at the blue-robed guards, who reminded Viserys of the gold-cloaked guards in King's Landing. It was hard to tell who imitated whom. These guards were clearly elite, exuding a pressure that demanded respect. Even Regis, who had previously been arrogant, appeared a bit subdued. Dany, still nervous, managed to maintain her composure by staying close to Viserys. They passed through the main gate, traversed the square, bypassed the 5-meter-tall statue of the sea dragon, and passed through 2 more doors, walking nearly 20 minutes before arriving at the Sea Lord Hall. Luckily, it's not the Forbidden City, or this distance would have been just a warm-up, Viserys thought, comparing it to his memories from his previous life. Through the doors of the Raging Waves Hall, he could see a crowd inside. Viserys Targaryen, Daenerys Targaryen, the guard announced. Viserys felt a brief moment of silence in the hall. As they crossed the threshold, he saw at least 100 people, all Braavosi nobles. They might not hold real power, but they were certainly from distinguished families. In an instant, hundreds of eyes turned to the siblings, sizing them up. The scrutiny made Dany's breathing falter slightly, but after months of swordsmanship practice and Viserys' teachings, she quickly adjusted, letting a smile appear on her lips. What a beautiful girl! What a handsome young man! Some of the nobles finally had the opportunity to see the siblings up close and couldn't take their eyes off them. While they observed Viserys and Dany, Viserys observed them in return. The Braavosi nobles, aware that plain black and white clothing was dull, often added patterns to their garments. Many used gold thread to hem their clothes or incorporate their family's crests, making even black and white attire look shiny and elaborate. Viserys soon spotted several familiar faces in the crowd: Anderson, Vitus, Tormo, and other members of House Frigger. Tormo and Vithas looked at Viserys with indifference, as expected, but Anderson gave him a meaningful glance, as if he had something to say. Viserys guessed that Anderson had figured something out. Among his old rivals were also the Roth, who were the first to greet Viserys and Dany. "Lord Viserys, this outfit suits you very well," Roth commented, glancing at the red, three-headed dragon on Viserys' chest. "Lord Roth looks very spirited today as well," Viserys replied. Dany, initially embarrassed, gradually relaxed under the guidance of Mediis, who introduced her to a group of noble women. However, Dany's temperament set her apart. If these noble women were all flowers of the world, then Dany was like a small sapling, fragile now, but destined to become someone they would one day look up to. "I heard that you have decided to join the Windblown," Roth asked. "Yes, my sitter and I will leave Braavos in about a week. Then, if you have time in the next few days, you must come to my place and let me host you." "No problem. Since Lord Roth has invited me, I will definitely attend the banquet. The Sea Lord is here." Another loud announcement echoed through the hall, followed by a sound like waves. Ferrego, wearing a blue brocade robe, a crown on his head, and holding a black dragonbone scepter, appeared. Behind him was a priest in a pale robe. As soon as everyone saw Ferrego, they fell silent. "My lords, this year marks the 623rd anniversary of Braavo's founding. Let us once again thank the goddess of the moon for her guidance." He made a circle on his chest, then closed his eyes and bowed his head. The crowd followed suit, praying and giving thanks. The Temple of the Moonsingers remained the dominant religion in Braavos, despite the introduction of other faiths over the centuries. After a moment, Ferrego looked up and cleared his throat, signaling the others to look up as well. "This is the 200th celebration in Braavos, and this celebration is different from the past. A name will be remembered." Ferrego pointed towards Viserys, and the crowd turned to look. Most were envious or admiring, though a few cold glances came from House Frigger. "Lord Viserys has composed 3 songs that will be sung for centuries to come. In appreciation, I will increase the prize money by 50,000 gold dragons." Yes, it's only right. That's it." The crowd responded with a chorus of approval. Viserys thought it would be nice if they clapped their hands. It would make the atmosphere less strange. Judging by the situation, it was his turn to speak. He stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. This is the least I could do." He glanced at Dany before continuing. "When House Targaryen lost the Iron Throne in the War of the Usurper, Braavos took in my sister and me. 3 songs are not enough to express my gratitude. Braavos will always be my second home." "Well said." Roth was the first to applaud. The others whispered among themselves, their eyes on Viserys changing once again. He spoke eloquently, truly a worthy descendant of the Targaryens. Ferrego smiled and clapped his hands. 2 maids emerged, each carrying a tray covered with blue brocade. The raised shapes underneath revealed the hidden treasures, a dragon egg and a long sword. "My dragon egg, my Valyrian steel sword." Viserys couldn't help but feel excited after all his planning. "Please, our champion, come and claim your prize," Ferrego announced. The maids knelt before Viserys, holding the trays above their heads. With everyone watching, Viserys lifted the blue brocade, revealing a green dragon egg. The crowd craned their necks to get a better look. Dany had seen one before at House Zaline, but this one was different. It was truly theirs. Viserys carefully held the egg up, his excitement barely contained. Assignable points, 11.5. 11.5? It seems the quality of dragon eggs varies, he thought to himself. Feeling the delicate scales on the green dragon egg, Viserys noticed a swirling pattern at the bottom. What determines the quality of a dragon egg? Is it active? He wondered. He recalled the reign of Aegon III, when a dragon of no name had hatched. According to records, this dragon was as pale as a maggot, blind and wingless. It was possible that a dragon egg could hatch a monster instead of a dragon. After a moment of contemplation, Viserys set the dragon egg back on the tray and lifted the brocade from the second tray. A long sword with a wave pattern on the blade appeared before him. The Valyrian steel sword's blade featured 5 evenly distributed ripple patterns. The handle, made of wear-resistant maple wood, was inlaid with a red gem. Viserys gently touched the blade with his fingertips, puzzled when his panel did not respond. The Valyrian steel sword should have had magical properties, so why wasn't it working on the panel? Does it need to be touched with blood? He thought. He tried channeling his magic into the sword, and was surprised to feel a slight but rapid vibration from the blade. Shocked, he quickly stopped the transmission of magic to avoid being noticed and decided to experiment further in private. Setting aside these thoughts, Viserys picked up the Valyrian steel sword and swung it lightly. It was perfectly balanced and had the right center of gravity, making it very handy. There was a saying that a sharp weapon will awaken a killer instinct, and Viserys couldn't help but calculate the odds of killing Sea Lord Ferrego. He concluded that, even disregarding Dany's safety, his chances of success were less than 30% due to the high platform. If the steps were lower, the success rate would increase to 50%. He then glanced at Tormo. The chances of killing him were 90%. Viserys' murderous intent seemed to make Tormo feel a chill in his heart. Lord Viserys, give this sword a new name, Roth said beside him. It was said that there were fewer than 2,000 Valyrian steel swords in the world, with only about 200 in Westeros. Every Valyrian steel sword had its own name, but the previous owner of this sword had been dead for many years, and its original name had been forgotten. Viserys glanced at the crowd and declared, "The most prevalent things I saw in Bravos were purple paint and thick fog. I will name it Purple Mist." "Good name." Roth, as always, applauded. Viserys smiled at the crowd. In truth, he would have preferred to call it Fire's Joy, in keeping with the Targaryens' motto. Everyone congratulated Viserys, and Dany came over to stroke the dragon egg. At that moment, Ferrego, seated at the head of the table, suddenly spoke. "Lord Viserys." The unique voice of the Sea Lord's palace came into play, drawing everyone's attention. Before the banquet began, Lord Tormo shared an excellent suggestion with me, and I think it's worth considering. Now, please allow him to present it to everyone. As soon as Ferrego finished speaking, all eyes turned to Tormo. Viserys suppressed his joy from just receiving the prize, while the Roth stared at Tormo expressionlessly, thinking, what is this guy up to now? Tormo, flanked by his 2 sons, stepped into the center of the gathering and said, "Everyone, the Lord Viserys before us is a rare double champion in hundreds of years. He not only excels in competition, but also in songwriting. I've heard that Lord Viserys can compose a song in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. While we've all heard his masterpieces, I wonder if it would be convenient for him to demonstrate his creative process for us now." Tormo had taken a roundabout way to ask Viserys to compose a song on the spot. Knowing that most musicians needed a quiet environment to create, Tormo hoped to pressure Viserys in front of the crowd. As Roth tried to defend Viserys, Tormo added, "Lord Viserys, why not use the moon as your theme? After all, you're under the protection of Bravos, and it is thanks to the Moonsingers that you have thrived." "What do you think, your holiness?" he said, turning to the priestess. Roth frowned. This was clearly an attempt to put Viserys on the spot. The Moonsingers held a high status in Bravos, and even the Sea Lord often visited their temple. Roth was puzzled as to why the high priestess Silicet, who had previously divined Viserys' fate, would support Tormo. Phalia, at the back of the hall, overheard the conversation and couldn't help but worry for Viserys. Seeing the expectant faces around him, Viserys knew he couldn't avoid this challenge. He took a few steps forward, bowed to the priestess, then addressed the crowd. "A few months ago, I had nightmares and sought solace at the temple of the Moonsingers with my sister. Their song brought me peace, and I've since wanted to express my gratitude. Lord Tormo's suggestion is actually very good. Even if not today, I will compose a song to thank the Moonsingers at another time. Tormo's face fell. Had Viserys already planned this? Nonetheless, he was curious to see what kind of song Viserys could produce on such short notice. A maid handed Viserys a harp, and he sat down in a chair, announcing, "This song has no lyrics, only a melody." No lyrics? What kind of song is that? Can it still be a song? Roth was surprised by Viserys' approach, but could do nothing to intervene. Tormo snorted in contempt, thinking Viserys was trying to muddle through. Dany, however, believed in her brother's abilities and backed away with her dragon egg and Valyrian steel sword. The nobles gathered around, eager to hear the wordless melody Viserys was about to play. "You country bumpkins, let me enlighten you," Viserys thought to himself. As he plucked the strings, a melodious sound slowly spread through the hall. The room fell silent, with some initially clearing their throats, but soon everyone felt as if they were enveloped in a soft light. As seasoned nobles who frequently attended musical and theatrical performances, they possessed a basic artistic literacy. Most were deeply affected by this moonlight sonata, listening with their eyes half closed. Even Tormo, despite his discomfort, recognized the quality of the song. The better it was, the more uneasy he felt. The Roth eyes filled with amazement once again. "I feel so peaceful," Medes whispered to her husband. "Listening to this before bed will give me a good dream," Roth agreed. Dany, closest to Viserys, was even more excited. Her brother truly was capable of anything. A few minutes later, Viserys finished playing. From the high platform, Ferrego looked at Viserys with a strange expression. Could it be that the Targaryens, descendants of the Dragon Lord, truly possessed something special? He glanced at the high priestess beside him and saw her nodding in approval. The crowd gradually emerged from the gentle melody's spell, expressing their appreciation. "What a beautiful song. I feel like I'm bathed in moonlight." "Me too, I feel at peace." Seeing their expressions, Viserys knew that, even in a different world, a master remained a master. "I call this song Moonlight's Song, to express my gratitude to the Moonsingers." Silicet, standing next to Ferrego, nodded approvingly. "The moonlight is with you." Another priest approached Viserys, holding a box. "This is the Moon Prayer, used by the original Moonsingers to lead the slaves of Valyria to Braavos. It has the power to guide people on their journey," Silicet said. Her willingness to entrust such an important artifact to Viserys showed her satisfaction with the song. A prayer song. Viserys remembered that the moon song he received at the Moonsingers' temple could help accelerate his magical recovery. This moon prayer was undoubtedly a high-end version, potentially offering additional benefits. He expressed his gratitude again and accepted the moon prayer. The nobles, whether they liked it or not, congratulated him. Seeing that Viserys had passed the test, Ferrego announced, "Well, it's time to bring out our winter courtesan." Viserys turned to see Phalia enter with a group of female musicians holding harps and other instruments. Once seated, they began to play Viserys 3 songs for the audience. This was the role of a courtesan. Even in victory, she remained a background figure to the powerful. As the music played, the young nobles began to dance. The powerful nobles, however, would only join in when the atmosphere was sufficiently hot. It seemed the art of the moondancer had yet to be fully developed. Viserys recalled the mural of the broken moon he had seen in the Temple of the Moonsingers and decided to take this opportunity to ask the temple priestess about it. Silicet is a priestess in her 40s. She has fair skin, gray and yellow eyes, and crescent-shaped earrings. Her speech always carries a hazy quality. "High Holiness Silicet, may I ask you a question about the frescoes in the temple?" "Yes," she replied, her voice quick and responsive. Silicet seemed to have a good impression of Viserys. "I saw a fresco in the temple depicting the broken moon, chapter 26. I've heard that the dragons came to Earth because the moon broke, but why isn't there any follow-up in the fresco? Could it mean something else?" Viserys asked. "I'm not sure about this either," Silicet said, pausing to think for a moment. Viserys nodded. having asked out of curiosity rather than expecting a straightforward answer. But I did hear the priest say that the broken moon was supposed to be a sign of some kind, a sign of disaster. A sign of disaster? Viserys' interest peaked as he listened intently. About 100 years ago, when dragons were still around, Braavosi merchants would come to the temple for predictions before setting sail. The priests used the moon to determine whether their voyage would be smooth or not. Most of the time, they were accurate, but after the dragons went extinct, the temple's predictions became increasingly vague. This allowed other beliefs to spread in Braavos. The Temple of the Moonsingers couldn't have survived for so long without business, Viserys thought, listening to her continue. So I was thinking, maybe the broken moon is not literally broken, but a sign of disaster. I see. Thank you for clearing that up, Viserys said. Silicet had given the moon prayer to Viserys largely because of a divination Roth had asked her to perform. She had made the divination using the skull of the previous high priest of the Moonsingers. The moon prayer was the most precious artifact of the Moonsingers, but it had been unable to play a significant role for many years. Silicet thought that perhaps Viserys could change that. The event allowed Viserys to acquire 50,000 gold dragons for free. He also obtained the dragon egg and the Valyrian steel sword he had always desired. As a bonus, he received the moon prayer. He was elated, but Tormo was naturally very displeased. He had tried to embarrass Viserys, but didn't expect him to get lucky. Now, Tormo's goal was unachieved, and he had wasted 50,000 gold dragons. Publicly, he couldn't deny his debt. To ease his frustration, he drank the Sea Lord's wine. His 3 sons stood by, too afraid to speak. Even Vitus had lost his initial determination. He had spent no less than 30,000 gold dragons trying to stop Viserys, but still failed. But Vitus glanced at his father. Compared to his father, who casually gave away 50,000 gold dragons, his own situation wasn't so bad. Tarth, the youngest son of Tormo, was mainly responsible for maintaining order at the celebration with the Sea Lord. He didn't receive any credit, but he also escaped any blame. As for Anderson, he was the happiest person there. At least now his older brother couldn't look down on him. Everyone had been defeated by Viserys, so there was no point in hurting each other. Tormo also had to contend with his father's sons. He didn't need to guess what his 3 sons were thinking, but he still decided he would somehow recover some of his losses. Seeing that the priestess Silicet had left, and with Viserys alone except for Dany, he said to Anderson, "Anderson, go ask him for how much he is willing to sell the dragon egg." Tormo watched Viserys chatting with Dany while holding the dragon egg. "Yes, father," Anderson replied. Given their repeated defeats against Viserys, Tormo thought maybe it wasn't entirely his son's fault. Since all the plans had failed, it was inappropriate to treat Anderson harshly again. After all, everyone in the family looked down on each other. Recently, he had begun to show concern for Anderson again, primarily to use him as a means to keep his other 2 sons in check. However, he had no idea what consequences sending Anderson to negotiate with Viserys would have. Roth, who had planned to approach Viserys, saw Anderson had already arrived and decided to wait. "Buy my dragon egg? It's not for sale. Not for any price." Viserys refused without hesitation. He was even considering whether he could get another dragon egg from House Frigger. Dany held the dragon egg protectively, eyeing him warily. "Lord Viserys, if you carry a dragon egg around, many will covet it. If you are willing to sell, House Frigger will definitely give you a satisfactory price," Anderson offered. Viserys sneered, dismissing the offer. Instead, he asked, "What did you think of my last offer?" Anderson was stunned and instinctively wanted to look towards Tormo, but resisted. "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't pretend. Did that old man in your family make you feel secure again?" "You." Anderson's expression twisted with anger. "Lord Anderson, listen to me. What others promise means nothing. Only what you can control yourself matters." Viserys continued, his words full of temptation. So what can you do?" Anderson asked. "It's simple. You find a way to make a hole in the net of the bird garden, and I'll handle the rest." "Make a hole?" Anderson didn't understand. "In the bird garden's net? Could he fly in?" "Okay, you can go now. Viserys pushed him away with a flourish, deliberately making a big gesture to attract the attention of Tormo and his son. A hole. Anderson still didn't understand what Viserys was trying to do, but the words echoed in his mind like a magical incantation. If anyone else had said it, he would have dismissed it as nonsense. But coming from Viserys, he had to consider the possibility that he could actually pull it off. After adjusting his expression, Anderson returned to Tormo's side. Tormo saw his expression and knew the result without asking. Once Anderson had left, Roth approached Viserys. "That guy wanted to buy my dragon egg," Viserys said before Roth could speak. "Can I see it?" Roth asked. Dany glanced at Viserys and handed the dragon egg to Roth. The dragon egg shone like a large jewel, its luster 3 times more brilliant than the purple one owned by House Targaryen. "Lord Roth, how did your family acquire the dragon egg?" Viserys inquired. "My ancestor was the pirate Raymond. He was a sailor who stole a ship from a dragon lord. It is said there were 5 dragon eggs on the ship at the time. He sold 4 of them as capital, which laid the foundation for House Targaryen," Roth explained. Viserys nodded. It seemed that many fortunes were not earned honestly. This was true in any world. "I heard that the Sea Lord has 3 dragon eggs. Is that true?" Roth returned the dragon egg to Dany and looked at Viserys seriously. "Can you tell me why you are so interested in the dragon eggs?" Viserys realized his attitude had been too obvious. "I need to be more careful in the future," he thought. However, instead of dodging the question, he looked Roth in the eye and said in a low voice, "Of course it's to hatch a dragon. What else would I want it for?" After a moment, both of them burst into laughter, filling the air with a happy atmosphere. As the banquet progressed, maids and servants brought refreshments and drinks to the nobles in a steady stream. Everyone donned the masks they had prepared long ago. Music, martial arts, and acrobatics entertained the guests. As midnight approached, a familiar roar echoed through the air, the Titan of Bravos. This was answered by the throwing of masks high into the air, not only in the Sea Lord's palace, but also in the ports and theaters of Bravos. Countless candles flickered like stars on the ground. Occasionally, a fire flared up too brightly and was quickly extinguished. Despite everything that happened, the 10-day celebration, held every 3 years, finally came to an end. The siblings would soon leave Bravos for the disputed lands. After the banquet ended, Viserys began studying the Moon Prayer Song. From the prayer alone, he could tell the item in his hand was of high quality. With the panel's blessing, he repeated the chant over 10 times, causing the panel to change once again. Moon's Revelation. Beginner, 1 out of 100 plus. Moon's Revelation? It seems to be a divination-type skill, Viserys mused, recalling Silicet's speculation that the Moonsingers were once fortune-tellers. Unlike Taoists who use a compass, the Moonsingers relied on the moon above them. He now felt a unique connection with the moon. Viserys gazed at the moon, still high in the sky, and continued enhancing his new skill. Moon's Revelation. Proficient, 566/1000 plus. For a moment, he felt his connection with the moon strengthen significantly. Maybe I can use the moon to predict things more often, he thought, looking up and reciting a prayer, focusing on what he wanted to predict. Closing his eyes, a round moon appeared in his mind. Can I defeat the Night King? Boom! As soon as the thought formed, the moon in his mind quickly vanished, and Viserys exhaled sharply. He opened his panel to see his magic completely drained. It seems I can't predict such a significant event with my current magic capacity, he sighed. After chanting the moon prayer again, his magic slowly recovered. After about 2 hours, it had returned to around 80. This was much faster than the Moonsingers' song. With the moon gradually disappearing in the distance, Viserys decided to attempt divining a smaller matter. Can I successfully take revenge on Tormo? This time, the moon in his mind did not collapse but became bright and clear. Looks like this will work, Viserys nodded in satisfaction. This is different from dragon dreams. Dragon dreams provide accurate information but have limited uses. Moon's Revelation offers less precise information but can be used more frequently. In future wars, I can consult the moon before battles. If the outcome looks unfavorable, I can prepare in advance. Given Viserys' current strength, there weren't many who could kill him. He might not die on the battlefield, but if his army were completely wiped out, dragon dreams would be powerless. Viserys thought again of the relief on the wall. What kind of disaster were the Moonzinger's priests warning future generations about? Could it be the White Walkers and the Night King? Braavos was separated from the White Walkers by both the narrow sea and the wall. Did this mean that even without sending dragons to the Night King, as depicted in the show, he could still break through the wall with the White Walkers? The thought left Viserys feeling overwhelmed. He had believed the wall would give him the upper hand. If those creatures broke through, it would spell trouble. Although the celebration was over, the Braavos' visitors still appeared to be enjoying themselves. Many were planning to leave, but the festive atmosphere persisted. The next day at noon, the brother and sister returned to the house in Bitterwell. Dany accompanied Viserys for a walk in the afternoon sun. The two sat on the steps, looking at the plants in the yard. The target and dummy on the lawn, the weapons rack, all brought back memories. Dany felt a wave of nostalgia. Before Viserys' transmigration, Dany's happiest time had been at the house with the red door. After his transmigration, this small house became her fondest memory. "Dany, do you have any dreams?" "Dreams," she echoed. "Things you want to do in the future," he clarified. "Well, I want to take the Iron Throne back with my brother," Dany replied seriously. In truth, she had no real attachment to the Iron Throne or Westeros. She had come to Braavos as a newborn and was influenced more by her predecessors than by any personal desire. Viserys smiled and put his arm around Dany's shoulders. The maiden's scent of flowers and grass was comforting. In fact, Viserys had always known that Robert wasn't his true enemy. That fool will die on his own, he thought. There's no need to worry about him. Most of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, Jon Arryn, Ned Stark, Renly Baratheon, Tywin Lannister, would also perish in the Game of Thrones. The real enemy was the impending night and the Night King beyond the wall. Viserys' plan was to collect dragon eggs and work as a mercenary. Once the dragons hatched and grew strong, he would return to Westeros to take charge. His first priority would be to kill the Night King. Since arriving in Westeros, the Night King had loomed as the ultimate threat. But now, it seemed his plan was too simplistic. Aegon the Conqueror brought Balerion the Black Dread to Westeros. But even then, he didn't completely conquer it. Dorne and its guerrilla warfare remained a thorn in his side. Aegon had loyal houses and thousands of soldiers at his disposal. Yet it took nearly a century of preparation before the Targaryens made their move. Viserys didn't have 100 years to raise his dragons. Even if he returned to Westeros with a few, could he rely on them as advisors? And what about the alliance of the stag, eagle, wolf, and fish? If I were a Stark or a Baratheon, after overthrowing the Targaryens, would I accept their descendants' plea for loyalty and forgiveness? He pondered. The chances are slim. This is a hatred that destroys nations and families. Especially the Lannisters. They would stop at nothing to kill me. They'd rather face me while my dragons are young than wait until they are fully grown. Dorne alone had vexed Aegon, and now it seemed all of Westeros, except for Dorne and the Reach, would be engulfed in flames. If he went too early, he'd be targeted by many. If he went too late, Westeros might be destroyed by infighting, leaving nothing to stand against the Night King. It was a difficult decision. Viserys sighed lightly, looking down at Dany, who lay on his lap, eyes closed, playing with her hair. Through her slightly reddened eyelids, he could see her eyeballs moving comfortably. Feeling playful, Viserys took Dany's braids from her hands and gently tickled her ears with the tips of her hair. Dany immediately felt a tickling sensation spreading from her ear to her heart and giggled. After a few giggles, Dany couldn't help but look up. "Dany, if one day I were to be killed, would you avenge me?" Dany was stunned. For the past 6 months, Viserys had seemed invincible to her. In her heart, her Viserys stood taller than the Titan of Braavos. It seemed impossible that he would ever fall. but the seriousness in Viserys' eyes showed he wasn't joking. Her heart trembled as she responded earnestly. "I swear by the 7 gods, I will do whatever it takes." Their purple eyes locked, a silent agreement passing between them. Viserys smiled happily and hugged Dany's head to his chest. In this moment, he felt reassured. Dany was far better off than the original Viserys. She just needed to be stronger than the mother of dragons in the original story. Forget conspiracies and intrigue. With a stable territory, a stronger army, and more dragons, even gods would kneel before her. Just then, Viserys heard Kyla's voice in his ear. "Lord Viserys, Morel and the others are here." The siblings got up and walked to the door. Morel and his son had arrived with a delivery carriage loaded with several boxes and a long-handled weapon wrapped in red silk. At Morel's command, several young men unloaded the armor and placed it on the prepared armor rack, then carried the heavy, long-handled weapon. As they unwrapped the red silk, the halberd's spearhead appeared, glinting coldly in the sunlight. It was adorned with a relief dragon head, looking mighty and domineering. "Lord Viserys, here are the weapons and armor we made for you," Morel announced. Viserys inspected the black armor, noting the 3-headed dragon pattern on the chest and the relief dragon heads on the shoulders. The joints were flexible, and the material was the finest steel. He took the halberd and swung it a few times, the weapon slicing through the air with a chilling sound. The young men who had been eyeing Dany were immediately terrified. The weapon, weighing 50 to 60 pounds, seemed light in Viserys' hands. He struck the target dummy they had been using, nearly destroying it with a single blow. This scene took Helbo, who had come to deliver horses to Viserys, by surprise. Regis, standing nearby, breathed a little faster. "Strong, so strong." Viserys thrust the halberd's hilt into the ground, drawing applause from the crowd. "Lord Viserys, I have selected 2 horses for you and Lady Dany," Helbo announced. He and Regis led 2 large horses up to Viserys. One was white with a reddish mark the size of a coin between its eyebrows. The other was pure black, with a shiny, flowing coat and a muscular build. "Good horses." Viserys expressed his approval and affection. Afterward, everyone gathered for a final farewell dinner together. Under Anderson's management, Tormos's bird garden had nearly returned to its former glory. Viserys and House Targaryen had emerged as the biggest winners, a reality Tormo was forced to accept. Whenever he was uncertain about his next move, he retreated to the bird garden. Tormo lay comfortably in a rocking chair, with 2 maids standing 3 steps behind him and guards positioned less than 10 meters away. Despite the fortress's heavy security, both Tormo and his guards were relatively relaxed. Only the maid by his side maintained a vigilant watch over Tormo's every move. The previous bird's feathers and blood still stained the cage, but a new bird had been placed inside. Tormo closed his eyes, listening to the birds chirping, but he felt a strange restlessness in what was usually his most relaxing place. Was it because of Gortave's escape? He had already sent someone to kill her, and the results would be known within a month. The biggest mystery was why House Targaryen had suddenly chosen to cooperate with Viserys. What conditions had Viserys offered to make the Wrath turn against him? Tormo couldn't figure it out. In the bird garden, a white seagull perched in a tree less than 10 meters away from Tormo. This seagull was Viserys in disguise, positioned there before his transformation. The day before, Anderson had sent a signal by cutting a handkerchief in front of Viserys, indicating that a hole had been made in Tormo's security net. Anderson had also suggested through another gesture that Viserys should eliminate his older brother. However, Viserys believed that removing Tormo was the best course of action, as it would trigger infighting within House Frigger, allowing Roth to support whichever brother he chose. Viserys watched Tormo, so close that he could strike in an instant. He adjusted his position and pointed at Tormo with his beak. Just as he was about to act, Tormo suddenly coughed twice. Ahem, ahem. The maid standing next to Tormo immediately stepped forward and poured a cup of tea into his mouth. With the maid obstructing his view, Viserys had to wait for another opportunity. This old man really knows how to enjoy himself, he thought. The maid anticipated Tormo's needs with precision. When Tormo raised his leg, the maid squatted at his feet to massage him. When he twisted his neck, another maid came forward to massage his scalp. Damn, this old bastard is blocking my attack. Viserys fumed silently. He had finally found a suitable position, but now Tormo was getting his feet and head massaged, obstructing any chance for a clear strike. Attacking rashly would leave him unable to escape, let alone strike again. Just then, Tormo's eldest son, Vitus, entered the garden. He stood by Tormo's side, providing even more protection. Father, our men have discovered Gortave's trail in Pentos. She is with her swordsman, Kethmo. Kill the swordsman and bring Gortave back to be dealt with. The so-called dealt with naturally meant that Gortave would be reduced to a plaything, used for pleasure or abuse, doomed to a life of darkness. Even Viserys, accustomed to death, felt a chill as he watched them decide her fate so callously. Father, we've also learned that Viserys has joined the Windblown and will leave Bravos in 10 days at the most, Vitus reported. Hearing his own name, Viserys stood motionless on a branch, afraid to miss a word. Send Balin's men. Give them 200 sets of armor. Make sure to bring Viserys' head back to me. Tormo commanded. Understood, Vitus replied. Balin? I don't recognize that name. I'll ask Roth later, Viserys thought. The fact that Tormo was going all out with 200 sets of armor showed his determination to kill him. Tormo stood up to leave, his guards moving in closer. No, he has to stay, Viserys thought anxiously. If Tormo and his guards left together, there'd be no chance to kill him. As they all exited the pavilion, Viserys quickly went to a large bird cage and released a blue bird the size of a pheasant. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As soon as the bird was free, it soared into the sky. However, there was a large net overhead. The bird kept bumping into it, the vast sky tantalizingly close yet unreachable. Hearing the commotion, Tormo stopped and turned around, frowning. Anderson is useless. He can't even fix a garden, he muttered. Just as he was about to continue walking, a few more birds flew out, further souring his already bad mood. Catch these feathered brutes for me, Tormo commanded. Several guards rushed into the courtyard, armed with bamboo poles, trying to knock the birds down. You too, don't just stand there, he snapped at the maids behind him. But what could they do? The wild flailing was just Tormo venting his frustration. Watching the group's clumsy efforts only made him more irritated. You go too, he ordered the guard next to him. The guard, more adept than the others, picked up a few stones, aimed, and threw them hard. A yellow bird cried out in agony as feathers scattered, and it fell heavily to the ground. Huh, Tormo laughed proudly, feeling as if he had regained control of the situation. As the guards continued their assault, more birds fell to the ground, struggling in pain. Amid the chaos, Tormo suddenly saw a white shadow before his eyes. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his left eye. Ah! He screamed, reaching up to push the white shadow away, only to feel another sharp pain in his right eye. The intense pain forced him to the ground, blood oozing from between his fingers as he covered his eyes. The white shadow vanished. Viserys had attached a rusty iron nail to the seagull, soaking it in sewage for 2 days. He couldn't imagine how many viruses it carried, not to mention the deadly tetanus. Tormo would be lucky to survive a month. Regardless of the chaos that would ensue within House Frigger, it no longer concerned Viserys. He was off to Roth's house to celebrate. Phalia, look, it seems to be Lord Viserys' carriage. Asha exclaimed happily. Phalia recognized it immediately. It is indeed Viserys' carriage, she confirmed. He seems to be leaving in a few days, Asha said, her voice tinged with sadness. Phalia also felt a pang of reluctance, a feeling that surprised her. She remembered her tutor's words. Reluctance is just a temporary inability to find a better replacement. People are like that. She tried to use this wisdom to dispel her emotions, but could she really find someone better than him? Phalia reflected on the moments she had spent with Viserys. Despite her initial control over the situation, he had always shown genuine skill and charm. His impressive performance in the swordsmanship competition and his quick thinking in various situations stood out. No one else could compose a classic in less than an hour, and his time with Anderson had also left a mark. She glanced at Asha, who was wearing a bracelet made of iron coins, the temporary splint Viserys had fashioned for her. Asha had turned it into a bracelet, using string made from pieces of Viserys' clothes. Phalia suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Asha had something to remember him by, but she herself had nothing. It didn't take long for Viserys to reach the fortress of House Targaryen. This time, it was more grandly decorated than his previous visit. The gates were wide open, and carpets adorned the ground. The dwarf who greeted him was dressed even more brightly, with a vibrant red collar and cheeks, and a wide, welcoming smile. "Lord Viserys, Lord Roth, and Lady Mediis are waiting for you," the dwarf announced. "Good. Then let's not delay," Viserys replied. The carriage drove straight into the fortress, and as soon as it stopped, someone brought a wooden ladder. As he stepped out, Viserys saw Phalia's carriage. Asha was the first to emerge, her smile revealing her white teeth. She was so focused on Viserys that she forgot to warn Phalia to watch her step. "Lady Moonshadow," Viserys greeted. "Lord Viserys," Phalia responded. Since they had met by chance, they exchanged pleasantries. Phalia maintained her composure, but Asha's eyes were glued to Viserys' face. This made Dany feel a bit uncomfortable, and she subconsciously leaned closer to Viserys. Comparing herself to Asha, she looked at Viserys with some uncertainty. His unwavering gaze reassured her. The arrival of Pyrrhina soon put an end to their small talk. "Lord Viserys, Lady Daenerys, Lady Moonshadow, please follow me," the guide requested. Despite it being her second visit, Dany, still a bit of a lost soul, felt slightly dizzy at the familiar yet disorienting scenery. This time, however, the route was different. On their previous visit, Viserys and Dany had not entered the main hall of House Targaryen, but today they were led directly to it. The hall was already bustling with people. While not as significant as those who had gathered in the Sea Lord Hall the previous day, everyone present belonged to House Targaryen. Their attire was more colorful, with dresses and gowns in a spectrum of colors. The hall itself was vast, approximately 500 square meters. 3 meters above the ground, candlesticks were installed every 3 feet along the walls. Combined with the chandelier above, it was estimated that 500 or 600 candles could be lit at once. Below, a huge carpet dominated the floor, embroidered with a fleet of ships riding the waves. House Targaryen crest prominently displayed on the sails. Viserys noted that the most expensive carpets in the free cities came from Myr, and this custom-made piece must have cost a fortune. As soon as the siblings entered, they were greeted warmly by the crowd. A group of noble women, along with children about Dany's age, surrounded her like stars around the moon. Some of the young boys immediately vied for her attention, eager to introduce themselves. Many of the men in the hall were captains or chief sailors of House Targaryen. With years of battling the wind and waves on the high seas, they had a fierce air about them. Having seen Viserys in the arena and knowing he was a guest of Roth, they treated him with great respect. "Ah, Lord Viserys, I didn't see you clearly in the theater the other day, but I didn't expect you to be so young," one exclaimed. "Yes, I'm sure you'll soon be the strongest swordsman in Bravos," another added. "That's already the case," they chorused, showering him with praise. It was clear that Roth's guests were no fools. They knew how to flatter someone effectively. Their words, while not elegant, were direct and heartfelt, making Viserys feel very comfortable. Not wanting to simply bask in the praise, Viserys asked a maid for a glass of wine, then raised it high and shouted, "To Targaryen! To Targaryen!" The crowd echoed, their voices blending with the clinking of glasses. "To Lord Roth and Lady Mediis," a sharp-eyed captain shouted as the couple walked hand in hand into the hall. This captain, Jalifa, was in his 40s with slightly crossed yet very bright eyes. He was one of Roth's most capable captains and an excellent marksman. Jalifa had a rich history, not only transporting goods, but also having been to war. Seeing Roth's smiling face and the radiant Medes, who was pregnant, brought further cheer to the gathering. They had already seen Silicet, and it was likely a boy. "Lady, you look so healthy. I'm sure you'll give birth to a strong heir," one captain exclaimed. "What a mouth on you. I bet Lady Medes could give birth to twins," another chimed in, trying to outdo the first. The captains vied for attention, creating a lively and enthusiastic atmosphere in the hall. Despite the joviality, the Roths did not share the secret of the lead with their subordinates. Instead, they offered them plenty of sweet wine, hinting that they could drink it like water. "By the way, have you decided on a name for the baby?" one of the captains asked. Roth and Medes exchanged a glance and then looked at the siblings. "If it's a boy, we'll call him Viserys," Roth announced. Viserys raised an eyebrow, momentarily forgetting the local customs. "If it's a girl, we'll call her Danis," Medes added. "It's our honor, Lord Roth," Viserys responded, understanding the gesture. Roth's decision was like when Ned named his son Jon, hoping he would inherit the cunning of his foster father. Roth, both appearance-conscious and impressed by Viserys' talents, had made his choice. "To little Viserys." Jalifa raised his glass, tacitly acknowledging that Medes was carrying a boy. Although the banquet had not yet started, he had already encouraged everyone to drink 2 glasses of wine. However, Medes, having been warned by Viserys that pregnant women should not drink, followed the rules strictly, ensuring a healthy heir. "I have another piece of good news to share with you all," Roth announced. According to reliable sources, Tormos was pecked out by his own bird. The hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into loud cheers, the crowd nearly tearing the roof off with their excitement. "This guy deserves it," one captain shouted. "Yes, I say he's better off blind. If we could find that bird, I'd honor it as my own father," another added, the captain's shouts reflecting their sense of vengeance. Viserys chose to ignore the outlandish comment about honoring the bird as a father. Just as he was about to discuss the dangers ahead, Roth spoke again. "As you all know, Lord Viserys is leaving Bravos for the disputed lands, carrying a dragon egg with him. I expect many will covet it. Who would like to escort him?" "Lord, let me go." Jalifa volunteered immediately. "Okay, that's fine," Roth agreed, looking at Viserys. "Thank you, Lord Roth, but I have received news that Tormo has hired over 200 men to kill me at sea, and they are equipped with armor." "Armor?" Roth's eyes widened, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Jalifa, take more men with you," Roth ordered. "Yes, my lord." "Wait, Lord Roth, Lord Jalifa, I have an idea," Viserys interjected. After hearing Viserys' plan, Jalifa exclaimed, "Isn't this too dangerous? I don't know if you've heard of a snake that uses its tail, which looks like a worm, to trap birds. The tail often gets bitten, but the snake usually ends up with a good meal. I will be the tail of this snake, luring Tormo's men. In gratitude, I will strip them of their armor for House Targaryen." "Crazy, too crazy. A man like that can't live long," Roth muttered. But considering Viserys' capabilities, it seemed possible. 200 pieces of armor were a significant asset, likely hoarded by House Frigger as a trump card. Viserys' willingness to use himself as bait to repay House Targaryen for their escort was a sincere and strategic move. Viserys wouldn't take such a risk without assurance. He had already used the moon's revelation to divine the future. The moon in his mind was a bit cloudy, but the overall picture was still clear. In other words, the operation might be a little dangerous, but it was manageable. When the risk is estimated, the unknown becomes less frightening. His plan far exceeded Roth's imagination. Reflecting on the priest's prophecy, Roth agreed with Viserys' approach. Medes wanted to object, but given the setting and her role, she remained silent. Roth would not let Viserys take such a risk without proper compensation. The gifts initially prepared to bestow favors and win over Viserys now had to take on a new significance. "Lord Viserys, we actually have 2 more gifts for you," Roth announced. 2 maidservants approached with trays in their hands. One tray was covered with a red cloth, and the other contained a small box. A faint salty smell emanated from under the red cloth. Jalifa lifted the red cloth to reveal the severed head of Danglar. While they couldn't kill Anderson, they managed to eliminate one of his henchmen. With Tormo now an old blind man and House Freger struggling to survive, Roth was poised to become the next Sea Lord. The House Zaline is truly remarkable, knowing so much about their own affairs, Viserys remarked, his estimation of Roth's strength increasing. He had never forgotten Roth, but he hadn't expected him to act first. The sight of a severed head didn't faze the crowd, who were used to such displays. Jalifa then opened the small box, revealing a crown, the crown of Queen Riella, which Viserys had once sold. The crown was shaped like a three-headed dragon, with a body made of gold and the wings and claws carved from silver and agate. Dany looked toward Viserys, her face filled with nostalgia. "Lord Roth, please allow me to thank you again for your kindness," Viserys said, bowing deeply to express his gratitude for the relic of his mother. "I hope it can also be a testament to our friendship," Roth smiled. "Put on, Viserys, and let us see what the king looks like," Jalifa called from the crowd. "Put it on," the crowd chanted in unison, eager to see the spectacle. Viserys wasn't there to entertain, but given the setting, it was inappropriate to show anger. He smiled and raised his hands to calm the crowd. "Everyone, this is my mother's crown, Queen Riella's crown. She once taught me that the meaning of a crown is not to elevate oneself above others, but to vow to the ordinary people that in times of disaster, I should stand up and protect them from harm, so that they can see hope." As Viserys finished speaking, a tingling sensation spread through the crowd, as if an electric current had shot up their spines. The hall fell into a deep silence, and they looked at Viserys with eager eyes, as if they were witnessing a true king. Realizing he had become too emotional, Viserys continued, "If I wear this crown now, I dishonor it and forget my mother's teachings. So, I'm sorry, but I can't wear it. Did my mother say something like this to my brother?" Dany wondered, picturing Queen Riella for the first time with clarity. Silver hair, fair skin, amethyst eyes, and a golden crown. "Mother," she muttered, feeling a lump in her throat. Mediis, sensing her emotions, gently stroked her back. Phalia and Asha, standing with a group of noblewomen, also looked at Viserys in awe. To them, he seemed to glow with a golden light, shining like a god. Under the gaze of everyone, Viserys placed the crown back into the box and bowed, slightly in apology. Jalifa was tempted to persuade him further, but he realized he was fortunate just to witness Viserys' profound words. Roth, moved by Viserys' sincerity, felt a spark of hope. Perhaps Viserys truly could reclaim the Iron Throne. Putting this thought aside for the moment, he addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the most precious part of this celebration is the 3 songs of Lord Viserys. Let's ask Lady Moonshadow to play them for us again." The crowd responded with enthusiasm. "Moonshadow! Wow, that's Moonshadow! Hey, did you know her name is Phalia?" Phalia stepped forward and began to play the harp. Her fair hands plucked the strings delicately, and her lips parted beneath her veil as she sang. She glanced at the crowd, noticing Jalifa and others toasting each other. Inwardly, Phalia sighed, wondering who Roth might send her to bed with as a reward. She suspected it would be Roth himself, given Mediis' long pregnancy. But perhaps he might delegate the task to an old maid with some little props. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became, her gaze drifting towards Viserys. Finally, she seemed to make up her mind. As the party wound down and guests dispersed, Mediis suggested she and Dany chat, especially since they had an appointment to get their ears pierced. After asking Viserys for permission, they went to Mediis' room together. Viserys, meanwhile, requested a quiet study. There, he found a collection of information on the disputed lands from House Targaryen. The data was accurate and updated timely. With the celebration over and everyone else resting, Viserys focused on preparing as much as possible before officially becoming a mercenary. Viserys looked at the map of the disputed lands with a new understanding, his expertise growing. The free cities of Myr, Tyrosh, and Lys maintained a delicate balance, with significant conflict between Tyrosh and Lys, likely due to their demand for slaves. As Viserys studied the terrain, a knock at the door interrupted him. "Who is it?" he called. There was no response. Normally, a visitor would be announced, and if not, they would at least respond. Could it be the faceless men? If so, why hadn't his dragon dreams warned him? "Who is it?" he repeated, reaching for his dagger. Still no answer. "I'll have to ward to more animals in the future," he thought, cautiously approaching the door. He unlocked it and quickly stepped back. "The door is open. Come in yourself." The door slowly opened to reveal a familiar figure in a cloak and black hood. Lady Moonshadow. Viserys was surprised to see her at such a late hour. Phalia removed her hood, gathering her brown blonde hair behind her head. Her eyes were slightly red, and her lips, moist and nervously bitten, exuded a seductive allure. With a trembling voice, she said, "Lord Viserys, I have come to thank you." "Thank me? Why now?" Viserys asked, sensing something significant. He invited her inside. "Lord Viserys, if it weren't for you, I might not have even passed the workshop." Phalia took out a small box and placed it on the table. "I have some savings in the Iron Bank. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation." "No, you don't owe me anything. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have won the dragon egg," Viserys replied. Phalia insisted, "No, please accept it. Although it won't build an army, it's enough to buy some weapons. This is all the money I have. Please don't reject it." Viserys was tempted. According to her, Phalia must have saved at least 100,000 gold dragons over the years. But why give it all away? As a courtesan, she had many expenses. What would she do without the money? "Is there something you need?" Viserys asked. Phalia paused, wringing her handkerchief. Finally, she gathered her courage. "Lord Viserys, do you remember when you asked me what I planned to do after becoming the winter courtesan?" "Yes," Viserys nodded. She explained a relationship between courtesans and the three houses. Viserys was not surprised. "So I thought." Phalia's usual act of shyness and innocence gave way to complete sincerity. "Oh, so you're paying me to have sex?" he asked bluntly. Phalia, believing she would give her body away anyway, preferred to choose someone she liked. Viserys felt conflicted. Was Phalia beautiful? Absolutely. Her looks and figure were everything he desired. He liked her, but he couldn't afford an affair. He needed House Targaryen's support against Tormo's pursuit. Although Phalia was very attractive, he had to prioritize his alliances. But one can only live once, and he was already living his second life. What was the point of being so indecisive? Not to mention that she was offering him hundreds of thousands of gold dragons for this. Still, he needed to confirm one more thing. Taking a deep breath, Viserys said, "Lady Phalia." Phalia's body trembled. It was the first time Viserys had called her by her name. "Do you really like me, or are you just unwilling to give yourself to a stranger?" If it was the latter, he would discuss it with Roth and become her guarantor, as a favor to both her and himself for the time they had spent together. "Like?" That word is so blunt. Phalia paused, but then said firmly, "You are the light that pierces my dark life. I will never forget you." Her blue eyes sparkled, making Viserys' heart race. She had said it. What was there to hesitate about? If he hesitated now, he would be no different from a hypocrite. Viserys cupped Phalia's face in his hands and kissed her deeply. She felt as if she had fallen into a cloud, floating away. Her thoughts stopped, her legs went weak, and she almost clung to Viserys. He supported her with one hand around her waist, providing a great sense of security. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Phalia felt like she was drowning in the passionate kiss. She could no longer stand, her body limp like a boneless snake, entirely supported by Viserys. "You wait here. I have to tell Lord Roth about this," he said. Phalia didn't answer, too weak to make sound. She merely let out a breath through her nose in response. As Viserys left the room, he saw someone not far away holding a lantern, searching for something. "Lord Viserys," the man said, bowing as soon as he saw him. "Who are you looking for?" Viserys asked. No, just looking around." "You're looking for Lady Moonshadow, aren't you?" "Huh." The man was taken aback. You know where she is?" "I need to see Lord Roth." "Show me the way." The servant seemed to have guessed something and agreed. Soon, the two of them arrived at Roth's study. However, Roth seemed to know why Viserys had come and said, "Do you have Phalia?" "Yes," Viserys replied, initially surprised but quickly recovering. This was Roth's home, after all. How could a girl as delicate and weak as Phalia escape unnoticed? Roth smiled, a playful expression passing between them. If that's the case, why not take advantage of the situation and enjoy the moment? "Because Phalia came to see me in private, and I didn't want to hide it from you," Viserys explained. Seeing his honesty, Roth's eyes flashed with admiration. He remembered his own youth, filled with indulgences that often earned his father's scorn. It was rare for someone to remain so clear-headed in the face of such beauty. It's true that House Targaryen and Phalia have a special relationship. If she can be a witness to the friendship between us, it would be a beautiful thing, Roth said, staring into Viserys' eyes, expecting to see joy. Instead, Viserys' eyes first turned cold before a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Then I thank Lord Roth for his kindness." "Ha! Then I won't keep you any longer," Roth said, patting Viserys on the shoulder. Viserys was relieved. He had considered offering up his share of the soap trade if Roth hadn't agreed. According to their agreement, he stood to gain a few 100,000 gold dragons over the next few years. Besides, he had won the dragon egg thanks to Phalia. Returning to his room, Viserys found Asha and Phalia sitting together on the bed. He smiled as he walked toward them. That night was a whirlwind of passion and intimacy, a night to remember. Asha was passionate and unrestrained, while Phalia was shy and reserved. The contrast made the experience all the more unforgettable. The storm in the room did not cease until dawn, leaving Viserys with memories of a night filled with devotion, beauty, and desire. "Sex is a steel blade that scrapes the bones," Viserys muttered to himself. Opening the panel, he noticed his constitution had decreased by 0.03. Glancing at Phalia and Asha, who lay peacefully on the bed, he couldn't help but reminisce about the beauty of the previous night. He gently covered them with a blanket and stepped out into the courtyard to get some fresh air. Despite his reduced constitution, Viserys could go without sleep for several days without any problem. He prepared to do some boxing to loosen his muscles. But before he could begin, Pyrrhina arrived unexpectedly. Seeing Viserys so lively, she thought she was imagining things. The servant had told her that the noise in the room had been constant from the end of the banquet until dawn. 7 or 8 hours, 1 against 2, and yet he seemed perfectly fine. Sensing her confusion, Viserys coughed and asked, "Lady Pyrrhina, good morning. Is there something I can help you with?" "Lord and Lady invited you to breakfast," Pyrrhina replied. "Oh, that's a great honor. What time is it?" "About 2:15. "No problem." Pyrrhina had expected Viserys to be too weak to walk, but soon after she left, she heard the sound of his powerful punches echoing through the courtyard, accompanied by the rush of wind. After finishing his set, Viserys felt invigorated. A maid brought him a basin of warm water and a clean towel. Although she kept her head down, she couldn't help but steal glances at him. Viserys thought proudly, "Looks like I made a name for myself last night." He changed his clothes and headed to breakfast with the Roth. To his surprise, the dining room was small but cozy, reflecting the close-knit nature of the family. The couple sat side by side, with Dany across from them. Servants brought in refreshments and breakfast with the efficiency of a waterfall. As if reading his mind, Dany turned to look at Viserys before the couple, who were facing the door, could see him. "Brother," she called. Dany had her ears pierced the night before, and Lady Mediis had gifted her 2 green stone earrings. The stones matched her violet eyes perfectly, impressing Viserys. He smiled at her first, then greeted the couple. "Lord Roth, Lady Mediis, good morning." "Lord Viserys, sit." Roth invited. The couple had heard about Viserys' exploits the previous night, and seeing him in such good spirits, they felt the same amazement as Pyrrhina. As Viserys sat down, he noticed the Roths were enjoying a small but varied meal, with 4 or 5 different colored soups and various delicate side dishes. "Help yourself," Mediis offered. "Thank you," Viserys replied. After a night of exertion, he was ravenous. As he enjoyed the rich dishes, Dany quietly sniffed her delicate little nose, sensing a familiar smell on Viserys. Just as Dany was trying to recall where the familiar scent came from, Medes suddenly shifted the conversation to her. Since Lord Viserys is going to become a Sellsword, what about Lady Dany? Will you bring her along? Although Dany knew that Viserys would take her with him, she couldn't help but look at him nervously. Yes, we are each other's only family. We should try not to be separated if we can. But Sellsword camps aren't the safest places. I was thinking that if you would like, Lady Dany could stay with us for the time being, Medes suggested. Dany slowed her chewing and pricked up her ears, eager to hear Viserys' response. Thank you for your kindness, but as you know, our identities are sensitive, and assassination is a common occurrence. Dany could bring trouble here, Viserys replied. Although his words were blunt, Dany felt relieved. Viserys understood that the couple might see her as a political chip. If their motives were divided into 10 parts, 2 might be to use Dany as leverage. 5 were likely because they saw potential in him and wanted to help, and the remaining 3 were due to Medes' genuine affection for Dany. Having declined twice, they gave up on the idea. Haha, what a brother and sister you are, Roth said, breaking the ice, and clapped his hands. A maid approached the table with a tray holding 5 large books. The text on the covers looked old, somewhat resembling Valyrian. I remember saying that my ancestor was Pirate Raymond, a Valyrian slave who, unable to bear the cruelty of the Valyrians, stole a ship and came to Braavos. These books were brought back at that time. Viserys glanced at the books and noticed that the paper was quite new, indicating they were likely hand-copied. The text is in High Valyrian, which not many people understand. I don't know their real value, but I'll give them to you as a gift. That's very kind of you, Viserys said, bowing slightly in gratitude. High Valyrian was almost extinct, but was the language of dragons and magic. The Unsullied even used High Valyrian to receive orders. While Viserys suspected that Missandei, the translator in the original story, had only an introductory level of real High Valyrian, he had the panel and could quickly become proficient. Even if the books didn't contain secrets of magic, they were key to unlocking the door to magic. Their value was beyond ordinary imagination. After a brief chat, Viserys left Zaeline's keep with Dany. Meanwhile, Phalia and Asha slept until the afternoon. Upon waking, they smiled at each other and blushed, remembering the previous night's craziness. Phalia noticed the sky outside and became confused. Suddenly, she remembered something important and exclaimed, "Quick, Moon tea." Viserys was packing his things, organizing their belongings for the journey ahead. Most of their money was safely stored in the Iron Bank, so he was only taking 10,000 gold dragons and some valuable gems to Windblown. These gems, worth 40,000 to 50,000 gold dragons, were all gifts from Phalia. Even with these riches, their combined luggage weighed nearly 10 kilograms. Reflecting on his former life, Viserys felt a pang of nostalgia. The dragonbone bow, the dragon egg, the armor, the clothes, all of these items filled 3 large boxes. Additionally, there was a raven entrusted to him by Illyrio, which also required attention. To minimize their baggage, Dany had to leave behind some of her birthday gifts. While the siblings were fretting over their luggage, an unexpected visitor arrived, Jorah Mormont. Jorah was not penniless, but he was as poor as a church mouse. When he met the siblings Viserys and Daenerys, he directly revealed his identity. He hoped that Viserys would allow him to follow and help him restore his title when he reconquered Westeros. However, after Jorah finished speaking, Viserys looked at him without saying a word, making Jorah feel as though he were naked in front of him. He replayed his words in his mind, convinced he had said nothing wrong. Jorah knelt there for a long time, waiting for Viserys' response. Finally, Viserys spoke, but his first words were directed at Daenerys. "Dany, do you think this person is a good person or a bad person?" Seeing Viserys ask, Daenerys looked at the burly Jorah. His strong body and neck, thicker than the average person's, made him seem untrustworthy. He should be a good person? A good person? Oomph. Hearing Viserys sneer, Yora felt a chill down his spine, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He felt Viserys' hand clamp down on his shoulder, causing him to shudder involuntarily. As Viserys' grip tightened, Yora was even more shocked. This guy's got a lot of strength. Realizing the danger, Yora felt his hairline recede a few more inches and reflexively reached for the hilt of his sword. But Viserys' entire arm exerted force, making Yora feel as if a carriage were pressing down on him, rendering him immobile. Is he going to kill me? Preparing to draw your sword in front of me? Viserys sneered, ripping the sword from Yora's waist. The leather strap tore off with a loud thud. Realizing that Viserys might kill him, Yora struggled, but the boy's strength made him feel like prey being bitten by a wild animal. Don't move, or I'll really kill you. Hearing this, Yora could only try to suppress his urge to resist. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, completely exposing him. He looked up at Viserys with his black eyes. Viserys let go of his hand and walked around Yora, talking. Yora Mormont, banished by Robert the Usurper for human trafficking. Then his wife ran off with someone else, and he joined the Sellswords and Essos and sold slaves. Am I right? Yora had omitted the shameful part about his wife being given away as a concubine for the sake of his own reputation, but Viserys knew all about it. Dany, if you were this guy, would it be easier to work for the usurper Robert and assassinate us, or help us take back the Iron Throne? Of course, it would be easier to assassinate us. At this point, Daenerys realized that this seemingly honest and simple-minded man was actually quite cunning. She responded coldly. Seeing his intentions exposed, Yora looked at Viserys in horror. Viserys placed one hand on Yora's head, pressing his palm directly against his bald scalp. Then, almost face-to-face, Viserys said, "You're a bold one, Mormont, to think of taking advantage of my sister and me." After saying this, he pushed Yora's head hard, knocking him to the ground. "No, it's not true. I really want to follow the prince." Yora knew he was no match for Viserys and could only beg for mercy. The only thing he could rely on now was that Viserys had no concrete evidence. He didn't want anything now. He just wanted to live. Isn't that right, Kyla? Hearing this name, Yora felt his heart contract violently, and his mind went blank. It wasn't until Kyla walked in and looked at him expressionlessly that he seemed to realize something, and his hope finally died. "I don't need to introduce myself, do I?" she said. "How? How could that be?" Yora muttered, unable to accept it. "But don't worry, I won't kill you for now." Viserys sat back down in his chair. "I gave Kyla 2 chances. Now she not only follows me, but she's also Dany's bodyguard. You have the same chance." Yora jumped to his feet, grabbing at the lifeline. "I'll follow you. I'll follow you. I swear it by the gods." Viserys looked at him impassively. Yora's tone was much more sincere than when he first arrived. After a moment, Viserys told Yora about Cersei's affair with Jaime, then took a handful of gold coins from his breast and threw them on the ground. "Use your own methods to let as many people as possible know that the children of the usurper Robert are all bastards of Queen Cersei and Kingsguard Jaime. I'm leaving Braavos in 2 days. Meet me at the port of Old Clothes. Of course, you can always run away. Go ahead and try." Looking at the gold coins on the ground, Yora knew he had no choice but to go down this path. If he publicly slandered the royal family, he would be breaking with the Iron Throne. It would be like cutting off his own path. He already knew that Viserys was a guest of House Targaryen. He guessed that as soon as he left, someone would be watching him. "Very well, Prince. Go, and I look forward to hearing good news from you." For some reason, Yora saw a smile on Viserys' face, but it made his heart tremble. As Yora left, Dany asked with concern, "Brother, do you really want him to follow us?" Viserys turned to look at Dany and said seriously, "Dany, remember, there's no such thing as eternal loyalty in this world, only eternal interests. Now we want to return to Westeros, and so does Yora Mormont. Our interests are the same, so we can use him without any worries." He stood up and continued, "On the contrary, when Tywin led his army to attack King's Landing, the interests of my father's Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, and the Targaryens clashed, and he became a kingslayer. My father's Kingsguard, the Sea Lord's first swords, and the Dothraki calls Blood Riders are all the same. They all use interest to exchange for loyalty. Viserys lifted the veil of the world's artificial, warm, and affectionate appearance for Dany, directly exposing its most ruthless side, which greatly shocked Dany's immature heart. The most important reason why Viserys chose to keep Yora was that he had been on the continent of Essos for so many years that he could be a guide for them. The second reason was that Viserys really didn't have many people he could use. This guy had a certain amount of martial arts and warfare talent, and it would be helpful to have him around. And because of his plan with Roth, it would be more appropriate to have a skilled hand around at that time. When Maris saw Viserys, she couldn't stop laughing, her blue eyes sparkling. "Hurry, get their luggage to the ship," she called out. Several servants with blue and white patterns sewn on their chests deftly carried the boxes belonging to Viserys and his sister. These servants didn't usually go to war and were basically the porters of the sellswords. However, since they were close to the front line, they were paid much more than ordinary porters. This time, the various mercenary groups came to Braavos not only to recruit or play, but also to buy supplies such as cloth and medicine. There are still some supplies left. We will set sail at noon. Do you want to go on board or wait a bit longer? Maris asked. Wait a bit longer. There may be someone who wants to join the Windblown later, but if you don't like him, let him be my attendant. No problem. Maris readily agreed, believing anyone who could serve as a follower for Viserys must be a capable fighter. As the group chatted, Maris's eyes occasionally glanced at Dany's face, which aroused Viserys' vigilance. The scarred Maris looked like she had suffered misfortune. Viserys could sympathize with her, but if she were mentally disturbed and wanted to harm Dany, he would have to be cautious. Fortunately, after observing her for a long time, he saw no malice in Maris's eyes, only a look of affection, less maternal but more loving, like that of Lady Mediis. Lord Viserys! Lord Viserys! Viserys heard a few familiar shouts while the others were chatting. When he looked back, he saw Regis approaching, pulling his horse. Lord Viserys, Regis called out. Why are you here? Viserys asked. Regis, having come to Viserys, took a few deep breaths and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lord, please let me be your squire. Maris looked at Regis, noting that while he was tall and appeared strong, she didn't know how skilled he was. Become my squire? I'm going to be a sell's word, not a noble lord. Go back. Viserys waved his hand dismissively, but Regis was determined. Regis lifted his shirt to reveal his armor, showed his sword, and then patted his horse. My lord, I have exchanged all my money for weapons, armor, and a horse. I am willing to follow you. Viserys remembered that Regis was almost obsessed with his fighting skills. Whenever he had a chance, Regis would ask him for advice. Is he reluctant to part with his coach? Viserys wondered, do you want to learn fighting skills from me? If that's all you want, there's no need to risk your life. Practicing on your own is better than anything else. Although he was being criticized, Regis didn't blush and admitted directly, yes, my lord, but I think that only through blood and iron can true strength be forged. So please let me follow you. Viserys, too lazy to persuade him further, said directly, I won't bother you, but since you're willing to follow me, I can give you some money to go back to Braavos when you're done. Seeing that he had agreed, Regis happily said it was no problem. Lord, his horse. Dick, who had not spoken much, pointed at Regis's horse. There may not be much room on the ship. Seeing that he had said this, Regis looked up at the crowd and shouted, Who wants this war horse? It's free. I want it. I want it, several voices shouted. Hearing that someone was giving away a horse for free, a group of people rushed over, eager to seize the opportunity. Perhaps sensing Viserys' cold gaze, the man who ended up taking Regis's horse removed all his rings as a gesture of respect. Seeing that Viserys had accepted him, Regis stood behind him happily, appearing ready for his new role. Before long, it was noon, and the Windblown's cargo had been loaded. The ships at the docks were setting sail one after the other. At first, Maris and Dick could still wait patiently, but as time went on, they grew impatient. The captain of the ship mentioned that the last few days were the best for sailing and that they were unlikely to encounter a storm. If they waited any longer, they might miss their chance to leave. Viserys was puzzled, wondering where Yura had gone. He had been spreading rumors about Robert for the past 2 days, so he should have been back by now. Just as everyone was growing restless, Yura finally showed up with a noticeable bruise on his cheek. "Prince Viserys, Daenerys, what happened to your face?" Viserys asked. Yura was about to explain, but Viserys interrupted him. "Let's get on the ship and talk as we walk." Maris was relieved, and her opinion of Viserys improved a little. According to Yura's description, he had run into some Stormlands nobility. The Stormlands were the base of Robert's power, and they were not happy to see someone slandering their king. Yura was a good fighter, but he was no match for 4 men, so he suffered some minor injuries. However, this had achieved Viserys' goal. Yura knew that his chances of ever reaching the Iron Throne were over. As the group stood on the bow of the ship, they chatted while the ship slowly moved away from the harbor. Soon, a huge shadow fell over them as the ship passed under the crotch of the Titan of Braavos. Almost all travelers passing under the Titan's crotch would look up, even though there was nothing there. The long canal that ran through the city, the Blue Sea Lord's palace, the White Temple of the Moonsingers, the Red Temple of the Lord of Light, and the House of Black and White, hidden in the shadows, all came into view. As Braavos receded into the distance, Dany felt her nose tingle. She had lived in Braavos almost since she could remember. For Viserys, calling it his second home was just a polite phrase, but for Dany, Braavos was her real home. She had spent nearly 10 years there. However, Dany soon realized that the only place she could truly call home was with her brother. Sensing her emotions, Viserys placed his hand on her shoulder. As he watched the Titan of Braavos fade into the distance, he whispered to himself, "See you again, Braavos." King's Landing. Maegor's hold fast in the Red Keep. Since the completion of the Red Keep by the cruel Maegor, this castle within a castle has served as the royal family's sleeping quarters. After Robert succeeded to the throne, he naturally made it his residence. Although he preferred to sleep in brothels most of the time, this was still his home. The walls were adorned with yellow tapestries depicting stags' heads, and the floor was covered with carpets. More than 10 sconces on the walls could hold 50 candles at a time. The room was filled with incense, leaving no doubt that this was the king's room. The only thing that didn't fit with the surroundings was Robert's loud snoring. Since becoming king, his weight had increased significantly. The big bed looked undignified with his lumpy belly rising and falling. Just as he was fast asleep, a blond boy ran in, carrying a silk parcel for which a slimy substance was oozing. "Father! Father!" The boy was Joffrey, about 8 or 9 years old, and he had just done something brave that he wanted to show off to his father. Joffrey called out, trying to push Robert's enormous body with his skinny arms. Puff! The snoring stopped abruptly, and Robert woke up. He heard Joffrey's voice and turned to look at him. What is it?" Robert asked, clearing his throat. "Father, look," Joffrey said, placing the silk package on Robert's bedside table. "What is it?" Robert, like a fat seal, struggled to prop up his round body against the headboard. He sat up under Joffrey's expectant gaze and then reached out his thick, fat fingers to uncover it. A wet, bloody mass appeared before his eyes. "What is this?" Robert exclaimed in alarm. "I caught a pregnant cat and wanted to see what color the kittens in its belly were, so I cut open the cat's belly." "Father, aren't I brave?" Joffrey still looked at Robert with a smile, unaware that murderous intent had already appeared in his eyes. Pop! A loud sound echoed throughout the entire bedchamber, and Joffrey was knocked to the ground by Robert's slap. 2 milk teeth were knocked out, completing the process of tooth replacement early. Known for his strength, Robert didn't hold back too much when he slapped his eldest son. Even with an awkward technique, he still knocked Joffrey's eyes out. That day, the entire Maegor's holdfast could hear Robert's roar. "Lock up this bastard. No one is to give him any food." The servants quickly went to clean up Joffrey and the unborn kitten, leaving Robert, still breathing heavily, in bed. "By the gods, what have I done to deserve such a monster?" He rubbed his fat face, and a servant girl brought a basin of water and a piece of lavender soap. Robert skillfully wet his face and then applied the soap. Because of his poor diet, Robert found that his face was always greasy and could never be cleaned with just water. He had been using this stuff ever since. When he felt his mind clearing a little, a guard announced, "Your Grace, Varys has news for you. Send him in." Soon, a bald eunuch in purple silk robes, with a slightly plump figure, walked in. Although a bit fat, he was still a dwarf compared to Robert. "Your Grace," Varys bowed respectfully and took out a note from his bosom. "Tell me what you have to say," Robert said, leaning back on his bed with his fat hands raised. "Your Grace, Viserys, who is in exile in Bravos, has won the championship in swordsmanship." Viserys, that dragon-spawned bastard. Hearing news about the remnants of the former dynasty, he immediately sat up, his eyes widening. Bravos may not be the most powerful of the free cities, but it is one of the best. Their 10-day festival attracts mercenaries and swordsmen from all over the free cities. Viserys won first place at such a festival. Either he is ridiculously strong, or someone is backing him up. Either possibility is not good news for him. Didn't Littlefinger send an assassin? No results. Your Grace, the assassin's whereabouts are unknown. It seems he failed, but I have some news about Mormont. Tell me. Robert's eyes lit up. Varys reported Yora's demands and the current situation, appeasing the fat stag's somewhat irritable mood. Very well. You will be in charge of this matter. Yes, Your Grace. In Varys' opinion, the current situation was very good. The siblings had fully played their role as targets. Together with the Yora line, they could completely attract Robert's attention. However, there was a fly in the ointment: Viserys' unwillingness to join the Golden Company. This made it impossible for them to monitor Viserys properly. In fact, Varys was also very curious. He had seen Viserys as a child. From his performance, his martial arts talent seemed relatively average. In theory, at the age of 16, he could never have reached such a level. This is unexpected. Varys didn't care. No matter how strong Viserys was, he was just another bitter steel in Varys' eyes. The Golden Company had only a few thousand members after so many years of development. In his opinion, Viserys would be lucky to establish a second Golden Company in his lifetime. As for overthrowing the Iron Throne, he'd better be a good target. Just as Varys was about to leave, a blonde woman in a red dress stormed in. Her hair was blown back by the wind, and she looked like a furious lioness. Her green eyes were filled with rage. This woman was none other than Robert's queen, Cersei. When she saw her son's swollen cheek, she felt as if she were surrounded by flames. Varys sensed Cersei's presence and quickly moved out of the way. Before Robert could react, he saw a golden shadow flying towards him. Boom! A muffled sound, and juice splattered everywhere. Cersei had actually thrown a wine jug at Robert's face. Robert covered his mouth and felt something in his mouth. When he spat it out, it turned out to be half of his front tooth. "Woman!" His roar once again echoed through Maegor's holdfast. The waves crashed under the dim moonlight as 3 long ships rapidly advanced in a triangular formation. These long ships, built specifically for plundering, were twice as fast as ordinary merchant ships. Their black sails flapped like the dorsal fins of sharks. "Boss, is that Beggar King really on the wind-blown ship?" asked a skinny pirate with a pointed chin. "Yes, but we can't call him Beggar King anymore. He now has not only dragon eggs, but also a Valyrian steel sword and hundreds of thousands of gold dragons," replied a pirate leader with a wide mouth, broad nose, and brown skin. He turned and addressed the pirates behind him. "Listen up, everyone. That Viserys, also known as the Beggar King, has won 2 championships. He has over 100,000 gold dragons, plus dragon eggs, and a Valyrian steel sword. If we deliver his head to Tormo, we'll get another sum of money. After this job, we'll be able to live it up for half a year." Hoo-hoo, oh. The pirates cheered, excited by their leader's encouragement. "Boss, I heard Targaryens are all very beautiful. Can we?" A tall, thin pirate shrugged his shoulders and made a lewd gesture. The pirate leader straightened up and said, "Pay attention. Even if we are attacking by surprise, the Beggar King is a tournament champion. If anyone dies, there will be no spoils for them." The pirates immediately sobered up. Though they knew there was a difference between swordsmanship and real combat, they understood that Viserys' strength could not be underestimated. However, with nearly 200 men on the 3 longships, plus the weapons and armor provided by House Frigger, they believed they wouldn't fail. What none of them noticed was a seagull perched on the mast, listening to their conversation. This seagull was none other than Viserys. Judging the distance to be right, he flapped his wings and flew behind the 3 longships. After about an hour, he saw the fleet sent by House Targaryen. Viserys spotted Jalifa standing at the bow and lowered his altitude to the railing in front of him. Jalifa recognized the red string around the seagull's neck and realized it was Viserys' seagull. Seeing the seagull pecking at the railing, he knew it was time to speed up and prepare for battle. Tell everyone to check their weapons and armor and prepare for battle, Jalifa said to his second in command. He wasn't nervous, having fought pirates many times before, but he was amazed at the seagull delivering the message. This seagull is really smart. I wish I could have one. Viserys didn't pay any attention to the captain's comment. Seeing that the crew on Yora's ship was preparing and the ship was speeding up, he flew away. At that moment, on the wind-blown, Viserys' eyes returned to normal. He saw Dany and Kyla looking at him seriously. Kyla, go tell Yora that they're going to fight. Dany, you stay here and don't go anywhere, he instructed. Brother, I can go with you, Dany said, holding up the crossbow in her hand. After Viserys taught her everything he knew, Dany's shooting skills had improved by leaps and bounds. During the celebration, she could hit her target with a crossbow from a distance of 20 paces. Additionally, the crossbow produced in Myr was very powerful, and Dany had become quite capable of fighting. Okay, but stay close to Kyla and don't let the enemy get close. Okay, Dany agreed. After leaving, Viserys went to the quarters of Maris and Dick. The two were indeed lovers, rarely seen apart during the day. When Viserys knocked on their door, it was Dick, with his hair slightly disheveled, who opened it. Lord Dick, tell everyone to prepare for battle. Since Viserys had warned them before boarding that they were being watched, they had maintained a certain level of vigilance. Maris, wrapped in a dressing gown, saw it was Viserys and didn't ask any questions. She simply instructed Dick to notify the sailors on board. How many are coming? She asked. About 200. We just need to hold out for half an hour, and reinforcements from House Targaryen will arrive. If they had known in advance that they were being pursued, the best option would have been to change course. Although Maris wasn't sure how Viserys had gathered his information, she chose to trust him. After all, they were all in the same boat now. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 80 people on the ship had been urgently assembled on deck. Standing there in full armor, Maris, who stood over 1.8 meters tall with a strong physique, was as imposing as any man. Seeing that everyone was gathered, she spoke in a commanding voice. Everyone, get ready to fight. Yes, Captain. Maris didn't bother with explanations. The sailors trusted her word. No captain would risk their reputation by joking about such matters. Although the dark sea revealed nothing to the eye, no one doubted her orders, and they took up their defensive positions. However, Yora, who had traveled the world, couldn't help but ponder the source of Viserys' information. Over time, he had noticed that Viserys' support seemed rather peculiar. Once mocked as the Beggar King, Viserys had suddenly carved out a bloody path to power. What puzzled Yora most was the source of Viserys' martial prowess. Even though Ser Willem had taught him swordsmanship for a while, that alone shouldn't have made him so formidable. Willem himself was an average swordsman, good but far from the best. Moreover, as a noble, Yora knew that mastering martial arts required considerable resources. The saying, "The poor are good at literature, the rich are good at war," rang true. Viserys and his sister had been wandering for years, scraping by with little to no money. How could he have achieved such skill? Did the Targaryens have hidden funds stashed away in the Iron Bank? No, rumors had it that the siblings had been in dire straits for some time. As Yora pondered these mysteries, several ships suddenly appeared in the darkness. He recognized them immediately as longships, renowned for their speed. Longships were the favored vessels of the pirates from the Iron Islands. As a native of Bear Island, he knew them all too well. Even though he was aware that reinforcements were on their way, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety as the dark sea concealed much of the approaching threat. Ouch! My helmet! Yura turned around to see that Regis had accidentally dropped his helmet into the water. It was not a good omen. Attention! Enemy ships approaching. Attention! Enemy ships approaching. Attention! Some sailors with sharp eyes were the first to spot the approaching pirate longboats. They quickly lowered their voices to warn their companions. Soon, everyone could see the pirates through the gaps in the railings. As the sailors shifted positions, the sound of their armor quietly rustled. "It's Iron Hook," Maris muttered, recognizing the pirates. "Iron Hook?" Viserys asked. "These pirates don't just operate in the narrow sea. They also frequently plunder the Lower Rhoyne," Maris explained. "The Lower Rhoyne is under the control of Volantis, one of the 9 free cities and among the most powerful." The fact that these pirates could operate so brazenly suggested they were no ordinary threat. "I'll leave this to you. I'm heading to the port side," Maris said. "Yes," Viserys replied, gripping his halberd. He had never imagined his first taste of battle would come at sea. The approaching pirates were thrilled to find the ship eerily quiet, interpreting it as a sign of unpreparedness. As the distance closed, they hurled their grappling hooks over the railings. Yura glanced at Viserys and noted his steady breathing and calm demeanor. It was astonishing, especially for someone facing their first battle. Most men, even the bravest, often lost their nerve. Regis, standing nearby, was visibly trembling, an understandable reaction. But Viserys, seemingly unfazed, casually popped a piece of jerky into his mouth. As the pirates prepared to board, the ship's archers silently drew their bows, ready to shoot at any moment. The ropes attached to the grappling hooks tightened as the pirates began to climb, clinging to the ship like cicadas on a tree. No one on board dared to move, waiting for Maris's command with bated breath. Maris glanced at Dick, who was perched in a high position. When the time was right, Dick put his hand to his mouth and blew a loud whistle. The pirate leader sneered, but soon realized it was too late to react. A hail of arrows rained down on them. "Pull," Maris commanded, and over 30 archers stood and fired. The pirate leader, looking up from below, felt as if the ship's railing had suddenly grown taller. "Fire," he ordered. "We've been ambushed," the pirate leader finally realized, but retreat wasn't an option. With nearly 200 men against fewer than 80 on the ship, he believed victory was within reach. Their armor would soon help them overrun the defenders. "Keep boarding! Keep boarding!" the brown-skinned pirate leader shouted, determined to breach the ship's defenses. The Windblown had fewer than 30 armored sailors, many only wearing leather armor. Though they initially held an advantage, the sheer number of pirates overwhelmed them. "Armor is truly a treasure," Balland exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Vitus had told him he could keep 50 suits of armor, but Balland decided to keep them all. He knew the difference a good suit of armor made. With these 200 suits, he would rise to be a first-class pirate, recruit more men, and take control of the Rhoyne. He couldn't wait. However, he soon realized that there was one place where his men couldn't break through. In the moonlight, he spotted a man wielding a strange, long-handled weapon, keeping everyone at bay. In just the brief time he had been watching, 7 or 8 of his men had already fallen. He even saw one of them get knocked into the air by the force of the weapon. Balland had no idea that the man he was observing was the Beggar King, Viserys. In his mind, since Viserys had won a swordsmanship championship, he must have been using a sword. But at that moment, Viserys had no opponents near him. No one dared to come within 5 or 6 meters of him. Yura, with his sharp battlefield instincts, quickly positioned himself behind Viserys, using him as a shield while also fending off numerous enemies. Meanwhile, Dany, recalling Viserys' advice to shoot and move, used her crossbow to take down at least 3 foes. Viserys surveyed the scene and saw that the other directions were far more dangerous. They were at risk of being split up and surrounded by the pirates. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to hold out until Jalifa's reinforcements arrived. They couldn't possibly take on nearly 200 pirates alone. Though Viserys was strong, he was still far from being a true king. We need to find a way to relieve some of the pressure, Viserys thought. He pulled back his mask, removed his helmet, and shouted to the surrounding pirates. I am Viserys Targaryen. You sons of bitches. Come if you're not afraid to die. Viserys. Balin was shocked to see Viserys' silver hair fluttering in the wind. He had never expected Viserys to be so fierce. Despite Viserys winning the duel as a battle-hardened pirate, Balin had always looked down on him, believing that duels were mere showmanship and that true combat was only found on the battlefield. Even his earlier warning to his men had been half-hearted. But now, Viserys' martial prowess far exceeded his expectations, and his roar had its effect. Many pirates turned their attention to him. However, they paid a steep price. None had ever encountered a weapon like his before. It could chop, slash, stab, and even crush. When swung, it produced a menacing woo-woo sound, indicating its immense weight and the extraordinary strength required to wield it. Regis! Suddenly, Viserys heard Yora's shout. He turned and saw a medium-sized pirate in a sealskin cloak drive a dagger into Regis's neck. In his past life, as a mercenary, Viserys had lost many comrades. The sting of such losses had dulled over time, to the point where he could forget after a good night's sleep. But Regis was the first comrade he had lost since coming to this world, and the pain of losing a companion surged through him once more. Dany, who had been lying in wait to take her next shot, also witnessed the scene. Although she had once been wary of Regis, she had grown to see him as a simple and straightforward man. Especially after being impressed by Viserys' combat skills, Regis had almost become a fanboy, and he had always treated her with kindness. The crossbow she held had even been a gift from Regis. For a moment, both Viserys and Dany were consumed by grief, their swings and shots coming faster and with greater force. But the pirates kept coming. Just as everyone was fighting desperately, a long horn sounded in the distance. Balin turned to see that 6 large longships had suddenly surrounded them. What's going on? When did a fleet of ships sneak up behind me? Balin's thoughts raced with disbelief. Was I ambushed? But how did they coordinate this? And how did the ships of House Targaryen get here? A whirlwind of questions and shock left Balin feeling unsteady. But there was no one to answer him now. As commands were shouted across the ship, arrows flew like a swarm of locusts. Pull! Release! The air was filled with the relentless whistling of arrows as they shot through the sky. Viserys, unfazed, charged into the thick of the battle, his halberd slicing through the air. With each swing, 3 pirates fell, their bodies lifeless like mannequins under his brutal assault. Balin scanned the chaos around him, sensing that his crew's morale was crumbling. The thought of retreat flickered in his mind, but before he could act, a dark figure plummeted from the sky, landing on his deck with a resounding thud. The impact sent a chill down his spine. Standing before him was a warrior with silver hair, clad in black armor emblazoned with a red, 3-headed dragon. Viserys Targaryen. Balin recoiled in fear, shouting, "Quick! Kill him!" But no one dared to move. They had all witnessed Viserys' ferocity in battle. Blood still dripped from the halberd in his hand, a grim reminder of the carnage he had wrought. Those who were forced to face him met gruesome fates, their bodies crushed or spines snapped like twigs. Jalifa, observing from a distance, couldn't help but marvel. I've only seen such power in one person, the Horse Lord Drogo, he thought. Only under the Dothraki system, where strength is more important than anything, could such a warrior rise to power. Viserys' onslaught shattered the pirates' remaining morale. Seizing the moment, Jalifa led his men in a fierce charge. Within minutes, nearly all of the remaining pirates chose to surrender. "You're not fucking dead," Viserys exclaimed, rushing to Regis's side as soon as the battle ended. He had expected Regis to be cold by now, but instead, the man was chatting with Yora. Although the machete had caused a deep wound, it had miraculously missed his windpipe and arteries. As long as there was no infection, Regis would survive. Relieved that Regis's life was no longer in danger and that Dany was unharmed, Viserys joined Maris and Jalifa to interrogate the captured pirates. After some searching, only a few remained. Balland, the pirate leader, along with one captain and 2 second officers. The other captain and 3 first officers were either dead or missing, likely lost to the sea. "Where did you get your armor?" Jalifa demanded. Balland's response was predictable. It came from House Frege. "Were you involved in the attack on Weber at Shield Lake 6 months ago?" Dick asked, his bandaged arm a painful reminder of the encounter. "No, my lord," Balland replied. 6 months ago, I was in the Axe. Shield Lake was in the south of the continent of Essos, while Axe was in the north, a detail easy to verify. "Give us one good reason not to kill you," Maris demanded, her eyes flashing with a mix of worry and anger as she glanced at Dick's wound. "I have money in a bank in Tyrosh," Balland offered. "I could buy my life." It was a typical pirate tactic, one that often worked with navies and pirates alike in the free cities. But this time, the offer clearly fell short. The scar-blonde woman before him didn't seem the type to be swayed by gold. Realizing his initial offer wouldn't save him, and noting the hostile glares from the others, especially Maris, Balland quickly added, "I also have information about the pirates on the Rhoyne." From Dick's earlier question, Balland surmised that perhaps his colleagues on the Rhoyne had wronged these mercenaries. He hoped to barter this information for his life. After all, among pirates, there was no loyalty, only survival. They barely knew each other, and betraying them was a small price to pay to save his own skin. According to Balland, the pirates of the Rhoyne, the Narrow Sea, and even those from the Jade Sea and the Sea of the Setting Sun were planning a gathering at the end of the year, in 4 or 5 months. At this meeting, they would trade goods, and Balland claimed rare items like the Valyrian steel swords and dragon eggs might even make an appearance. While the existence of dragon eggs was questionable, the Valyrian steel had indeed been seen. Maris, however, was unimpressed with Balland's information. They were already aware of some of the pirates' activities, but even knowing wouldn't help. The sheer number of pirates gathering, with ships packed together and thousands of men, made them a formidable force. The chosen location was so hidden and rugged that a large army couldn't enter, and a small one would be slaughtered. In short, Balland's information was worthless. As Maris prepared to execute him and hang his head on the bow as a warning, Jalifa intervened. "Lady, you can kill the others as you wish, but I need to take him back." Jalifa had his reasons, not just for Balland, but for the armor the pirates wore. Armor was a strategic resource. The more they had in reserve, the better their chances in a critical moment. Additionally, the armor and pirates served as material evidence against House Frege. Even if it couldn't harm them directly, it could severely damage their reputation and prevent Tormo or his sons from running for the next Sea Lord, a goal Jalifa had agreed upon with Viserys beforehand. In the end, they divided the spoils. Jalifa took a few pirate leaders and their armor. The ships and supplies were left to Maris. Despite losing nearly 20 sailors in the battle, the Windblown had gained enough loot to more than compensate for their losses. The 3 longships alone would fetch 3,000 or 4,000 gold dragons if sold. Maris had 50 pirate heads cut off and hung on the ship as a deterrent. The gruesome trophies swayed and clashed like macabre wind chimes as the group continued toward Tyrosh. As they sailed, Viserys took the opportunity to ask about Weber. "About half a year ago, we had a standoff with the Company of the Cat at Shield Lake. Bloodbeard and a group of pirates ambushed our people." After hearing Maris's story, Viserys learned that this Weber was also from Westeros, just like them. Weber hailed from Cold Moat in the Reach, and his lineage was tied to the infamous Red Widow. This Red Widow earned her name by marrying 5 husbands in succession, with the last one being a Lannister. In fact, she was Tywin's grandmother. The Red Widow didn't die of old age. Instead, she mysteriously disappeared, leaving even the Lannisters unable to find her. Returning to the current Weber, Viserys recalled that 3 or 4 months ago, during the Battle of the Shield Lake, the 7th Battalion, which Weber commanded, had suffered heavy losses. From over 200 men, Their numbers had dwindled to just over 70. As a result, the leader of the Windblown, the Tattered Prince, was considering disbanding the battalion. Viserys realized that if Weber wanted to command a battalion again, his only option might be the 7th Battalion, which was primarily composed of Westerosi. Defeated by a formidable enemy, with his battalion in disarray, Weber had been assigned to lead it during this critical period. Viserys then thought of a certain handsome young man who was well known in the countryside. Regis's penetrating wound had miraculously avoided infection, leaving him with only a slight restriction in neck movement and no other lasting effects. Now, everyone on the ship affectionately calls him Lucky Regis, a nickname he's proud to have earned so early in his career. After another 3 or 4 days of sailing, the group arrived in Tyrosh early one morning. From a distance, the black walls of Tyrosh nearly blended in with the rocky island on which the city sat. Surrounded by the sea, Tyrosh boasted several harbors, and from above, the large and small ships resembled tadpoles clustered around a mother frog. Viserys and the others docked at the port on the west side of the city. Unlike other cities, Tyrosh lacked grand statues of titans, but was home to the famous Topless Tower, a structure carved into the rock. The majority of the Topless Tower served as a slave transit station, giving it its name. The top of the tower functioned as a lighthouse, guiding ships to the port. The port of Tyrosh buzzed with an almost chaotic energy, the noise so pervasive that Viserys could feel the commotion even before their ship docked. Tyrosh was known for its flamboyant culture, often described as the city of many strange hair colors. Viserys had thought Dario's appearance at the festival was audacious, but when he saw Tyroshi, he realized Dario had been downright subdued. Tyrosh was famous for its vibrant pigments, and the locals dyed their hair in vivid shades of scarlet, green, blue, chestnut, and cherry red. A strong, heady scent filled the air, and Viserys even spotted someone sporting a mohawk-like hairstyle. The Tyroshi aesthetic was undeniably bold and unrestrained. As soon as they disembarked, Dick engaged in conversation with a group of coachmen speaking a Valyrian dialect. Although Viserys was fluent in Valyrian, he could only grasp the general idea of what was being said. Tyrosh was one of the free cities, and it wasn't uncommon to see slave owners unloading lines of slaves from ships. Some even conducted sales in crowded areas, where traders would lift the slaves, pull back their clothes to display their bodies to potential buyers, and even inspect their teeth as if they were livestock. Some slaves had a wild, fierce look in their eyes, barely covered by tattered animal skins, as though they had been captured from beyond the wall. The scene before her maid, Dany, who had recently left Braavos, feel a pang of discomfort, but she remained silent. She was no longer the timid girl she once was. She had become a warrior, fighting alongside her brother Viserys. Although she found the sight disturbing, she did not dwell on the idea of intervening. Yura, however, appeared completely at ease, having been involved in such transactions before. Viserys felt a subtle shift within himself. After listening to the Valyrian dialect for about half an hour, he noticed a new skill appear on his panel. Valyrian Dialect Beginner 11/100+. To navigate the city more freely, Viserys promptly upgraded the skill to Ordinary. This would ensure that, as long as he avoided specialized trade jargon, he wouldn't be easily deceived by locals. Meanwhile, Dick arranged several wagons for the group and prepared to send them to the Windblown's office in Tyrosh. He stayed behind to oversee the loading and unloading of their goods, and was also tasked with selling the pirate ship captured from the Ironhope pirates. "Please get in the carriage, Lord," one of the attendants said. Viserys and Maris shared a carriage, where she began explaining the customs of Tyrosh to him. The people of Tyrosh are notoriously greedy. There's nothing they won't sell if the price is right, even their wives. You'll find mercenaries and pleasure gardens on every corner. Through the window, Viserys observed a man making a sales pitch, trying to sell a woman to another man. The woman cooperated, flaunting her charms. Whether she was actually his wife or merely someone he was pimping out, Viserys couldn't be sure. At Maris's prompting, Viserys turned his attention to a building with a large yellow door, adorned with several skulls strung together. That's tied to the Golden Company, she explained. Because Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys are all part of the disputed lands, you'll find mercenary headquarters in the free cities. Not just the Golden Company, but also the Stormcrows, the Longlances, all top-tier mercenary groups. Maris continued. The supreme ruler of Tyrosh is called the Archon. Unlike the secretive dealings of the three houses of Bravos, here they openly engage in bribery. In fact, among the Tyroshi, it's believed that if you don't understand the art of bribery, you're unfit to rule. Look over there, she instructed, pointing out a massive statue of a three-headed god. Though Viserys hadn't seen it in Bravos, the triangular tower next to the statue seemed familiar. That's a temple dedicated to the three-headed god. It's said that one head devours death, another spits out new life, and the third is a mystery. How long has this statue been here? Viserys asked. I'm not sure, Maris replied. It seems like it's always been here, maybe even since the time of Illyria. Viserys nodded, feeling a growing sense of anticipation. He decided he would investigate further after meeting the Tattered Prince. Valyrians were known to be atheists, seeing themselves as gods due to their control over dragons and magic. If the statue indeed dated back to the Valyrian era, it might hold unexpected significance. As they traveled deeper into the city, the streets became congested with vendors and merchants haggling over prices, causing traffic delays. That purple-haired one, give us some space. Hey, I'm talking to you, Maris shouted, leaning out of the carriage. Her scarred face lent her words an intimidating authority, and the vendor quickly moved his stall out of the way. Despite her efforts, it still took nearly an hour to reach the Windblown's office. Once they arrived, Viserys immediately felt the harsh sunlight, which made his eyes uncomfortable. Dany, too, shielded her eyes. Their light purple eyes were sensitive to bright light, and it became clear they would need to find a solution. The office's entrance was marked by a blue and white striped flag of the Windblown. As they stepped through the door, they found themselves in front of a three-story mansion. In the courtyard between the gate and the mansion, Windblown mercenaries stood guard, maintaining order. Hey, Maris. The mercenaries greeted Maris as soon as they spotted her, their smiles a mix of flattery and unease. As the Windblown's interrogator and the Tattered Prince's right hand, Maris held a level of authority far beyond that of an ordinary mercenary. She responded with a brief nod, continuing to walk alongside Viserys. Hey, our beauty has brought back a pretty boy. Looks like she's ditched that dick guy, one of the mercenaries muttered. Silver hair and purple eyes. Maybe he's from Lys? And what's he doing with that little dwarf? Another whispered as they pointed at the siblings. Dany, clad in leather armor and wearing a mask, went unnoticed as a girl. The first floor of the mansion was crowded with mercenaries who had come to apply for a job. They hailed from all corners of the world, their skin tones varying widely. Among them were two dark-skinned men who appeared to be from the Summer Isles. Viserys, however, didn't have to wait with the rest. Maris led him straight upstairs, leaving the other mercenaries to eye him with envy, though none dared voice it aloud. Viserys carried himself with a tall, steady gait, giving the impression of a seasoned warrior. Soon, Viserys was ushered into a waiting room. The walls were adorned with short swords, scimitars, shields, and helmets, a display of the Windblown's martial prowess. I'll go and find the captain. Wait here for a moment, Maris said before leaving the room. The captain of the Windblown, known as the Tattered Prince, was a man in his 60s with silver-gray hair and heavy bags under his eyes, sagging like a rooster's wattles, giving him a perpetually mournful expression. He had founded the Windblown about 20 years ago, starting with a group of 6 men. Now, he was the only one left. As the first and only leader of the Windblown, he had fled from Pentos to avoid being sacrificed, a decision that had tragic consequences for his family. His greatest desire over the years had been to return to Pentos and exact revenge on the nobles responsible for his family's slaughter. Behind him hung a map of the disputed lands, covered in various markings, with Lys prominently marked by a large red cross. The Tattered Prince's true name was known only to himself. Those close to him addressed him as Captain, while others used the more distant title of Tattered Prince. "Captain, you'll never guess who I've brought back with me this time," Maris exclaimed eagerly as soon as she saw him. "Carovalin," the captain guessed. "No, but someone even better," Maris replied, brimming with excitement. The old captain's curiosity was piqued. The results of the swordsmanship tournament in Bravos had not yet been widely disseminated, so when Maris revealed that she had brought back the tournament champion, he was genuinely surprised. Upon learning that the champion was none other than Viserys, his reaction was difficult to describe. However, this didn't mean he hesitated to consider using Viserys. After all, the world of Selzwords was filled with people from all walks of life. Even Igor Bittersteel had joined the ranks after losing a power struggle. Viserys was no exception. What concerned the captain more was the credibility of Viserys' victory. It initially sounded too far-fetched, but since the prize for the tournament winner was a Valyrian steel sword, he decided to see for himself. 3,000 gold dragons in payment, plus a sister, and only willing to sign a 1-year contract. The old captain murmured to himself. The demands were indeed excessive, but if Viserys proved suitable, it might be worth considering. He turned to Maris and asked, "By the way, how old is this Viserys?" 17. 17? He's too young, the captain said, shaking his head. Young men that age often had a dangerous misconception. They believed that only others would die on the battlefield, never themselves. When faced with defeat, they tended to spiral into depression, retreat into escapism, or even collapse entirely. In other words, while young men could be used as cannon fodder, putting them in command was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. This was why the captain preferred older, more seasoned commanders. "Didn't you say he also brought Jorah Mormont? I've heard of him. He can stay. Tell Viserys that if he doesn't want to start as an ordinary mercenary, he should find another path," the captain instructed. "But Commander," Maris began, but the Tattered Prince waved her off. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a handful of copper stars and coins, along with a few gold dragons. He intended to offer Viserys some compensation, acknowledging Maris's efforts in bringing him here. Originally, he had considered adding a gemstone, but the wind-blown, strained finances made him reluctant. Sensing the captain's hesitation, Maris quickly recounted their recent battle at sea, piquing the captain's interest further. "You mean he volunteered to be bait to lure the pirates, and then you and House Targaryen wiped them out?" the captain asked. "Yes, exactly," Maris confirmed, eager to convince him. He used an unusual long spear, but it was incredibly effective. He could take on 10 men at once. "Then bring him in," the captain said, stroking his eyebrows thoughtfully. If this young man was truly as formidable as Maris described, it might be worth giving him a chance. "It's just around the corner," Maris said, pointing the way for Viserys before staying behind to keep Dany company. Viserys approached the old captain's door, knocked, and then bowed respectfully as he entered. In his mind, the Tattered Prince was a man of sharp intuition. In the original story, when Daenerys fought against the Great Masters and Wise Masters in Slaver's Bay, the Tattered Prince had accurately sensed the fragility of the slave masters. Confident that the Mother of Dragons would ultimately prevail, he sent his Westerosi mercenaries to make contact with her, a decision that proved his foresight, as Daenerys did indeed secure her position in Slaver's Bay. "Lord Commander," Viserys greeted. "Lord Viserys, please have a seat," the Tattered Prince replied. The two men regarded each other across the desk. The Tattered Prince, a seasoned soldier, exuded the scent of leather and steel, an aura vastly different from that of an ordinary old man. Yet, as he looked at Viserys, he was momentarily perplexed. The young man before him appeared no older than 16, yet he carried himself with the poise and cunning of a veteran warrior. His light step and resolute gaze suggested a wealth of battlefield experience, far beyond his years. Could this be what some might call a natural-born mercenary? The Tattered Prince didn't have a term for it, but he realized he had underestimated Viserys. Still, Whether this impression was accurate remained to be seen. "I need to ask you a few questions. Is that all right?" the captain asked. "Of course," Viserys replied. Viserys recalled his mercenary experiences from his past life, expecting questions to test his values and loyalty, such as, "If we go to war with your home country, will you follow orders without hesitation? Or, in the face of women and children, can you kill, if necessary?" He believed he was prepared for anything the old captain might ask. But the captain's question caught him off guard. "What are your thoughts on revenge?" Viserys paused, staring into the captain's brown eyes. Then it clicked. This was a deeply personal question. The tattered prince had fled Pentos to escape being sacrificed, a decision that had led to the destruction of his family. He had long harbored a desire to reclaim Pentos and avenge them. Viserys, too, sought revenge, to reclaim Westeros and avenge his father and brother-in-law. Their goals were strikingly similar. It was indeed a matter of values. "In my view, revenge is a necessary means of maintaining public morality," Viserys began. The old captain leaned forward, intrigued, signaling for him to continue. "If someone punches you and you don't retaliate, they'll move on to punch someone else. If someone kills your family and steals what's yours, and you don't take revenge, they'll kill more and take more. So, revenge and retaliation are not only legitimate, but just. So-called tolerance is nothing more than a self-soothing lie for the weak." As Viserys spoke, the tattered prince's eyes brightened, his interest clearly piqued. Though he had never abandoned his desire for revenge, Viserys' words seemed to reinvigorate him, as if he had been infused with new resolve. The old captain nodded in satisfaction. After discussing Viserys' views on revenge a bit more, he said, "I'm aware of your terms, and the windblown can accept them. But I have one question." "Please ask," Viserys replied. "With your skills, the Golden Company should have offered you a better deal. Why didn't you choose them?" Viserys paused, considering his response before speaking. "You may not have heard of the Banquet of the Crown. I earned the name the Beggar King because of those men. My goal is to defeat them one day, not join them." Though his answer seemed a bit youthful, it was without obvious flaws. Yet, the tattered prince, with his long years of experience, sensed there was more to the story. He knew this wasn't the full truth, but he decided not to press further. After all, for some, joining a mercenary company was merely a means to an end, and he himself understood that better than anyone. The old captain nodded and continued, "I assume Maris mentioned the 7th Battalion on your way here?" "Yes, she did," Viserys replied. "Are you interested? I can give it a try." With that, Viserys and the Windblown formalized their agreement by signing a contract. The first clause stood out starkly. The captain has the right to punish deserters and traitors in any way he sees fit. Viserys recalled a story about the Windblown's cook who had once deserted, claiming the food was too terrible to bear. As punishment, the tattered prince had his legs cut off and forced him to eat them. Remarkably, the man continued working as the cook, and the quality of the Windblown's food improved dramatically thereafter. It was clear that with this captain, there was no option to refuse. You take the carrot, or you'll get the stick. The contract also detailed other aspects, such as remuneration and the distribution of spoils. For instance, a sergeant major could personally invest in equipment, with the spoils proportionately increased according to their contribution. "No wonder he hails from Pentos," Viserys mused, noting the similarity to a profit-sharing arrangement. This system could foster a relatively loyal team. Considering the 7th Battalion's likely poor equipment, Viserys thought about asking Illyrio for assistance. The old man hadn't received a gold coin from him in a while. Another reason Viserys accepted command of the 7th Battalion was that most of its members were Westerosi. Take Spiderweber, the current sergeant major, for example. Banished to the Free Cities by his own house, he longed to return to his homeland. The most crucial element for any team was its shared values. By taking over the 7th Battalion, Viserys saw an opportunity to recruit more loyalists for his eventual reconquest of Westeros. "We'll be leaving Tyrosh in 3 days. I'll have Maris arrange accommodations for you. Feel free to explore the city in the meantime," the old captain said. "Thank you." I'll take my leave now, Viserys responded, standing to go. Just as he was about to leave, the old captain added, "Oh, and we won't be responsible for your sister's safety. Of course. I'll take care of her myself." "Good. That's all." Meanwhile, despite Regis still recovering from his injuries, the tattered prince signed both him and Yora to 1-year contracts. He didn't sign Kyla, as he had no need for an assassin. "It's still early. Let's head to the temple of the three-headed god," Viserys suggested. Given that the three-headed god was the dominant belief in Tyrosh, he was curious to see if there was anything unique about it. If the temple truly dated back to the Valyrian period, perhaps his panel might show some sort of reaction. Viserys' suggestion met no opposition, and after leaving the office, the group headed straight for the temple of the three-headed god. Tyrosh had a total population of around 300,000, over 200,000 of whom were slaves. As they walked through the city, they passed numerous naked slaves, many of whom were laboring as porters, miners, or performing other menial tasks. West of Tyrosh, in the copper mines alone, there were more than 30,000 enslaved workers. The more fortunate slaves might serve as waiters, clerks, or craftsmen. Viserys reflected on the issue of slavery as they walked. While freeing all the slaves at once might seem noble, it would inevitably lead to the same challenges the Mother of Dragons faced in Slaver's Bay. However, perhaps a gradual approach, releasing their power slowly, could be more effective. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the group arrived near the temple of the three-headed god. From their previous vantage point, they hadn't been able to see the statue clearly, but now, up close, its towering presence was undeniable. The statue, cast in bronze and standing 5 or 6 meters tall, featured 3 massive heads that dominated its structure, occupying nearly 3/4 of the entire figure. From a structural standpoint, it seemed improbable, but according to Maris, the statue was thousands of years old and possibly crafted through magic. "There's a legend that touching the toes of the three-headed god brings good luck," Maris said, pointing to the statue's toes. According to the tale, those who touch the toes will become fortunate. Looking in the direction Maris indicated, Viserys noticed that the toes of the statue were indeed smoother than the rest, worn down by countless touches over the centuries. "Haha, then I don't need to touch it," Regis boasted, showing off the scar on his neck. These days, he often stretched his neck, as if trying to gain an extra inch. The first head devours the dying, and the reborn emerge from the third, and the middle one. "I'm not sure," Viserys mused as he examined the three-headed statue, trying to deduce the purpose of the third head based on his knowledge from his past life. From death to rebirth, perhaps resurrection, but simply being alive would make one a vegetable, right? It seemed that the third head might represent more than just life. Perhaps it symbolized a soul-consuming force that then rebirths the soul into a new body. Although he had several theories in mind, none could be confirmed. Determined to test his suspicions, Viserys approached the statue and placed his hand on its massive toe. Suddenly, blue text appeared before his eyes. Contacting Valyrian magic tool, the skill Skin Changer transforms into Soulbinder. Soulbinder? Magic tool? Viserys repeated, surprised by the unfamiliar terms. Quickly, he opened his panel. Sure enough, the Skin Changer's skill had vanished, replaced by Soulbinder. Soulbinder. Ordinary. 300 plus. It appeared that Soulbinder was a more advanced skill than Skin Changer, as the latter had been downgraded from near expert level to ordinary. Without hesitation, Viserys invested some proficiency points, advancing the skill to proficient. Suddenly, a vast sea appeared before Viserys' eyes. He felt the surge of waves beneath him, and it was as if he were flying, looking down at the earth from a bird's-eye view. "No, I'm not flying, it's the seagull," Viserys realized, astonished that he could share the seagull's vision without invading its consciousness. This meant he now had an extra pair of eyes at his disposal, and the implications were enormous. He imagined that as his Soulbinder skill advanced, he might even be able to control animal companions without the need for a full mind invasion. If he could eventually bond with a more powerful creature, Wouldn't that mean he could command two bodies simultaneously? I'm not controlling any beasts. I'm fighting alongside a dragon. I'm a dragon, he thought with growing excitement. It also occurred to him that he could likely link with a second animal companion right now. Considering future battles on land, a seagull wasn't exactly the fiercest of allies. But if he could bond with an eagle, or even a vulture, he'd have a formidable advantage. Vultures, with their ability to hover for extended periods, could provide continuous battlefield surveillance, and the keen eyesight of these birds meant that no enemy, whether hiding in barracks or fleeing, could escape his notice. Elated by the discovery that this trip had been far from fruitless, Viserys looked at the statue before him with renewed interest. The system message had mentioned Valyrian magic tool, confirming that this was not just a statue but something deeply tied to magic. What had the Valyrians used it for? As masters of dragons and magic, the Valyrians were atheists who considered themselves gods, so it made sense that they would create a magic tool rather than an idol of worship. Given the transformation of his skin changer skill into soul binder, it was clear that this tool had something to do with the soul. Perhaps, as he had speculated earlier, it was used to create new life by combining a body with a soul, or possibly to do the reverse, separating a soul from its body. For a moment, Viserys felt a deep curiosity about the ruins of Valyria. However, he quickly remembered the countless people throughout history who had ventured there only to disappear forever. Even Arya Targaryen, the third dragon rider of Balerion the Black Dread, Aegon the Conqueror's dragon, had died after returning from Valyria. Balerion had suffered grievous wounds, and Arya had succumbed to a fever, with tiny worms erupting from her body before her death. Before her, a dragon lord who proclaimed himself the Emperor of Valyria had led 30,000 men into the ruins, never to return. The only one known to have succeeded in plundering Valyria was Euron Greyjoy, who had returned with Valyrian steel armor, a dragon horn, and a dragon egg. Yet even thinking about Euron filled Viserys with unease. He decided to put aside any plans for exploring Valyria until he was stronger. Perhaps, when the time was right, he could even manipulate Euron into doing the dangerous work for him. With thoughts of Valyria temporarily set aside, Viserys turned his attention back to finding new animals to use for warging or soul binding. Dany had only managed to ward a lark before, which hadn't been particularly effective. So, the group decided to visit a circus that was preparing for a show. There, Viserys, I was immediately drawn to a young golden eagle, about a meter in length. Though not yet fully grown, it already displayed the majesty and power of a bird of prey. Its feathers, a blend of dark brown and gold, shimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Although its body wasn't as imposing as that of an adult golden eagle, its thin, bony frame exuded a wild beauty, with every bone seemingly infused with strength and tenacity. With enough meat, it'll soon grow into a powerful ally. Viserys thought, his mind made up. "You're the one," he declared, choosing the eagle as his next companion. "How much for the golden eagle?" Viserys asked. "I'm sorry, master. This one is part of our performance. I've raised it since it was a chick." The man speaking was a Dothraki, and though his Valyrian was surprisingly fluent, it was clear he had been living in Tyrosh for some time. 10 gold dragons, Viserys offered. "Master, it's not about the money," the Dothraki replied, his face showing signs of discomfort. 15 gold dragons. "Master, this golden eagle." The Dothraki hesitated, visibly torn. 30 gold dragons. The Dothraki sighed, finally relenting. "Please treat it well." In the end, Viserys also purchased a horned owl from the Dothraki for Dany. Viserys had told her that owls could see in the dark, and Dany was eager to experience that sensation for herself. After the transaction, Viserys struck up a conversation with the Dothraki man. "Why didn't you return to the grass, sea, to sell your talents?" "My Khalasar was originally near the Red Waste," the Dothraki explained. "But as the Red Waste expanded, we were forced to move. Eventually, we crossed paths with a Khal named Barbo, who absorbed our Khalasar. I managed to escape." "Barbo? Isn't he the father of Khal Drogo?" Viserys inquired. Yes, exactly. In fact, the Khalasar now belongs to Khal Drogo. The name Drogo immediately caught Dany's attention. Illyrio had once suggested marrying her to Drogo, and though Viserys had promised not to use her as a bargaining chip, hearing the name still unsettled her. Meanwhile, Viserys' thoughts turned to Drogo's motivation for a western expedition. He knew from the original story that Drogo announced his plans to move west after Daenerys became pregnant, claiming it was because he now had a right to the Iron Throne through his marriage. But that reasoning had always seemed weak to Viserys. The Dothraki Sea was separated from Westeros by the Free Cities and the Narrow Sea, and Westeros could easily muster an army of 100,000 or 200,000 men. Even with a claim to the throne, such a decision would require careful consideration. Viserys suspected there must have been more pressing reasons behind Drogo's desire for conquest. Now, Viserys believed he had found it, the Red Waste. Its expansion was straining resources and escalating conflicts within the Dothraki. This, he realized, was the real reason behind Drogo's western ambitions, a need to secure new resources and territory to alleviate the growing pressures at home. However, Dany would not marry Drogo now, which meant the Horse Lord had no immediate reason to declare war on Westeros. Instead, his gaze would likely turn to the Free Cities. If Viserys were to seize territory in the Free Cities in the future, a clash with Drogo would be inevitable. But these were concerns for another time, Viserys decided, shelving the thoughts for now. Without an army, such considerations were premature. For the time being, he pushed the matter aside and continued exploring Tyrosh. Afterwards, Viserys and his entourage continued to explore the city together. Wherever they went, Regis couldn't resist showing off the freshly stitched scar on his neck. Yep, a 2-foot-long curved knife got me, he would boast, stretching his neck for emphasis. It was this long, went in right here, and came out the back. Before anyone could even ask, Regis was already explaining the details, which left the others feeling a bit embarrassed by his enthusiasm. Their wandering eventually led them to an open-air stall specializing in hair dyeing. The stall owner had set up several beds where people could lie or sit while dye was poured onto their heads. Viserys had expected the dye to smell unpleasant, but to his surprise, it carried a faint fragrance. None of them had seen hair dyeing done before, so they stopped to watch, intrigued. Regis, ever eager for attention, began displaying his neck scar again, trying to impress the customers getting their hair dyed. Finally, Dick, unable to stand it any longer, said, "Regis, how about getting your hair dyed? I'll pay for it." Realizing he was being teased, Regis sheepishly shrank his neck and touched his bald head, causing Yura and the others to burst into laughter. For the next 2 days, Viserys focused on dealing with the spoils of their recent battle, working closely with Maris and the others. As mercenaries, they had little use for so many ships, so the group discussed selling them. Recognizing Viserys' significant role in the battle, Maris suggested that he should handle one of the ships himself. Instead, Viserys decided to keep the ship for the time being and asked Maris to use the proceeds to purchase a new batch of weapons. He knew that to secure loyalty, he needed to provide for his men first. Replacing old equipment and improving food supplies all required money that wouldn't come for free. By paying for their equipment, Viserys would gain more influence over the distribution of future spoils. "If you eat my food and use my weapons, you'll fight for me when the time comes," he thought. However, while weapons were relatively easy to acquire, armor was a different matter entirely. The cost of armor was in a different league altogether. With this in mind, Viserys had written to Illyrio 2 days earlier, requesting that he find some armor. The old man hadn't been asked for a favor in a while, and now was the time for him to contribute. 3 days passed quickly, and soon the group boarded a ship bound for the Windblown's camp on the mainland. This marked the official beginning of Viserys' mercenary career. The Windblown's camp was home to about 4,000 men. Blue canvas tents stretched as far as the eye could see, covering 2 adjacent hills, and large and small blue and white striped flags fluttered in the breeze. "This is our camp," Maris explained to Viserys. The captain likes to call it the canvas castle. It only takes an hour for us to break it down and move out. After spending the past few days with her, Viserys had come to realize that Maris held the tattered prince in high regard, almost with the adoration of a daughter toward her father. As they entered the camp, Viserys noticed the meticulous arrangement, a testament to the experience of a veteran who had seen many battles. When they approached the gates, the guards on the towers signaled to those below. The gates swung open, and a group of guards swiftly removed the barricades, allowing them to enter. Inside, the tattered prince called for the sergeants to gather for a meeting. As a new member, Viserys was expected to attend. "Dany, let's go," Maris said, gesturing to the girl. As an interrogator, Maris didn't usually participate in combat meetings, so she offered to teach Dany something new at the camp. After bidding Dany farewell, Viserys and Dick entered the main tent. It was sparsely furnished, with only a few stools and a large map that covered an entire wall like a door. Soon, a red-bearded mercenary in his 40s entered the tent. He greeted Dick with a playful jab. "Hey, Dick, how was your honeymoon?" "It was fine, but you'll have to wait a bit longer for your little brother," Dick shot back. "Go to hell," the man laughed, then turned to Viserys. "I'd like you to meet Viserys Targaryen, champion of bravos and swordsmanship, our newest recruit." "Viserys, this is Beans back, the sergeant major of the 4th Battalion." "Back," Viserys said, standing to greet him. "So, you're the one they call the Beggar King?" Back asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, that's me." "Huh. Do you know what we call the old captain?" "The tattered prince. You two must get along well." Back was a sociable man, and soon the two were chatting easily. Before long, the sergeants from the various battalions began to arrive. Viserys noted that they were a diverse group, with skin tones ranging from black and brown to white and olive. Among them, 2 sergeants, a black man and a white man, walked in close together. According to Dick, both men were named Geralt. To distinguish between them, the fair-skinned one was called Redback Geralt due to a large red birthmark on his back, while the dark-skinned one was known as Black Geralt. As was customary among mercenaries, almost everyone cast a quick glance around the room upon entering. Viserys' silver hair, purple eyes, and fine armor naturally drew their attention. But there was another reason he stood out. He was far too young. Suspicion lingered in the air as the mercenaries eyed him. They all knew that their captain would never allow someone so young to command. Just as one of them tried to approach Viserys, the tattered prince entered the camp with 2 of his most trusted mercenary leaders. One of them was a towering figure, standing over 1.9 meters tall, his face marred by scars. At his waist hung a Dothraki arak, the blade, clearly forged from Valyrian steel, adorned with a pattern that resembled blood splatters. The other man was about 50, with a weathered face and a gray beard. The one with the scars is Cago, and the one with the white beard is Denzel. "They're the captain's most trusted men," Dick whispered to Viserys. It was obvious that these 2 served distinct roles, Cago as a formidable enforcer, and Denzo as a seasoned advisor. As soon as the tattered prince took his seat, the tent fell silent. He surveyed the room, and everyone straightened up. "I have 3 matters to address," the old commander began. "First, I've renewed our contract with Tyrosh. Our enemy will remain the same for the time being." Viserys raised an eyebrow, noticing how the captain's voice carried a commanding authority. Some of the men nodded thoughtfully, but most remained impassive. At that moment, a short, stocky mercenary with a spiderweb tattoo stood up and asked, "Commander, is the Company of the Cat still serving this?" "That's right," the tattered prince replied. "I request to continue serving as Shield Lake, even as an ordinary soldier." "We'll discuss that later," the commander said firmly. The mercenary, who was none other than Weber, the sergeant major of the 7th Battalion, sat down reluctantly. He looked like he wanted to say more, but when Cago, seated to the right of the tattered prince, shot him a warning glance, Weber held his tongue. "Second," the captain continued, "we need a garrison at Shield Lake. Who's willing to go?" "I'll do it." Beans back, sitting next to Viserys, stood up without hesitation. The captain nodded. Back's battalion was mostly archers, making them well suited for the task. Weber, however, seemed restless, clearly disappointed at not being chosen. Third, the tattered prince said, pointing in Viserys' direction, Viserys Targaryen. Viserys stood and faced the room. The eyes of all the sergeants turned toward him, scrutinizing his youthful appearance. They had already noticed him earlier, but now, seeing him up close, their doubts resurfaced. He was so young that, even as a support soldier, they would find his presence unsettling. You will take over as Sergeant Major of the 7th Battalion and be responsible for its rebuilding, the captain declared. Yes, Viserys responded, but before he could sit down, Weber voiced his objection. Commander, how old is he? If he's made Sergeant Major of the 7th Battalion, we might as well disband it now. Weber's challenge was direct, and this time Cago didn't try to silence him with a glare. Convincing the men to follow such a young leader would indeed be difficult. None of the sergeants present had become leaders without spending at least 7 to 10 years as sellswords, and they were all in their 30s or 40s before earning their ranks. This is my decision, the tattered prince stated firmly. If he fails to rebuild the 7th Battalion within 3 months, it will be disbanded. Additionally, Viserys is the champion of the swordsmanship tournament in Bravos. The captain's words eased much of the tension in the room. While it was still uncertain whether Viserys could lead, at least he was a proven fighter. Winning the Bravosi championship suggested he had some skill, which reassured many. Yet, Viserys could still feel a critical gaze upon him, Cago's. Their eyes met, and Viserys sensed a mutual desire for combat. If any of you want to test my skills or compare your abilities with mine, I'm always ready, Viserys said with a sly grin, making a slightly risque joke that suited the rough company. The remark worked, as a few mercenaries chuckled, and others seemed more open to accepting him. Count me in, one of them said. Me too, added another. Soon, 3 or 4 men expressed their desire to challenge him, including Weber. Surprisingly, though, Cago, despite his fierce appearance, didn't step forward but continued to watch quietly. All right, no problem. I'll be waiting for you at the 7th Battalion, Viserys said confidently. But in my opinion, a duel is pointless without a wager to make it interesting. With that, he unsheathed his sword and held it up for everyone to see. The mercenaries, seasoned veterans, immediately recognized the blade as a genuine Valyrian steel sword. Gentlemen, this Valyrian steel sword was my prize in the Bravosi swordsmanship tournament. Defeat me, and it's yours. Viserys' offer sent a ripple of excitement through the room. The mercenaries were taken aback by the boldness of his wager. This young man was playing a high-stakes game right from the start, and the challenge left many of them eager to test their mettle against him. The sight of the Valyrian steel sword immediately sparked interest among the mercenaries. A Valyrian steel sword might not be a rare object to the powerful and wealthy, but to this group of hardened sellswords, it was an extraordinary treasure. Viserys' bold offer struck them as a sign that he didn't take them seriously. After all, a swordsmanship competition was one thing, but a real battle was something else entirely. Even Rhaegar Targaryen had defeated the Sword of the Morning in a tournament, yet he still fell to Robert Baratheon in battle with a single blow from a warhammer. Viserys, you. Dick, sitting beside him, looked at him anxiously. Viserys' actions were provocative. If he won, all would be well, but if he lost, not only would he forfeit the priceless Valyrian steel sword, but his reputation within the Windblown would be irreparably damaged. Rebuilding the 7th Battalion, as the old captain had tasked him, would be nearly impossible for a sergeant major who had embarrassed himself on his first day. Beansback also eyed Viserys with a mix of concern and curiosity. I was just talking to him, and he seemed level-headed, but now he's acting like a madman. A sergeant major with dyed, red hair laughed loudly. Typical Targaryen. Joins the Windblown and starts handing out gifts right away. The rest of the group laughed along, but beneath the humor was a collective resolve. If a young newcomer like Viserys managed to beat them, it would be humiliating. They were all prepared to stake a claim on the 7th Battalion spoils and fighters. If they lost, not only would they miss out on the battalion's resources, but they might even see their own men defect to the 7th Battalion. Viserys was well aware of the stakes. Entering the 7th Battalion quietly would only invite resentment. The only way to assert his authority and rebuild the battalion was to demonstrate his strength. He had to offer incentives, but also prove he had the power to enforce discipline. He glanced up at the tattered prince, who sat at the head of the table. The old commander gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, at the 7th Battalion's camp, the mood was one of apathy and uncertainty. Some mercenaries were tending to their companions' wounds, while others idly polished their weapons. Many were already speculating about which battalion they would be assigned to after the 7th Battalion was inevitably disbanded. "I want to join Denzo's battalion," said a tall, thin Sellsword. "They got the best food." "Humph. Is that why you became a Sellsword?" retorted another mercenary with a large neck tattoo. "I'm aiming for Cago's battalion. They've got the best weapons and always get the best spoils." "You wish. You can't just waltz into Cago's battalion." Another voice chimed in, and the camp buzzed with chatter, as if the 7th Battalion's demise was already a foregone conclusion. At that moment, a young mercenary, no older than 20, rushed in. "Spider is back," he announced, referring to Weber, nicknamed Spider for his web-like tattoo. The mercenaries assumed it was time to be reassigned, so they began to gather. But the young man continued, "Not just Spider. Sergeant from several other battalions are here too." "Haha, looks like they've come to pick the best of us," quipped a lanky, shrewd-looking mercenary. The realization that it was time to clean up and make a good impression set in. As Viserys and his entourage approached the 7th Battalion, he noted that the hygiene in the canvas castle was better than expected. The tattered prince had designated specific areas for waste disposal and sanitation, so the air in the camp was surprisingly fresh. It was rumored that the tattered prince preferred to give orders in High Valyrian, a sign of his origins as a Valyrian remnant. It seemed that the Valyrians' remnants had their own distinct way of organizing an army. As Viserys and his entourage arrived at the 7th Battalion's camp, he found himself surprised once again. The mercenaries of the 7th Battalion appeared remarkably composed and spirited, hardly resembling a group that had recently suffered a crushing defeat. Weber, too, was puzzled by the sight of these seemingly energized soldiers. But after years of experience in the mercenary trade, he quickly pieced together what was happening. "Look, it's Redback Geralt, Black Geralt, and even Cago," the mercenaries whispered among themselves, their eyes darting between the battalion leaders. They were already speculating about which battalion they might end up joining. Ahem, Weber cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the gathered soldiers. He pointed to Viserys. "This is Viserys Targaryen. He will be the new sergeant major of the 7th Battalion." "Viserys Targaryen? Who? Never heard of him." The name sparked a wave of surprise among the soldiers. Many of them, especially the Westerosi in the 7th Battalion, recognized the weight that the Targaryen name carried, even if they weren't familiar with Viserys himself. The realization that a prince from a fallen royalty had joined their ranks left them bewildered. For those unfamiliar with Viserys or indifferent to the Targaryen legacy, their concern was the young man's age. He was far younger than they expected for a sergeant major. Doubt, suspicion, and surprise rippled through the ranks, accompanied by a cold murmur. "He looks so young. Can he really handle it? Has the old fool, the tattered prince, lost his mind? Letting someone like this be our sergeant major. Maybe I should see if another battalion will take me." Viserys could sense the skepticism in the air. As a newcomer, he knew he hadn't yet earned their respect. But with the sergeants from other battalions willing to accept his challenge, he saw this as a perfect opportunity to prove himself. Stepping forward, he pulled out the appointment letter given to him by the tattered prince and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, from today, I am responsible for the reconstruction of the 7th Battalion. How we'll go about it can be discussed later. For now, I intend to test my swordsmanship against these esteemed sergeants. Please disperse and make room. And if anyone wants to place a bet, feel free to join in." The mercenaries exchanged surprised glances. They had never seen such an unorthodox way of taking command. But with little else to entertain them in the barracks, They were eager to watch the spectacle unfold. They were also curious to see just how skilled their new sergeant major truly was. A space was quickly cleared, and Viserys took his place in the center, facing the sergeants who stood on the sidelines. He looked them over and confidently asked, "Which of you would like to go first?" "I'll do it." Weber stepped forward, his dissatisfaction with Viserys' sudden promotion evident. Though the 7th Battalion wouldn't be disbanded immediately because of him, Weber couldn't stand the idea of a greenhorn leading them to ruin. If that was the alternative, it might be better for the battalion to disband. Seeing that the first match would be between the new sergeant major and the former one, the gathered mercenaries buzzed with excitement. Viserys offered Weber a respectful salute, but all he received in return was a dismissive huff. The two men drew their swords and faced off. A sharp-eyed mercenary suddenly shouted, "Look, that's a Valyrian steel sword." The realization sent a ripple through the crowd. The 7th Battalion soldiers, now seeing the prized weapon, understood that Viserys was no ordinary man. Their expectations of him rose, mingled with envy and a few greedy glances. Weber began with a series of probing attacks, testing Viserys' defenses. But Viserys wasn't easily fooled, revealing no weaknesses. Instead, Weber was the one to falter first, his rhythm disrupted. Sensing an opportunity, Viserys launched a swift counterattack. From the moment they clashed, Weber knew something was off. His opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. After only 3 exchanges, Weber felt his arms growing numb, while Viserys seemed completely unfazed. It was clear that Weber's defeat was only a matter of time. Unwilling to lose so easily, Weber intensified his assault, but Viserys was superior in both strength and skill. After a quick dodge, Viserys brought his blade to Weber's neck, signaling his victory. "Good!" Regis, Viserys' squire, shouted loudly, his head held high. His enthusiasm was a bit out of place, though, as not many in the crowd were ready to support the new guy. Still, Regis continued to cheer for Viserys, forcing Yora to follow suit with some awkward applause. Weber, though clearly disappointed, acknowledged his defeat. This time, he set aside his cold demeanor and bowed to Viserys. "You're good," Darcent said, with his cherry-red hair, smirked but showed no intention of stepping up next. Viserys nodded with a smile and then turned to the other sergeants. "Anyone else want to challenge me?" "I will." A voice rang out, and Redback Geralt stepped forward. Also from Westeros, Geralt wasn't from a noble house of great renown, and only one of his ancestors had ever held the title of knight. As the second son in his family, he had chosen to leave for the free cities and become a mercenary. By the age of 30, he had risen to the rank of sergeant. Geralt approached Viserys and bowed respectfully before announcing his challenge. As Viserys scanned the faces of the 7th Battalion, he noticed that many still wore expressions of amusement. Clearly, he hadn't yet achieved the impact he wanted. "I recall that you and Black Geralt are good friends," Viserys said, his voice carrying a provocative edge. "Why don't you fight together?" Redback Geralt's face darkened at the suggestion, and though Black Geralt, standing nearby, kept his expression neutral, his eyes grew cold. The challenge was a blatant provocation. Kago's eyes also lit up with interest, and the mercenaries of the 7th Battalion erupted in exclamations. "You want to fight two at once? Is he that arrogant? If someone like this becomes our sergeant, I don't think I'll survive to see next year. Does he think everyone's as weak as Weber?" Dick, noticing the rising tension, wanted to speak up to dissuade Viserys, but ultimately, he held his tongue. Dick wasn't worried that Viserys wouldn't be able to win. His concern was that victory might come at too high a cost in terms of popularity. If Viserys won, the two Geralds would be humiliated, unable to hold their heads up again, which could breed resentment. If he lost, he'd forfeit the Valyrian steel sword and be subjected to ridicule. Either outcome seemed less than ideal. But Viserys saw things differently. Hated for winning? That's only because you're not strong enough, he thought. When you're strong enough, hatred melts away like snow in the sun. Seeing Black Geralt hesitate, Viserys raised the stakes. "What's the matter? Don't want to fight? Even if you both attack at once, my offer still stands. Already fired up, the two Geralds didn't need further encouragement. They attacked Viserys simultaneously from opposite sides, and the fight was on. As the battle unfolded, the two Geralds quickly realized that Viserys was faster and more agile than they had anticipated. Their attempts to coordinate were ineffective. Each time one tried to strike, the other inadvertently blocked or got in the way. Anxiety crept in as they recognized the risk of losing, but with anxiety came mistakes. Sensing their growing desperation, Viserys exploited their weaknesses. He deftly slipped between them, delivered a swift kick to Black Geralt, sending him sprawling, and brought his sword to rest against Redback Geralt's neck. Well done! Regis was the first to cheer, his applause echoing through the camp. This time, Yora's clapping wasn't out of obligation. It carried genuine admiration. The mercenaries of the 7th Battalion were stunned. They hadn't expected their new, young sergeant to be so formidable. No wonder he'd dare to fight two men at once. He clearly had the skills to back it up. Dick watched the faces of the two Geralds, noting their discomfort. But when Viserys extended a hand to help Black Geralt up, he accepted it, knowing that refusing would only make him look like a sore loser. Weber, observing from the sidelines, suddenly realized that Viserys had been holding back during their duel, allowing him to save his reputation. Darcent set aside his earlier contempt, while Back acknowledged that Viserys' strength far exceeded his expectations. Lord Viserys is the champion of the Bravos swordsmanship tournament. You've got nothing to be ashamed of in losing to him. Regis, not content with mere cheering, made sure to highlight Viserys' title. The sergeants were already aware of Viserys' victory in Bravos, but this was news to the rank-and-file mercenaries. A wave of chatter spread through the crowd. The Bravos swordsmanship tournament? Champion? Is that true? No wonder he beat two men. Maybe having a sergeant like him isn't so bad. Sure, but a swordsmanship tournament is still a far cry from a real battle. The remarks varied, but it was clear that the doubts and contempt that had greeted Viserys were beginning to fade. Yet, Viserys wasn't satisfied. He wanted to cement his authority not just among the mercenaries, but also among the sergeants. He needed to make it clear that his martial skills were beyond challenge, that opposing him was futile, and that his command of the 7th Battalion was absolute. If any one of you wishes to challenge me, I'm ready, Viserys declared, scanning the crowd. Some of the men still harbored thoughts of testing him, but after seeing him defeat both Geralds at once, many decided against it. Challenging him now would seem presumptuous, even foolish. Cago, the tall man with the curved sword, stood in the crowd, his thumb absently rubbing the hilt as he weighed his options. Many eyes turned toward him, wondering what he would do. Seeing no immediate takers, Viserys raised the stakes once more. You can all come to me together. If you defeat me, you can still claim my Valyrian steel sword. His voice was calm, but his tone was laced with temptation as he looked around the assembled mercenaries. Viserys brandished the Valyrian steel sword in his hand, flaunting it as a madam might boast about her best girls. This is the real deal. Don't believe me? Ask around. What was the prize for the Bravos swordsmanship competition this year? He scanned the crowd, noticing no one was willing to step forward. Sensing an opportunity to provoke further, he continued, "Who's brave enough? I'll do it." A strange voice cut through the tension. All eyes turned to see the towering figure of Cago striding forward. Standing over 1.9 meters tall, he was instantly recognized by everyone. Cago! It's Cago! He's going to fight! Excitement rippled through the crowd. Cago, known as the Corpse Killer, was a legend among mercenaries. When they weren't fighting or talking about women, the mercenaries often debated who was the strongest in their ranks. To them, Cago wasn't just the mightiest in the Windblown group. He was the strongest in the entire mercenary company. Once, people might have compared him to the Tattered Prince, but as the prince aged, his undefeated reputation began to wane. Now, Cago stood unchallenged. Cago approached Viserys, his massive frame blocking the sun, casting an imposing shadow over the mercenaries behind him. Those closest to him instinctively took a step back, feeling the weight of his presence. Even Dick, who was usually unflappable, began to worry. Regis, always confident in Viserys, felt a twinge of fear. Cago unsheathed his curved blade and declared, "If you win, you can take my blade too." "Then let's do this," Viserys replied with a grin. The two squared off, their weapons drawn. The air grew thick with tension, a palpable sense of impending violence that caused the onlookers to retreat further. Cago lunged first, his curved steel blade slicing downward with immense power. This was a move that had felled countless foes, the sharpness of the blade making flesh seem like butter. The Dothraki, who rarely wore armor on the Great Grass Sea, were especially vulnerable to such attacks. Cago was nearly unstoppable until he met his match. When the sound of steel meeting steel rang out, it was a crisp, resonant note, like the lingering tone of a string instrument. Cago was taken aback. He hadn't expected the boy before him to block his full-force strike so effortlessly. And yet, Viserys didn't even appear to be struggling. The memory of a previous battle flashed through Cago's mind, but he refused to believe a boy under 17 could possess such strength. What followed was a display of raw power, as Viserys and Cago abandoned technique in favor of sheer force. They met each other head-on, blow for blow. The relentless clash of steel echoed like a fierce musical composition. My gods, they're fighting with pure strength. This Viserys can actually match Cago. This is incredible. The mercenaries of the 7th Battalion, who had initially been skeptical of Viserys, now found their attitudes shifting from doubt to admiration. Especially Weber. He now realized just how much Viserys had held back when they fought. On the battlefield, Viserys could have killed him with a single blow. "I'm no match for him," Weber thought to himself, though he remained doubtful that even someone with such extraordinary martial prowess could turn the tide for the 7th Battalion. What they needed most now was to rebuild their morale. As time passed, Cago, who had been relying on brute strength to overpower Viserys, began to sense something was amiss. His energy was waning. He found himself needing to retreat and maneuver just to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Viserys, who had already fought 3 rounds, remained composed and steady. When Cago deliberately slowed the pace to regain his strength, Viserys didn't press the attack. Instead, he allowed Cago to recover, clearly aiming to break his spirit completely. After nearly 5 minutes of intense combat, it was evident to anyone watching that Cago was running out of steam, while Viserys continued to breathe easily. Cago felt like a gust of wind against Viserys, who was as immovable as the earth. No matter how fierce the storm, the earth remained unchanged. Cago saw no path to victory. "Is this guy a monster?" he thought, his confidence crumbling. Sensing the moment was right, Viserys launched a fierce assault. Exhausted and off balance, Cago couldn't keep up. With a swift move, Viserys kicked Cago's scimitar out of his grasp, leaving the mighty warrior defeated. For a brief moment, the air seemed to freeze. The only sound was the metallic clatter of Cago's scimitar hitting the ground. Everyone stared in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they tried to etch this moment into their memories. Some swallowed nervously, struggling to process what they had just witnessed. 3 rounds of battle, 3 consecutive victories. Viserys had not only defeated the last sergeant of the 7th Battalion, but also bested 2 Geralds, and now, Cago, the undisputed strongest warrior in the Windblown. Cago stood frozen, staring blankly at the scimitar on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. Finally, Regis broke the silence, shouting Viserys' name, "Viserys! Viserys! Viserys!" At first, Regis was the only one chanting, but soon Yora joined in, albeit reluctantly. He hadn't realized that when someone is strong enough, old grudges cease to matter. One by one, others followed, Dick, Weber, and then more mercenaries from the 7th Battalion, until the entire crowd was chanting Viserys' name. "Viserys! Viserys! Viserys!" Seeing that the time was right, Viserys raised his hand to silence the crowd. He picked up Cago's curved blade from the ground and, to everyone's shock, handed it back to him. Your curved blade, Viserys said. Kago reached for the blade instinctively, but then hesitated and shook his head. No, that's your blade now. There's nothing free in this world, is there? Viserys thought to himself before replying. Then I'll lend it to you. He turned to the others and declared, This curved blade is now on loan to Kago for 1,000 years. Lending a weapon for 1,000 years was no different from giving it away. Dick realized that Viserys was deliberately extending a hand of friendship to Kago, a gesture that did not go unnoticed. Kago reached out to take hold of the familiar blade, but after a moment's struggle, he let go. He wasn't one to accept a favor without offering something in return, and he knew Viserys still intended to reclaim the scimitar eventually. Seeing Kago's hesitation, Viserys added, Of course, I'm not lending you this scimitar for free. In the future, you must promise to do me a favor when I ask. In the end, Kago couldn't bear to part with his scimitar. He took it from Viserys' hand and, without hesitation, cut a 3 to 4 inch wound across his own face. By the horse god, I will help you with whatever you ask of me. Kago swore. Viserys glanced at the dense scars covering Kago's face, knowing each one marked a debt. Now, there was no doubt left about Viserys' strength. Within just 2 hours, the mercenaries of the 7th Battalion began to accept their new sergeant. Not long after Kago and the others had left, the mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat filled the air. It was time for dinner. The mercenaries were astonished. Their recent defeats had left them with significant equipment losses, forcing them to save every coin to replace weapons and gear. This frugality had extended to their meals, with many going without proper food for weeks, a harsh reality for soldiers who trained daily. Now, as large barrels of lamb and venison were brought in, their mouths watered at the unexpected feast. After asserting his authority, Viserys knew he needed to reward the men. He planned to retrain the mercenaries, and to do so, their morale and strength had to be restored, starting with better food. Incentives and discipline, Viserys thought, that's how you win loyalty. As the mercenaries gathered around, Viserys addressed them with a firm promise. From now on, you'll have meat every 3 days, he declared. But understand this, I'm going to train you hard for the next 3 months. If you want to leave, do so now and join another camp. But if you desert during my training, you'll be treated as deserters. The mention of desertion sent a shiver through the ranks. In a wind-blown, deserters were handed over to Maris, the infamous interrogator, who was known to torture men for a month before they finally died. But still, the men reasoned this was just training. How hard could it be? And besides, the promise of regular meals was something most camps couldn't offer. As the mercenaries lined up for their meals, Viserys decided to convene a meeting later that night. He picked up a lamb chop and pondered what he would say. Viserys watched as the men devoured their food, some nearly choking in their haste. Despite their hunger, they didn't forget to whisper about his identity, speculating as they ate. After about half an hour, once the men had nearly finished their meals, Viserys stood and walked to the front of the group. He turned to Weber first. Lord Weber, you're from Cold Moat, aren't you? What brings you to the Free Cities? Weber replied with a flat tone, expelled by my house. Viserys then addressed a red-haired Westerosi mercenary. And you? I committed a crime. I stole from my lord, the man admitted. Viserys pointed to another Westerosi mercenary with yellow hair. What about you? My father doesn't like me, the man replied. Viserys continued to question the group. Many had not come to the Free Cities by choice, and even those who had confessed that they missed their homeland dearly. Do you know why I came to Westeros? Viserys asked. Because of the usurper, shouted a mercenary who had the look of someone from Dorne. Yes, because of the usurper, Viserys confirmed. I hope to return to Westeros one day. But as soon as Viserys spoke those words, many of the mercenaries exchanged uneasy glances. The idea seemed far-fetched, almost laughable. If not for the display of strength Viserys had shown earlier, some might have mocked him openly. I know you don't believe I can reclaim the throne, Viserys continued, his tone firm. But understand this. For most of you, The only way you'll ever return to Westeros is if I retake the Iron Throne. If you have no land, I can grant you land. If you lack titles, I can bestow them upon you." Viserys began to paint a vivid picture of the future, a vision where each of them could return home adorned in finery. A few mercenaries allowed themselves to dream, their faces reflecting a flicker of hope. But most remained skeptical, aware of the immense challenges that lay ahead. "Listen," Viserys said, his voice commanding their attention. "I know many of you doubt me, and I won't repeat myself." He glanced at Yura, who nodded and motioned for 3 covered carts to be brought forward. When the canvas was pulled back, the mercenaries gasped as cold, gleaming swords and spears were revealed, their brilliance momentarily blinding the crowd. "These weapons are for you to use," Viserys announced. "And soon, I will acquire armor, which will be distributed based on your training. From now on, every member of the 7th Battalion will have armor to wear." At the mention of armor, every mercenary's eyes lit up. The difference in pay between those with armor and those without could be as much as 5-fold. Heavy cavalry mercenaries earned 10 times more than their unarmored counterparts. It dawned on them that they had finally found a sergeant major who would take care of their needs, from weapons to food to a brighter future. But then Viserys offered an even greater incentive. "From now on, for every period you serve in the 7th Battalion, I will deposit a sum of money in the Iron Bank for you. This money will be there to support you if you're injured or when you're old. If you die in battle, it will go to your family. If you have no family, I will ensure you receive a grand funeral." For mercenaries, who lived for the moment and rarely thought of the future, this was a game changer. Typically, they squandered their earnings in brothels and gambling dens, believing they had nothing to save for. But Viserys had just offered them something they never expected, a sense of security, a reason to stay loyal to the 7th Battalion. Where once they had thought about leaving the 7th Battalion for better opportunities, now they found themselves wondering how they could ensure they stayed. Weber, the former sergeant, was particularly impressed. "Viserys not only has strength but also financial power. I can't compete with that." "Long live Viserys," a red-haired mercenary suddenly shouted, breaking the silence. Regis, taken aback by someone else taking the lead, quickly joined in, unwilling to be outdone. "Long live Viserys!" Regis echoed. "Long live Viserys!" Weber shouted. Soon the entire camp was chanting, "Long live Viserys! Long live Viserys!" The sound grew louder, spilling out into the neighboring battalions, turning heads in curiosity. But 3 months later, Viserys, that son of a bitch. 3 months passed swiftly. During this time, the 7th Battalion underwent a complete transformation. Word of the battalion's improved conditions spread, attracting auxiliary soldiers and mercenaries whose contracts were nearing expiration. As a result, the battalion's numbers swelled from just over 70 to more than 120. Viserys had warned them that the training would be grueling, but they hadn't anticipated just how tough it would be. Swordsmanship and physical fitness were expected, but why did they have to train in formation? Why practice standing at attention or tidying up the barracks? And folding blankets before battle? Was this really necessary? Was it just? The mercenaries of the 7th Battalion weren't the only ones baffled. Even the other battalion sergeants were skeptical of Viserys' methods. They doubted his ability as a drill sergeant and believed the soldiers stayed only because the battalion's benefits were exceptionally good. Some soldiers considered quitting during those 3 months, but thoughts of Maris's harsh discipline and the loss of their new privileges kept them in line. Over time, they grew accustomed to the routine. What's more, Viserys not only provided the promised benefits, but delivered them ahead of schedule. In just 1 month, he produced 50 suits of armor. Though plain, no one was eager to part with them. 2 months later, he produced another 100 suits. These were slightly worn, but with some repairs, they were perfectly serviceable. After all, these armors could mean the difference between life and death. Despite their complaints, the soldiers grumbled only in private. Moreover, Viserys now had a few diehard supporters within the 7th Battalion. If anyone dared criticize him publicly, they were quick to silence the dissenters. Viserys' strict training regimen had a purpose. He didn't want a ragtag group of fighters. He wanted a disciplined, cohesive army. The results were impressive enough that even the tattered prince, the old commander, voiced his approval, declaring the 7th Battalion a real army. But despite the progress, Viserys wasn't satisfied. His goal was to build a mercenary force of 1,000 before his dragon hatched. However, he knew this was no easy task. Take Bittersteel Igor and the Tattered Prince, for example. Both had spent years in other mercenary groups before gathering a loyal band of their own to start a business. Viserys didn't have several years. He recalled that Dany was around 12 or 13 when the events of Game of Thrones began, likely just after her first period. By his estimation, there were less than 2 years left before the story officially started. This looming deadline weighed heavily on Viserys. If he were forced to spend years building his mercenary group, he'd never manage to find another dragon egg, let alone form his army. His decision to come to the disputed lands was driven by the knowledge that war would soon break out between Tyrosh and Lys. But for now, the two sides remained in a tense standoff. Littlefinger's words echoed in his mind. Chaos is a ladder. Viserys hoped Tyrosh and Lys would clash. However, Lys had fortified its position against Tyrosh with its stronghold and the support of pirates who secretly allied with them. While skirmishes were frequent, no major conflict had erupted. Tyrosh was too preoccupied with the pirates of Lys and the Stepstones to launch an offensive on the region, where its stronghold lay. In other words, if a large-scale conflict was to erupt, the pirates would need to be eliminated. But that was easier said than done. If Tyrosh could have wiped them out, it would have done so long ago. These pirates were formidable. If wiping out the pirates was impossible, there was another option: decapitation. If the pirate leaders were taken out, the threat could be neutralized. And recently, an opportunity had presented itself. A pirate gathering, as Balland, the pirate who had once pursued Viserys, had mentioned. According to Balland, pirates from across the world were converging on the Orange Shore. For the past 3 months, Viserys had been using the Golden Eagle to scout the area. Since becoming a soulbinder, his telepathic connection with his animal partner had increased exponentially. Previously, in Bravos, he could only control a seagull to circle the city. But after linking his soul with the Golden Eagle, their range had become nearly limitless. He had even managed to guide the eagle as far as the vicinity of Dorne. However, something strange happened when the Golden Eagle crossed into Dorne, part of Westeros. The link between them weakened, and the images became blurry. Viserys redirected the eagle to explore the area where Balland had indicated the pirates might gather. The Orange Shore lay between the disputed lands and the Rhoyne River Valley. The former was contested by the free cities of Tyrosh, Volantis, and Lys, while the latter was Volantis' domain. This made the Orange Shore a no-man's land, free of any jurisdiction. Viserys controlled the Golden Eagle as it hovered over the Orange Shore for nearly 2 months. He observed a large number of pirate ships converging in several areas, including 2 islands, an abandoned port, and a hidden cove. One location, Orange Shore Bay, stood out as particularly suspicious. Using the moon's revelation, Viserys divined these places one by one. The first few were shrouded in darkness, but Orange Shore Bay glowed with light in the darkness. He concluded that this must be the pirates' meeting and trading place. These pirates, who plundered across the world, gathered regularly to share their spoils. Viserys estimated that if he could strike a decisive blow here, he could accomplish in one night what the old captain had done in 20 years. Additionally, it might catalyze a war between Tyrosh and Lys, allowing him to benefit from the chaos. But the task would be incredibly challenging. The pirates' trading post was deep within the bay, and by the time of the gathering, pirates from across the world would be there. Over 1,000 ships would be scattered along the Orange Coast. Leading a large army would only alert them, and bringing too few would be a suicide mission. However, Viserys' goal wasn't to eliminate all the pirates. According to Balland, most of the pirates would remain outside the bay to guard the door, while only their leaders and representatives, numbering between 200 and 300, would enter the deeper bay to trade. The only viable strategy was to carry out a decapitation operation targeting these leaders. But these pirates were seasoned veterans of the sea, not to be underestimated. Even if they weren't skilled fighters themselves, they would have capable warriors at their side. Entering the bay with more than 50 men would raise suspicion, but fewer would mean facing a tough battle with no room for error. Success depended on eliminating the leaders swiftly, or the entire plan would fail. In his previous life, a single rocket could have handled the situation. But in this world, that was out of the question. Now, he needed a strong, reliable group of fighters, possibly the best from the entire mercenary company. Viserys still hadn't figured out how to kill hundreds of pirates in a short span of time. Moreover, he needed permission from the Tattered Prince to undertake such a mission. As a Cell's word, he couldn't act independently. Although he had discovered a loophole in the contract that might allow him some leeway, there was little point in obsessing over how to deal with the pirates just yet. Feeling uncertain, Viserys decided to visit Maris and Dany, as he often did. For the past 3 months, he had been diligently collecting assignable points, and now, after his time away from Bravos, he had amassed 100 of them. After maxing out all his attributes, he still had nearly 100 points left. Constitution, 100. Health, 100. Spirit, 100. Magic, 100. Assignable general attribute points, 112. Viserys felt in peak condition, brimming with energy every day. Yet, he was unsure how to use the extra points. He had hoped that reaching 100 in Constitution would trigger some kind of breakthrough, but nothing significant had happened. Although he felt stronger, there was no sense of having evolved. It seemed that to surpass the 100-point limit, he would need to wait for a shift in the world's magical environment, like the coming tide of magic. As he pondered this, an owl appeared before him, interrupting his thoughts. "Are you here to give me my acceptance letter?" The owl tilted its head inquisitively, its eyes gleaming with curiosity. Perhaps it was due to the siblings' shared aura, but Dany's owl was also particularly affectionate with Viserys. "Brother," Dany called out warmly. She had grown considerably over the past 3 months. A small satchel, designed by Viserys, hung over her back, and her hair was neatly tied in a bun. "My lord," Kyla greeted as she followed closely behind. During this time, Dany had been learning interrogation techniques from Maris, a skilled interrogator whose expertise extended far beyond physical torture to psychological methods. However, since Dany was still in her teens and Hogwarts hadn't accepted her, Viserys refrained from teaching her any physical interrogation techniques. Instead, she continued to focus on swordsmanship and general education. Viserys believed that one day Dany would assist him in ruling, and understanding psychological tactics could help her govern the people. Physical torture, on the other hand, was harmful not just for a child, but for any person in the long run. Dany smiled as she approached Viserys. "How have you been practicing soul binding?" After upgrading his warging abilities to soul binding, Viserys had encouraged her to make the switch as well. In the process, he had become a rather demanding teacher. "Not very well," Dany admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "Let me see." Dany's expression turned blank as her violet pupils began to roll back. Unlike warging, soul binding still allowed her some control over her body. "Brother, look." As the screech owl flew around her, Dany managed to speak. After about 3 minutes, she broke the soul binding. "Not bad. Worth encouraging," Viserys remarked. In his eyes, Dany was progressing well, especially considering she hadn't taken any shortcuts. Her modest assessment of her skills stemmed from comparing herself to Viserys. The two of them chatted while sitting on the bed. Thanks to Viserys' reputation, Dany had gained considerable freedom within the barracks. Not only Viserys, but also the old captain and his friend Denzo enjoyed conversing with her whenever she visited. With such a powerful background, no one dared to harbor any improper thoughts. "Viserys, we should go to the meeting," Dick and Maris announced as they entered the tent. "All right," Viserys replied, turning to Dany. "I'll go first." "Okay," Dany said, reluctant to see him leave. Since joining the Windblown, Their time together had diminished. After leaving the tent, Viserys and Maris discussed the recent attack on Shield Lake. Thankfully, Back's caution had prevented any major casualties. Damn those pirates! Dick cursed. Viserys had analyzed the situation. Lys maintained a strategic balance between the two lakes, and Tyrosh by relying on pirate intelligence. If they could find a way to eliminate these pirates, Tyrosh would gain an advantage over Shield Lake and launch a coastal attack. Once Tyrosh controlled the disputed lands, it would likely aim to control the Stepstones, thereby dominating the passage from the Summer Sea to the Narrow Sea. This could elevate Tyrosh's status, allowing it to compete with Braavos. However, this hinged on the elimination of the pirates, whose main base was not the disputed lands but the Rhoyne River Basin, territory controlled by Volantis. Even Volantis, the acknowledged strongest, had failed to deal with these pirates. Tyrosh would face the same challenge. This time, the Tattered Prince had called a meeting to discuss how to reduce or prevent pirate harassment. Would they need to send more troops or take other measures? When the two arrived at the main tent, they found it already filled with people. Upon seeing Viserys, several of them greeted him. Lord Viserys. Geralt, you look pale. Take care of yourself. Lord Viserys. Ah, I hear you visited the Lust Garden 3 times this month. Better hold off until your next paycheck. Viserys had become more approachable to many within the camp. First, he had demonstrated his strength on the very first day. Second, the 7th Battalion had flourished under his command. However, some still harbored doubts, as he had yet to prove himself in battle. As a sergeant major, it wasn't enough just to fight. He had to lead others effectively in combat. If his abilities ended there, he wouldn't be considered a truly capable sergeant major. Not long after, the Tattered Prince entered the tent, accompanied by Denzo and Kago. After their last encounter, Kago seemed to regard Viserys with more respect, or at least that's what Viserys perceived. The old captain took his seat, as usual, then surveyed the room, cleared his throat, and began the meeting. To Viserys' surprise, the Tattered Prince addressed him first. Viserys. Lord Captain, Viserys responded, standing. The rebuilding of the 7th Battalion appears to be complete. I'll allocate the additional manpower shortly. Thank you, Commander. The old captain was clearly pleased with Viserys' work. Although he didn't fully understand some of Viserys' training methods, he was considering adopting a few of them, such as the insurance system Viserys had introduced. However, after weighing the costs, the old commander decided against it. In his view, the 7th Battalion could afford these benefits because it was relatively small and because Viserys had the funds. Additionally, the 7th Battalion consisted largely of Westerosi, many of whom were driven by the hope of fighting back, creating a unity that other battalions lacked. So, for now, the commander put aside the idea. After briefly discussing the 7th Battalion, the meeting shifted to its main topic. I'm considering sending another battalion to Shield Lake. Who is willing to go? The captain had no better solution to the ongoing pirate raids and was reluctant to send more troops unless necessary. Sel's words were primarily in it for profit, and deploying more men increased costs significantly. The expenses of maintaining an army at home were not the same as those incurred by sending it out, and actual combat operations further escalated the costs. Captain, I'll go, Dick said, sitting next to Viserys. As the old captain prepared to respond, Viserys signaled his desire to speak. You may go ahead, the captain allowed. Captain, I've heard that the pirates gather annually to trade their stolen goods. Could we organize a small force to carry out a decapitation operation against them? As expected, no sooner had Viserys finished speaking than someone sneered at the suggestion. As soon as Viserys finished speaking, a few sneers rippled through the crowd. Lord Viserys, if the Iron Bank is so wealthy, why don't we just rob them instead of playing mercenaries? The remark came from Darcent, who had recently dyed his hair blue again. His sarcastic suggestion was met with laughter from around the tent. The laughter wasn't just from those who doubted Viserys' strength, but also from those who found the comparison amusing. Viserys chose not to respond, opting to ignore the taunt. At that moment, Dick, seated beside him, spoke up. Viserys, here's the reality. We all know about the so-called pirate gatherings. But to carry out a decapitation operation, we'd first need to pinpoint their exact location. Secondly, these gatherings attract pirates from all over, the Summer Sea, the Narrow Sea, the Iron Islands. Dick was implying that not only was it difficult to locate the pirates, but they were also heavily guarded. Breaking through their defenses would be nearly impossible without a full-scale naval assault. Furthermore, pirate leaders aren't pushovers. They're well protected by bodyguards who are just as formidable. If we bring too many people, we risk being detected before we can even strike. Too few, and we'd be walking into a death trap. What Dick described aligned closely with what Viserys had anticipated, and they prefer to hold their transactions in caves, natural fortresses that are difficult to assault, Dick added. Why caves? Viserys asked, sensing he had uncovered a critical detail. I heard they once had an incident where one pirate tried to steal from another. The limited space of a cave offers both protection and an emergency stronghold. Thank you for the insight, Lord Dick, Viserys said, smiling as he sat down. Many in the tent dismissed his proposal as a brief diversion, assuming he would abandon the idea after hearing Dick's explanation. However, Viserys had seized upon a crucial piece of information: caves. Caves, by their very nature, had poor ventilation. If he could find a way to smoke or suffocate the pirates inside, he wouldn't need a large force. And given that pirates likely didn't have access to gas masks, the plan seemed even more viable. Sel's words didn't adhere to any international conventions. They used whatever methods were at their disposal. Poisoning, after all, was just another tool in their arsenal. After the meeting, Viserys began to experiment. A few days later, he took Regis and Yora to a remote, uninhabited area, a windswept slope with sparse vegetation, the landscape bare and desolate. Following Viserys' instructions, they set up a small tent and placed some rabbits and pheasants inside. The rabbits were silent, but the pheasants kept clucking incessantly, filling the tent with noise. At the tent's entrance, they set up a clay pot and lit a fire beneath it. Go! As the liquid in the clay pot began to boil, Viserys instructed Yora to add a pinch of salt. Neither of them understood what was happening, but soon something magical occurred. Yellow-green gas began to rise from the pot. Fan the fire. Harder! Yora and Regis grabbed large fans, working furiously to blow the gas into the tent. Harder! Harder! Be careful not to breathe it in. It will kill you. With these words, they redoubled their efforts, fanning the fire with even greater urgency. Suddenly, they noticed the pheasants and rabbits in the tent had fallen eerily silent. After a few tense minutes, not a sound could be heard from inside. Yora and Regis immediately realized the truth. The yellow-green smoke was poisonous. But how had Viserys known? A chill ran down Yora's spine as he regretted ever considering assassinating Viserys. He couldn't fathom the consequences if he had actually tried. He shuddered to think of another scenario. If he succeeded in killing Daenerys, but Viserys escaped, the wrath Viserys would unleash on Bear Island would be devastating. Yora had no doubt now. Viserys had the power to turn Bear Island into a barren wasteland. He glanced back at Viserys, who stood behind them, watching the tent with cold, unfeeling eyes, as if this were a trivial matter. Stop! After a while, the reaction between the hydrochloric acid and salt in the clay pot subsided, and the three of them opened the tent. Inside, the rabbits and pheasants lay motionless. The horrific scene sent a shiver down Yora and Regis' spines. Blood oozed from the mouths and noses of the caged animals. The rabbits, in particular, had their pale red eyes turned scarlet, their limbs stiff and twisted in the throes of their final struggle. Hairs and bloodstains clung to their bodies and the cage, evidence of the agony inflicted by the poisonous smoke. This deadly gas, capable of killing chickens and rabbits, could easily take human lives as well. On a battlefield, soldiers wouldn't need to face an enemy charge. They would succumb to the smoke before they had a chance to fight. Smoke, an invisible killer that armor could not defend against. Yura and Regis were relieved to be Viserys' men and not his enemies. As long as they remained loyal, they would be safe from this deadly weapon. However, what they didn't know was that Viserys' crude methods produced only a low concentration of hydrochloric acid, weakening the potency of the chlorine gas. In an open area like the plains, its lethality would be limited. The gas was most effective in confined spaces, where it could linger and concentrate. Viserys' technical limitations meant he couldn't create true poison gas bombs that could be deployed at a distance, further restricting the weapon's effectiveness. We learned from Dick that the pirates had chosen a safe cave fortress for their meeting. Viserys saw an opportunity. He wouldn't need a large force. He just needed to infiltrate the cave and release the poison. Good, it worked. Let's go back and prepare more, Viserys said, instructing Yura to stay behind and clean up while he left with Regis. On the way back, Regis looked at Viserys with newfound awe. Once they returned, Viserys immediately began mass-producing the gas, estimating that the pirates' caves were sizable and filled with people. To ensure the gas's effectiveness, he prepared nearly 200 more containers of concentrated hydrochloric acid. With this deadly weapon in hand, Viserys confirmed the pirates' location and decided to speak with the old captain. This was a prime opportunity for a lucrative hunt. Beyond the treasures the pirates might have, their heads alone were worth a fortune. Volantis offered generous bounties for notorious pirates, and if Viserys succeeded, he stood to make a considerable profit. Now, the Prince of Tatters was beginning to suspect that Viserys had indeed chosen the Windblown because of a grudge against the Golden Company. This young man was proving to be more relentless than he had anticipated. Just the other day, Dick had clearly outlined the risks of the so-called decapitation operation. Yet, it seemed Viserys was not ready to abandon the idea. Lord Viserys, your current task is to integrate the personnel of the 7th Battalion. If you truly wish to fight, I will arrange it for you once the training is complete, the tattered prince said. But Viserys was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. The wealth plundered by pirates from across the world was converging in one place, a treasure trove that would be impossible to find elsewhere. Waiting for the old captain's approval could take years, and by then, the war for the Stepstones would have already begun. Delaying action was not an option. If he couldn't amass the power necessary to protect his dragon's growth, the future might hold nothing but tragedy. So he pressed on. Lord Commander, if we can successfully decapitate this group of pirates, Shield Lake will be secure for at least 2 years. This will accelerate the war's progress, allowing Tyrosh to attack Lys from 2 fronts, giving us the initiative. The tattered prince's face darkened as Viserys continued his argument. The shadows under his eyes deepened, their color turning almost black. Lord Viserys, I believe your role is that of commander, not a general. This is not your concern. Despite agreeing with Viserys' reasoning and understanding the strategic advantage of securing Shield Lake, the tattered prince was unwilling to risk his men on such a dangerous mission. Seeing that the old captain remained unconvinced, Viserys glanced at Denzo, who stood beside him, composed and silent. Denzo, known as the warrior poet, was about 50 years old and the second oldest in the Windblown. Well, if you won't agree, I'll have to play my trump card, Viserys said, leaning back in his chair. His tone shifted from one of pleading to negotiation. Captain, let's set the plan aside for now. I want to discuss a business proposition with you. A business proposition? The old captain looked surprised, and Denzo's eyes widened in shock. The captain hadn't anticipated this. He had studied the contract thoroughly, but there was a loophole. The contract never stated that Sellswords couldn't hire themselves, largely because most Sellswords had no savings. They joined to make money, not to spend it. Viserys, by hiring himself as an employer, had found a way to bypass the contract's restrictions. Given the Windblown's dire financial straits, the offer Viserys made was one the old captain couldn't refuse. Reluctantly, he called a meeting. Everyone, we have a new job. It's risky, but the profit is substantial, the tattered prince announced. Captain, what's the job? Asked Arsent, who had recently dyed his hair back to its original color. Master Viserys, the tattered prince replied, gesturing toward Viserys. The others were puzzled. The old captain never addressed his men as master. That was a title reserved for employers. When had Viserys become the employer of the windblown? Viserys slowly rose and turned to face the others. Gentlemen, I am honored to be your employer for this operation. The target is the pirates. What? Employer? Can a sales word hire another sales word? Isn't he one of us? Why is he hiring others? What's going on? Is he the employer? Employer? Viserys continued. I have already negotiated a price with our captain. This operation will be billed per head. The difference is payment will be based not on equipment, but on strength. Those who can withstand 10 moves against me will earn 300 gold dragons, 400 gold dragons for 20 moves, and 500 gold dragons for 30 moves. I only need 50 men. Viserys' offer was equivalent to half a year's pay for many of them. For some of the ordinary mercenaries, it was more than they might earn in 2 or 3 years. At this point, Darcent realized that Viserys not only possessed formidable strength, but also had the means to back it up financially. Cautiously, he asked, "What if someone can last 40 moves? Do you think you can take 40 moves from me?" Viserys replied with a smirk. The room erupted in laughter. Everyone knew that even Cago, one of their best, had struggled to withstand 50 moves against Viserys, and it was clear to all who witnessed that bout that Viserys had been holding back. I'm in. I've got 7 or 8 strong fighters in my battalion, Cago said, seated next to the old battalion commander. I promised Viserys I'd do something for him. No matter how dangerous this decapitation operation might be, there's no reason to refuse. Excellent. I trust the men you choose. I'll count 400 gold dragons for each of you, Viserys responded. We'll go too, the 2 Geralds chimed in, signaling their readiness. Perfect. Welcome aboard. You'll get 400 gold dragons each as well. I'm not going. It's a suicide mission, Darcent muttered under his breath. But before anyone else could volunteer, the old captain spoke up. That's enough. 4 sergeants at once is sufficient. No more sergeants. Despite the enticing offer, the old captain had to weigh the potential fallout of a failed mission. Losing too many sergeants would cripple the Windblown's command structure, and the loss of Viserys' elite fighters would be incalculable. The mercenary group might be rendered ineffective for years. Initially, the captain hadn't expected many to take up such a risky mission, but the response had exceeded his expectations. In truth, if the Windblown weren't facing financial difficulties, the captain might have rejected Viserys' proposition altogether. He still didn't realize that his financial officer was embezzling funds, but Viserys planned to inform him once they returned from Oranshore Bay. In the end, Viserys selected 45 men for the mission. He also needed additional support, so he recruited about 100 average-strength mercenaries from the Windblown. Since their task was relatively safer, each of them was paid only 100 gold dragons, a sum that amounted to 2 years' wages for most. Viserys poured nearly 40,000 gold dragons into this operation, with payment secured through IOUs, as most of his funds were tied up in the Iron Bank. He wrote to Hugh, the Windblown's financial officer, instructing him to retrieve the money from Bravos. A significant portion of Viserys' compensation was a risk fee, acknowledging the dangerous nature of the mission. After all, Sellswords joined for the promise of wealth, not death. Yet, some debt-ridden gamblers among them saw this as a chance to strike it rich and escape their troubles. Even Viserys' 7th Battalion grew uneasy upon learning of the mission, prompting him to expand the recruitment to the entire Windblown. Once the men were assembled, Viserys began intensive preparations. To approach the pirates unnoticed, they chose to use the longship of the former Iron Hook pirates and change their attire to blend in. Of course, Dany couldn't remain unaware of Viserys' plans. When she learned of his intentions, she confronted him. Viserys, determined to keep her out of harm's way, refused her outright. But Dany wasn't easily dissuaded. I know you ward the Golden Eagle a while ago, but it's useless at night. My horned owl, however, can see in the dark. I'll be outside to support you. Let it go with you, she pleaded, clasping her hands together and looking up at him with an expression so earnest that Viserys couldn't bring himself to refuse. Before making a decision, Viserys naturally consulted the moon's revelation. To his surprise, the moon in his spirit was large and bright, with a few shadows that didn't significantly alter the overall image. This indicated that the operation might be risky, but would likely result in minimal casualties. Concerned for his sister, Viserys also consulted the moon's revelation for Dany. Although the moon in his vision remained bright, he still chose to bring her along. Given the late hour, Viserys decided to take a shortcut through the Lys Strait to save time. Initially, many opposed the idea. Windblown and Lys were still at war, and being caught by either pirates or sellswords would mean severe punishment. However, Viserys insisted, and eventually everyone agreed. Of course, their agreement was swayed by Viserys' promise to pay for their release if they were captured. In the cabin, Viserys briefed the special forces he had assembled, using a hand-drawn map to explain his plan. According to the information I've gathered, the pirates will gather in Orange Shore Bay. He pointed to a red circle on the map. Orange Shore Bay is narrow, and 50 longships could block it, but this time there will be no fewer than 700 pirate ships. This number was unexpected, but the promised reward left them with little choice but to accept it. I'll leave 100 men on the ship to provide support. The rest of you will follow me into Orange Shore Bay. How are we supposed to sneak in? Asked Geralt, a black man with a stern gaze. That's why I'm paying you so well. But don't worry, my strategy isn't to attack head-on. We have an informant to guide us. Hearing this, the group felt more at ease. In truth, Viserys' informant was Dany. With the help of the owl, they would avoid the enemy's guard posts, just as they had evaded Lys's patrol boats in the strait. Of course, unforeseen situations could arise, and in those moments, they would have to resort to assassination. What about the pirates in the cave? We won't be able to take them down quickly, another man, Redback Geralt, asked. My jars are for them. I'll make sure the pirates die quietly, killing hundreds of men silently. Though many were still skeptical, they couldn't help but feel a shiver when they saw the cold, cruel curve of Viserys' smile. Given the high risk of this mission, Viserys had kept his trump card secret to minimize exposure. But now that they were all in the same boat, he briefly explained his plan. After nearly a week of sailing, the group finally arrived in the Orange Coast area. From the vantage point of the Golden Eagle, Viserys could clearly see that the traffic of pirate ships was thinning out. Pressing onward, he soon reached Orange Shore Bay. Hundreds of pirate ships crowded the bay, forming an almost unbroken wall of vessels. A narrow passage was left in the middle of this ship wall for additional ships to pass through. Once they did, they would join the wall, making it even thicker. Perched on the mast, Viserys surveyed the scene. There were at least 300 pirate ships, their masts clustered together. Judging by the size and the patterns on their hulls, some of these ships belonged to powerful pirate captains, pirate magnates even. These large vessels, equipped with shark-head-shaped metal rams, looked imposing and formidable. Viserys thought it would be easy for their own ships to pass the first line of defense. The passages in the ship wall seemed deliberately left open, with no one bothering to check who was passing through. After all, anyone who had made it this far was assumed to be a senior pirate. And even if someone managed to slip in by mistake, what could a single ship do against hundreds? Viserys directed the Golden Eagle further into the bay. There were no islands, but several large ships were cruising around, likely forming the second line of defense for the gathering, providing early warning of any danger. He continued to the end of the bay, where a sheer cliff rose above a small rocky island jutting out from its base. Pirates had already prepared the island, sending up food, wine, and candles bit by bit. From the Golden Eagle's perspective, Viserys could see the entire island. Due to the cliff, the island had little vegetation and appeared barren, with only some moss clinging to the rocks near the shore. There were 3 docking points on the island, and pirates seemed to be constructing something resembling a guard post. Just as Viserys was about to land and take a closer look, a dark shadow flashed past him. Damn, they're too cautious. Even a footman is on guard. Viserys thought with some frustration and decided to wait before trying again. At this time, a pirate ship with black sails and a dark red hull was also approaching Orange Shore Bay. The black sail was emblazoned with an 8-legged sea monster, and the prow was adorned with a black Iron Maiden statue. The statue depicted a slender woman with a high chest, her arm outstretched as if calling for help or struggling. Upon closer inspection, her eyes were inlaid with pearls, and she had no mouth. This ship was Silence, belonging to Euron Greyjoy. Euron, with his black hair and beard, blue lips, and eye patch, stood on deck, gazing into the distance. He extended his hand, and a servant promptly handed him a goblet. But instead of wine, it contained a blue liquid, poison. Euron sighed, and the servant beside him immediately knelt, trembling. Realizing that Euron's sigh wasn't directed at him, the servant relaxed slightly. Euron handed back the goblet and said, "Go and make me another one." The servant bowed deeply, taking the goblet without uttering a word. On board Silence, only Euron had a tongue. Everyone else was mute because he had torn out their tongues. This was why the ship was named Silence. Euron had come to the gathering to see if there were any valuable spoils to be had, but most importantly, he was hoping to recruit some new crew members. In the evening, the golden-red clouds and mist spread across the sky like a beautiful brocade. Viserys and his men had already spotted the dark ship wall in the distance. The masts stood like skeletons in a row, casting an ominous and chaotic atmosphere. One could sense the danger, knowing that behind each of these ships were dozens, if not hundreds, of lives. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them fierce ships. From time to time, the raucous noise of pirates echoed from the vessels, mixed faintly with the voices of women. This was the first time anyone had seen so many pirate ships gathered together. Although the Sel's words were not necessarily honorable, the decision to venture into a den of thieves sent a chill through the group. Yora, in particular, who had been involved in the slave trade on the continent of Essos for years, had never faced such a perilous situation. He couldn't shake the feeling that a sudden arrow could be loosed from any direction, turning them into pincushions in an instant. He glanced over at Viserys, muttering under his breath, "Madness, pure madness." A pang of regret hit him. He should never have gotten entangled in royal family conflicts. But whether he liked it or not, he was here. The men steered their ships into a gap in the ship wall, mooring them, and leaving 100 men behind as reinforcements. Dany and Kyla would remain here as well. Dany would accompany Viserys on her owl, and once they succeeded, she would signal the others to seize the ships. The plan was to then take one of the outer vessels and make their escape. Viserys and Cago led their groups in small boats toward the island. They had already identified the cave where the pirates gathered, complete with a ventilation hole, though it was unfortunately guarded. To eliminate the guards silently, Viserys had brought several crossbows. Dany's owl perched on his shoulder, while Viserys' golden eagle circled overhead. They hadn't sailed far when a speedboat approached. A pirate, wearing a blue turban and holding a lantern, shouted at Viserys and his group. Inspection. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what was about to happen. The pirate jumped onto their boat, barking, "Stand up, no crossbows allowed." Tension spiked among the group. Bringing crossbows hidden in concentrated hydrochloric acid tanks was a common tactic for sneaking in. As more pirates boarded, Cago's hand drifted toward his waist, ready for combat at any moment. Yora eyed them warily, while the mercenaries aboard felt the tension rising, their minds racing as they prepared to draw their swords and fight if necessary. At that moment, Viserys stood up, his impatience evident as he snapped, "What are you doing? This isn't my first time at a gathering like this. Do you even know who I am?" The pirate, unimpressed by Viserys' bravado, sneered contemptuously. "If you don't cooperate, get out of here." Viserys refused to back down, his anger flaring. "Say that again," he challenged. Seeing trouble brewing, several pirates on board drew their weapons, while those on the speedboat bent their bows, arrows ready to fly. The message was clear. Any wrong move, and they would be riddled with arrows. The mercenaries on Viserys' ship reached for their own weapons, prepared to fight to the death if necessary. The owl on Viserys' shoulder spread its wings protectively, but in doing so, it blocked his view. I'll say it again. The pirate in the blue turban growled, unflinching. You either let us check or get out of here. And if you dare to resist, I'll shoot you dead. Fine, shoot me, Viserys retorted, shoving the owl aside. With a swift motion, he pulled the claymore sword from his back and tossed it into the pirate's hands. The pirate inspected the weapon, momentarily surprised to see a claymore, but quickly regained his composure. So what if it's a claymore? They're common enough at these gatherings. Even dragon eggs aren't rare enough to warrant special attention. Though tempted to keep the sword, the pirate tossed it back to Viserys. Dragon eggs, you say? How fortunate, Viserys said with a smirk. He turned, pulling a small box from his belongings, and placed it before the pirate. Take a look. The pirates on the speedboat relaxed their bows slightly, curious about what Viserys had to show. Could this man really be holding a dragon egg? The pirate with the turban, skeptical, opened the box with some hesitation. To his shock, a green dragon egg lay inside. He couldn't believe his eyes and leaned closer, holding the lantern up to inspect it. Just as he did, Viserys kicked the lid shut. What's the matter? Do you want to inspect it? Viserys asked, his tone mocking. The pirate hesitated. If he refused someone carrying a dragon egg, his captain would be furious. But if he didn't inspect it and something went wrong, he'd be in just as much trouble. After a moment's thought, he decided it wasn't worth the risk. This man likely wanted to make a grand entrance at the gathering, flaunting his dragon egg and causing a scene. The pirate's gaze shifted to the clay pots at their feet. And what's in those? He asked. Poison, Viserys answered coldly. Care to try some? Realizing Viserys wasn't someone to be trifled with, the pirate signaled to his men to lower their bows and let them pass. As the speedboat drifted away, everyone aboard exhaled in relief, sweat beading on their foreheads. Lord Viserys, didn't you say you had spies? One of the mercenaries asked, their unease palpable. Do you think spies are so easily used? We still have that cursed island ahead of us, Viserys replied sharply. Though his response didn't completely quell their doubts, they had no choice but to trust him. They had known the risks when they signed on for this mission. If they succeeded, the rewards would be worth the danger. As they approached the island, the light dimmed, the evening giving way to night. But a row of illuminated braziers ahead marked their path clearly. Danny, scout for the least crowded path, Viserys whispered to the owl on his shoulder. The owl cooed in response and took flight, circling the island. Though their target was a small island, it took time to survey the area. Despite their efforts to approach slowly, the delay in reaching shore had already caught the attention of the island's guards. As another boat drew near, tension among Viserys' crew rose once more. The anxiety from the previous inspection had barely subsided, and now they faced another. Thinking quickly, Viserys shouted to Yora, "You still want 30%? Were you a king?" Yora was caught off guard, unsure of what Viserys was trying to do. What? Scold me. Hurry, Viserys hissed urgently. Yora was baffled. I said scold me, Viserys repeated, just as a voice from the approaching boat called out. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? The man who spoke had olive skin and at first glance could easily be mistaken for someone from Dorne. Yora finally gathered himself and retorted, What makes you think you get the biggest share? I help too. Viserys was relieved to see that Yora had regained his composure. Think for yourself. You're not contributing at all. Hey. I'm asking you a question. What are you doing here? The man on the ship shouted again when no one answered, but he seemed to have overheard their argument about the spoils. My lord, one of us is a greedy bastard, and we're about to toss him overboard, Viserys said, pointing at Yora. Yora's eyes widened slightly at the accusation. I don't care what you're doing here. Either get ashore or leave now. The young pirate from Dorne wasn't one to curse much, whether from habit or lack of experience. My lord, we need to settle this today. This man wants half of this Valyrian steel sword. If everyone acted like him, how could I lead my crew? Viserys was stalling for time. I don't care how you settle it. Leave now or head to the island. My lord, this is Valyrian steel. As Viserys continued to stall, the Dorne pirate waved impatiently. The pirates on the ship knocked their arrows, the tips glinting coldly in the light. Tension mounted among Viserys' group, the cold sweat they had just begun to shake off now returning in full force. At that moment, Viserys noticed an owl circling overhead. Quickly, he said, "We're going to the island. We're leaving now." To make his act more convincing, Viserys turned to Yora and added, "Once we're out of here, you're fired." Seeing that they were finally leaving, the pirates who had come to question them turned away. "Lord Viserys, the informant you mentioned still hasn't shown up?" "That was him. He just informed me that the pirates are thinnest in the west, so we can sneak in from there," Viserys replied casually, though his eyes remained fixed on the owl leading the way overhead. The others looked puzzled. The Sellswords were accustomed to risk. They knew they were there to sell their lives, so regret wasn't an issue. At most, they might grumble a bit. Besides, Viserys had been generous, paying them in advance before they set off. Though mercenaries, they still had a sense of professional ethics, and none of them complained as Viserys coaxed and persuaded them. Soon, they reached the west side of the island. As expected, the area was sparsely populated, with only about 20 people visible at first glance. Just 2 guards were stationed on the high ground, though they wouldn't be easy to deal with. "When we get ashore, gather the group and take them out. I'll handle the guards on the high ground," Viserys instructed. "Got it, no problem," Cago and the others replied. With everyone watching, Viserys quietly slipped off the boat. After a minute or two passed without any sign of him, those on board grew uneasy, wondering if he had become tangled in seaweed or encountered some other mishap. "Why isn't he coming up?" someone muttered. "Maybe he sank," another suggested. "Where is he?" Cago asked, his sharp eyes scanning the shore. The others followed his gaze and saw a dark figure emerging from the water and creeping onto the land. Like a stealthy shadow cat, Viserys approached the 2 guards on the high ground. Meanwhile, the rest of the group rowed the boat to shore, quickly attracting the guards' attention due to their numbers. "You there? You can't all come ashore at once," one guard shouted. Cago turned to his men and, with a quick punch to one of them, whispered, "Fight." "Hey, stop right there." The guards, noticing the commotion, began to gather. However, before they could react, the sharp swish of arrows filled the air. The guards on the upper level sensed something was amiss and reached for their throats, only to find warm blood trickling down. One guard, still unaware of the danger, was struck down by a crossbow bolt. In less than 2 minutes, Viserys' group had seized control of the temporary dock on the west side. Some of them disguised themselves as guards, while the remaining 30 or so followed Viserys. They soon arrived at a large hole at the top of a cave. After silently eliminating the guards stationed there, they began preparing the poison gas. Earlier, Viserys had demonstrated the terrifying power of chlorine gas to boost their confidence. The memory of it had sent chills down their spines, making them acutely aware that even the strongest armor would offer no protection against such a weapon. It was this display that had convinced them to take the risk with him. Viserys peered down into the hole, Dany's owl perched on his shoulder, doing the same. Below, he could make out 200 or 300 pirates. Though his view was limited, the variety of clothing styles was apparent. Surprisingly, some of the people didn't resemble pirates at all, but more like a gathering of merchants. A few even wore luxurious silk garments, and if it weren't for the setting, one might have mistaken them for respectable individuals. After confirming that the gathering of pirates showed nothing unusual, Viserys directed the group to set up a tent over the cave to trap the gas. Under his command, they placed several clay pots, poured in concentrated acid, sprinkled salt, and lit a fire. As the acid boiled, thick yellow-green gas began to fill the cave. However, they quickly encountered a problem. The cave was large, and the pirates were spread out. Releasing the poison gas as planned might not kill them all at once. "Don't worry about me. Just release the poison gas," Viserys ordered. With Dany's owl on his shoulder and a Valyrian steel sword in hand, he stuffed the dragon egg into his tunic and walked toward the cave entrance, intending to lure as many pirates as possible. When he reached the entrance, the guards approached to question him. However, upon seeing the dragon egg, their suspicions vanished, and they stared at it, mesmerized. Entering the cave, Viserys and the guards navigated a narrow, winding tunnel. After about 10 steps, the passage suddenly opened up, revealing a cavernous hall. The place buzzed with activity, resembling a bustling market rather than a pirate den. Dozens of braziers burned brightly, and hundreds of candles cast a golden glow over the scene. Ignoring the spectacle before him, Viserys focused on the noise, a cacophony of haggling over treasures. Some pirates were bartering over a meter-high fiery red coral, while others boasted about a lavish golden crown, claiming it had been stolen from the tombs of Et. Others still showed off various dragonbone items and jewelry, insisting their treasures came from the Shadowlands of Ashai. Here, mere gold and silver held little value in this den of demons. Viserys spotted a pirate with a burnt face attempting to sell a shiny, dog-sized piece of debris. "I found this near the smoking sea. It's still warm to the touch," the pirate exclaimed, referring to the dangerous area around the ruins of Valyria's End. He held the object out for everyone to see. When someone reached out to touch it, they recoiled in surprise. "It's really hot. It feels numb," the man exclaimed. "Hot and tingly?" Viserys thought, shocked. "No, this can't be uranium." He remembered reading on forums in his previous life that many who ventured to Valyria never returned, not just because of unknown monsters, but possibly due to magic radiation similar to nuclear fallout. This shiny, hot, and tingling object set off alarm bells in his mind. After all, he had ended up in this world after being caught in a tactical nuclear explosion. "What do you think? It's a good find, right?" 1,000 gold dragons, the pirate announced, trying to pitch his sail. Dany, perched on Viserys' shoulder in her owl form, seemed particularly interested in the object. She tilted her head in that owl-like way, rotating it far more than a human could, her yellow eyes fixed on the shiny piece. "Focus," Viserys whispered sharply to her. Dany responded with a soft coo. Viserys estimated that the total value of the treasures these pirates had brought could easily amount to 400,000 to 500,000 gold dragons. And with the bounties on the heads of the pirate leaders, the sum could rise even higher. He glanced at the hole in the ceiling, noticing that a faint green mist was already starting to seep through. It was time. He began making his way through the crowd towards the bottom of the hole. As soon as Viserys entered the area, Euron noticed him and the owl on his shoulder. Euron, recognizing Dany's behavior, suspected the owl was under the control of Skin Changer. Removing his eye patch, he revealed a black pupil underneath, which flickered with a faint, eerie light that immediately caught Dany's attention. Viserys finally reached the bottom of the hole. He had taken a deep breath earlier, enough to sustain him for some time. Although chlorine gas was harmful to the eyes, he knew it could be treated later, so he wasn't too worried. Just as he was about to instruct Dany to close her eyes and proceed with selling the dragon egg to the pirates, the owl suddenly panicked, burrowing desperately into his arms. What's happening? What could frighten a soul binder like this? He wondered. It dawned on him that there must be powerful sorcerers or wizards among the pirates. But with the plan already in motion, there was no turning back. At this point, some of the pirates had already caught a whiff of the chlorine gas, but they remained unconcerned, too engrossed in the treasure to care. "It's not practical to hunt them down one by one. We need to lure them all here and trap them in one sweep." As the green smoke started to fill the cave, Viserys raised the dragon egg above his head and shouted, "I have a dragon egg. I'm willing to trade it for at least 3 good ships." His voice boomed, silencing all other noise in the cave. As soon as he finished speaking, a brief silence fell, quickly followed by an explosion of exclamations. "Did I hear that right? A dragon egg! A dragon egg! It's been years since we've seen one at a gathering. Is it real?" Despite their varied reactions, the pirates instinctively began moving toward Viserys. Euron, who had been wandering around the cave, narrowed his eyes and approached, already plotting how to seize the dragon egg. He was even more interested in Viserys' owl, which he intended to take along with Viserys himself. "I'll offer 4 large longships," declared a pirate in a dark red velvet robe, his portly figure betraying a life of indulgence. Viserys recognized him as Red Silk Fish, a notorious pirate from Volantis, commanding 6 ships and specializing in raiding the southern Rhoyne. "I'll bid 4 longships and 1,000 gold dragons." A black pirate spoke up, raising the stakes. This man, far taller and broader than most, made a generous offer that immediately silenced many others who had considered bidding. The pirates crowded in to get a closer look at the dragon egg, jostling for space as they pressed in tightly. Viserys glanced up at the poisonous fog, calculating that it would take at least 5 or 6 minutes to fill the entire cave. Thinking quickly, he announced, "I'm only interested in new ships, less than 3 years old." The raised requirement caused some pirates to hesitate, but Viserys continued scanning the gathered crowd, still unable to identify the suspicious figure he sought. Just then, a hoarse voice cut through the noise. A thin female pirate spoke up. "May I ask, my lord, where did you acquire this dragon egg?" Viserys turned his gaze to her. She was in her 40s, with olive skin and a face lined with wrinkles, though her eyes were unusually bright. Behind her stood 2 slender pirates who bore a strong resemblance to her, likely her relatives or sons. He recognized her as Black Wave, the leader of a pirate crew that was more of a pirate family, with all members related by blood or marriage. Her question, however, put Viserys on edge. He frowned and placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. "Does it matter to you? Are you buying or not?" "I think this dragon egg looks familiar," the woman said, drawing the attention of the entire crowd. "What do you mean? Did you lay it yourself?" Viserys snapped, glancing up at the smoke. It would be another 2 minutes before the cave filled completely, but he noticed some pirates had already begun rubbing their eyes, signaling that the poison gas was starting to take effect. He too felt an itch in his eyes, and a quick glance at his health panel showed it had dropped to 99.8. "If I'm not mistaken, this dragon egg came from the Bravos festival, didn't it?" "So what if it did?" Viserys replied sharply. Black Wave stared him down. "I remember that the person who won this dragon egg was named Viserys, the Prince of Westeros." "Prince of Westeros? I think I've heard of him," murmured some pirates, beginning to recall who Viserys was. "Hey, I remember now, the Beggar King." Viserys continued to scan the crowd during this brief moment of distraction. The owl in his arms trembled, and he felt a growing anxiety, still unable to spot the suspicious figure. He sneered, "Humph, we're all pirates here. Do we care who something belonged to when we take it? So, are you admitting you stole this dragon egg from Viserys?" Black Wave pressed. "I never said this dragon egg belonged to that Viserys." But to everyone's surprise, Black Wave raised her arm, and her 2 sons hoisted her onto their shoulders. From her elevated position, she addressed the crowd. "Everyone, I'm 80% sure this is the dragon egg from Bravos, and the man who won it is named Viserys Targaryen. Have you all heard the song, sailor?" Some in the crowd nodded, recognizing the tune. Half a year had passed since Viserys' Sailor had become popular across the free cities, with versions even in the common tongue. "My lord, as far as I know, Viserys left Bravos after the celebration and became a mercenary. He joined the Windblown. The only ones daring enough to challenge those Sells words are right here. So, which pirate group are you from?" The implication was clear. Black Wave suspected Viserys' true identity. "The Iron Hook Pirates." At his words, Black Wave's eyes gleamed, and she shouted to the crowd, "He's lying. Balland of the Iron Hook was executed by the Braavosians." With that revelation, swords were drawn all around. Suspicion filled the air. How could a minor pirate know about Orange Shore Bay? And if he hadn't received an invitation, how had he arrived on the island? "Arrest him, kill him, hang him, sell him to a brothel." The pirates roared, their eyes blazing with fury as they fixated on the dragon egg in Viserys' hand. Yet, among the enraged shouts, a few pirates began to sense that something was amiss. If Viserys was truly up to something, why would he have traveled so far just to flaunt a dragon egg? The egg was likely acquired through legitimate means, and there were far more practical ways to sell it. Some quick-witted pirates started to suspect there was more at play, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. An ambush? That seemed unlikely. Any child could see that was impossible. Euron, standing amid the crowd, smirked as he watched Viserys, curious to see his next move. Then his eyes began to water, followed by a sharp, burning sensation. Just as the pirates believed they had Viserys cornered, many of them started feeling unwell. Those who had been rubbing their eyes now found the irritation worsening, and their breaths grew labored. Black Wave, perched on her son's shoulders, suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit. All around, Pirate's eyes began streaming with tears. Soon, dizziness, nausea, and vomiting swept through the crowd. Cough! Cough! What's happening? As the pirates noticed the collective discomfort, they quickly realized something was terribly wrong. The culprit was obvious. "Hey, what's going on?" one of the pirates demanded, drawing his curved knife and pointing it at Viserys. But Viserys ignored the pirate's threat, his focus unwavering. "Skin changer, I warn you. Show yourself now, or you'll be dead soon," he shouted, his eyes stinging as he scanned the crowd. The pirate leaders were dropping one by one, but the suspicious figure he sought remained elusive. As Black Wave struggled to flee, Viserys swiftly plunged his dragonbone dagger into her neck. Euron, too, sensed the escalating danger. A dagger slipped from his sleeve, and with one fluid motion, he stabbed a nearby pirate in the neck. Warm blood gushed from the 5-inch wound, and before the pirate could scream, Euron pressed his fingers into the wound, chanting a dark incantation. The blood began to flow up his arm, pooling around his eyes and mouth in a grotesque, unsettling display. Simultaneously, Euron feigned weakness from the poison gas, collapsing onto those around him to avoid suspicion. Viserys saw many pirates fall, but the elusive figure remained hidden. Could it be that he's already dead from the poison gas? He wondered. "Please, my lord, spare me. I'll give you all my treasure." A few pirates, still able to move, crawled to Viserys' feet, begging for mercy. He kicked them aside without a second thought. There might have been pirates outside who hadn't yet shed blood, but everyone within this chamber was a hardened criminal. But now is not the time for pity. Viserys looked up at the ceiling and signaled to Yura and the others. They lowered ropes and descended one by one, their faces covered with the special masks they had been given earlier. "Kago, cut off their heads. Start with the ones in good clothes. The rest of you, grab everything you can. Take as much as possible." He hoped this brutal method would force the suspected skin changer to reveal itself. At Viserys' command, everyone began looting and beheading the fallen. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the hall. Viserys continued his search, while Dany's owl trembled in his arms. "Don't be afraid, Dany, don't be afraid," he whispered, his anxiety mounting. He wanted to find a man suspected of being a skin changer, hoping to discover any magical notes or something of value. If that failed, he might have to check his ship. Suddenly, Viserys sensed a flash of cold steel coming from behind. He dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding the attack. "Is someone still alive?" he exclaimed, startled. But with his exceptional combat skills, he swiftly kicked the attacker twice in the stomach and once in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The commotion drew everyone's attention, and they turned to see what was happening. "Who are you?" Viserys demanded, drawing his sword and pointing it at the man. "Your skin-changer friend is injured, isn't he?" "It's him," Viserys thought, recognizing the man. Surviving in a chlorine gas fog was no small feat. Euron Greyjoy got up, his eye patch dislodged, revealing a malevolent black eye. He hadn't expected to come so close to death. "Lord Viserys, or should I call you Prince? I think there might be a small misunderstanding between us. How about this? I could teach you a spell to heal your companion, and you let me go." Viserys regarded him coldly. "You haven't told me who you are yet." "Euron. Euron Greyjoy. It's Euron the big boss. He wants to kill me." Viserys' shock quickly turned to an instinctive urge to kill him. This man was not just evil, but a true villain. In the original tale, Euron had killed all his brothers, a heinous crime of kinslaying. He was far worse than Anderson, who had conspired with him to kill his father. Anderson had done it out of self-preservation or ambition, but Euron relished in such evil. Sensing Viserys' murderous intent, Euron's muscles tensed. "Prince, I suggest you treat your companions soon, or I can't guarantee what will happen." Viserys pressed his sword against Euron's throat and asked, "How can I trust that your spell works?" To his surprise, Euron didn't flinch. Instead, he pressed his neck against the sword's tip. "Prince, you have no choice but to trust me. I've just barely returned from the dead. How do you know I won't warn those outside?" But Viserys wasn't fooled. He whispered, "Have you ever wondered why I didn't die in the poison gas either?" He grabbed Euron's neck and began to squeeze. "You'd better tell me everything you know, or I'll see if a man whose head's been ripped off can still come back to life." Viserys knew Euron only cared about his own survival, valuing others' lives as little as ants. If he hesitated out of fear of upsetting Euron, it would only give the man an opening to exploit. Only by showing enough ruthlessness could he force Euron to comply. Luckily, Viserys had judged correctly. Euron saw the murderous intent in his eyes, and his confidence wavered, no longer the expression of someone who thought they were in control. Euron coughed violently, and then, with little choice, quickly demonstrated the spell. Viserys focused intently, not daring to miss a single detail. Blood magic. Beginner, 3 out of 100. A message appeared on his panel. Viserys realized Euron had given him the genuine article. With this spell, he could heal Dany himself. For the first time, Viserys felt a small measure of relief. "It's okay, you guys can continue," he called out to the crowd, then turned to Euron. "I heard you've been to many places. I wonder, have you ever ventured to the ruins of Valyria?" "Not yet, but I'm preparing to go," Euron replied. Based on the timeline, Euron should enter the ruins of Valyria after the story of Ice and Fire begins. This means it will be at least 2 or 3 years before he explores it. When he does, he will bring back all sorts of treasures, including the dragon's horn, Valyrian steel armor, and dragon eggs. Euron also possesses powerful magic, but for now, the tide of magic hasn't fully returned, limiting his strength. In truth, Viserys wanted to kill this man immediately. But thinking about the treasures Euron might acquire in the future and the way to navigate the ruins of Valyria, Viserys hesitated. This man is pure evil. I could probably track him with dragon dreams. Judging by his performance in the original story, even if he returns to the Iron Islands, he hasn't yet become especially powerful. With the help of the system, I should be able to gain the upper hand. With this thought, Viserys' mood eased slightly, and he temporarily dismissed the idea of killing Euron. Euron, sensing the murderous intent in Viserys' fading, felt a moment of relief. However, in the next instant, he felt Viserys' malice flare up once more. Chirp! A sharp pain shot through Euron's ear, followed by the sensation of warm blood streaming down his face. The sudden agony drained the color from his cheeks, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. "You!" Viserys ignored him, tearing off one of Euron's ears and shoving it into his mouth. Some of the mercenaries, busy collecting treasures, couldn't help but glance in Viserys' direction. Witnessing his cruelty, they instinctively touched their own ears. "This is your punishment." Euron stared at Viserys in disbelief. "Eat it." Terrified by Viserys' power, Euron had no choice but to swallow his own ear. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as anger and murderous intent surged wildly within him. Little did he know, this was precisely what Viserys wanted. Only with a deep-seated hatred would Euron be more motivated to explore the ruins of Valyria. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that Viserys could locate Euron through dragon dreams, allowing him to see the sights within the ruins without risking his own life. After swallowing the bloody flesh, Euron vowed in his heart to use the most brutal means to torture Viserys to death. He would personally destroy everything Viserys cherished, letting despair and darkness consume his life. However, Euron was stunned once more when he saw the expression on Viserys' face. It was as if Viserys could read his thoughts, and the more sinister those thoughts became, the more pleased Viserys seemed. For the first time, Euron felt genuine fear. He swore to himself that this was the first time in his life he had ever been truly afraid. "Are you coming with us, or will you find your own way out?" Viserys asked, sensing the moment was right. "Of course, I'm coming with you," Euron replied, suppressing both his fear and anger. Soon, the group had plundered all the valuables they could find, with each person carrying treasures worth at least 10,000 gold dragons. Cago had even hung 7 or 8 human head from his body, each worth tens of thousands of gold dragons. Such a haul would make them all fabulously wealthy if they could get out. The group quickly made their way out, clinging to the ropes. Viserys didn't force Euron to go with them because he knew that Euron was plotting to kill him personally, not leaving the task to others. So, he left Euron behind and departed with the group. "Leave him behind. Let's go." Viserys dismissed Yora's suggestion to kill Euron immediately. Euron watched Viserys leave, venomous intent swirling in his eyes. His teeth clenched as he seethed with rage. As soon as the group left the island, a disturbance erupted behind them. The pirates guarding the cave first caught a faint whiff of blood, then realized there was no sound from within. This struck them as odd. After some hesitation, a few pirates ventured inside, only to be met with an unforgettable sight. The ground was littered with headless corpses dressed in fine clothing, and the treasures brought by the pirate leaders had been stolen. Realizing they had been attacked, the pirates first panicked, then sounded the alarm. By this time, Viserys and the others had already surfaced and were frantically racing toward the ship. But Dany was delirious and unable to send a message, and Weber and the others had no idea when to come to their rescue. Just then, a warning shout came from behind them. "Stop the ship!" Everyone was shocked. They had been discovered. "Row! Row!" The two Geralds urged frantically, while Viserys spoke to the owl in his arms. "Dany, pull yourself together and tell Weber and Regis to come and rescue us." But the owl did not respond, continuing to tremble in his arms. "Row! Row! Row!" The Geralds continued to shout as the owl in Viserys' arms trembled, while on the boat, Dany convulsed in Kyla's arms. Kyla looked at Dany in a panic, having never seen anything like it before. Suddenly, she heard Dany whisper something. "Leave, leave, leave?" Did Lord Viserys succeed? But all Kyla could hear was a faint, indistinct repetition of leave and leave. Swish, swish, swish. Pop, pop, pop. Da, da, da. Despite Viserys and the others refusing to halt their ship, the pirate speedboats chasing them began launching arrows. However, the poor lighting made visibility abysmal, causing most arrows to miss their mark and splash into the water. A few struck the ship, injuring only 3 or 5 crew members. But in the darkness of night, the number of casualties remained uncertain to most. Under the pressure of the assault, everyone rowed with all their might. Some even grabbed whatever they could find to help row, but the effect was minimal. Oh! Suddenly, another crew member was hit by an arrow, prompting those around him to duck in fear. With fewer people rowing, their speed couldn't improve. Lord Viserys. Viserys turned to see Gerald Redback approaching. He wanted to demand why the rescue hadn't arrived yet, but instead he bowed his head and whispered urgently to the owl. "Dany, wake up! Dany, wake up!" Yet, as the speedboat behind them drew closer, Dany's owl remained unresponsive. He knew that if he abandoned the crew and escaped, he would likely survive. He could hold his breath underwater for nearly an hour. But doing so would render their entire mission futile, and Windblown would be unable to return. Moreover, he couldn't bring himself to abandon the people who had risked their lives alongside him. Just then, a ship approached from the front, a round, shiny object visible on its bow. As it neared, they realized it was Regis. Never had they been so relieved to see that bald head. The sight of the approaching ship lifted everyone's spirits. The pursuing speedboats also noticed, slowing down temporarily. Regis and his crew maneuvered their ship between Viserys and the pursuers, providing cover with a volley of arrows. "Hurry, hurry, hurry! Get on board!" The crew on Regis' ship even threw down ropes to help them board faster. Viserys and his men exerted every ounce of strength to scramble onto the ship. Thump splat. Ouch! A mercenary's stolen scepter fell from his waist, striking the head of the man below before splashing into the sea. My scepter! Scepter my ass! Get up here, or I'll stab you myself. Despite the chaos, some still couldn't resist the lure of wealth. Watching a scepter worth at least 3,000 gold dragons, studded with precious gems, sink into the sea broke the mercenary's heart. Finally, as the last of them climbed aboard, the pirates in pursuit realized what had happened. They shouted orders, "Hurry! Tell the crew on the ship wall to block the passage." One of the pirates grabbed a cow's horn from his belt and blew it with all his might. In response to the horn's call, the ship wall began to close, with several flashes of fire illuminating the narrowing passage. Charge! Accelerate and break through. The crew on the ship stared anxiously at the narrowing exit. As they approached, it became clear that there was no room left to pass. Ram it! Smash through! Viserys roared, and the ship shuddered violently. For a moment, it felt as if the vessel might tear apart. Railings splintered, the deck buckled, and a terrifying crack echoed through the hull, threatening to destroy them all. But miraculously, the main body of the ship held together, and they managed to escape the closing ship wall at the last moment. As Orange Shore Bay receded into the distance, a wave of relief washed over everyone. We made it! Ah-ha-ha! Woohoo! The crew erupted in cheers, especially Kago and the others who had accompanied Viserys on the pirate raid. The loot they had seized far exceeded their expectations. Even if they had returned empty-handed, the heads of their enemies alone would have ensured a life of luxury for a long time. Above them, a few crows circled in the night sky, their beady eyes fixed on Viserys' ship as if intent on following it. But suddenly, a piercing cry cut through the darkness, scattering the crows in all directions. Viserys guessed they were likely Euron's crows. He was astonished that Euron could control an entire flock of crows simultaneously. Yet under the threat of a golden eagle, the crows fled as if their lives depended on it. Having dealt with the pursuers, Viserys didn't join in the celebration. Instead, he made sure they were safe before heading to Dany's quarters. There, he found her convulsing in Kyla's arms. Her delicate features were twisted in agony, as though she were enduring some inhuman torture. Her once translucent, delicate skin had turned a ghastly blue, and her tightly shut eyes and furrowed brows made Viserys' heart ache. If only Euron had been more useful and handed over the blood magic earlier, this might have been avoided. After gently distracting Kyla, Viserys quickly began practicing the blood magic Euron had taught him. He cut his wrist, allowing the blood to flow as he chanted the incantation. Though he didn't lose much blood, Viserys felt his vitality draining rapidly, as if his very essence was being siphoned away. When he checked his status panel, he saw that his spirit, health, and constitution were all declining rapidly. By the time the spell was complete, he had lost nearly 40 points in these attributes, with his health plummeting from 169. But he wasn't too concerned. He still had plenty of assignable points. The blood in the small bowl seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, every drop entering Dany's mouth. The thick blood didn't even cling to the bottom of the bowl, but flowed as easily as water. As Viserys' blood entered her, Dany's expression gradually relaxed. After a while, she drifted into a deep sleep, her pallor replaced by a healthy flush. Satisfied that her breathing had steadied, Viserys finally felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With these skills, I'm basically a healer, aren't I? This is literally blood restoration. He pondered further. Could blood magic also work on dragon eggs? He remembered that in the original story, dragons were hatched with the help of blood magic, or perhaps it transformed the fossilized dragon eggs. Could he use this magic to nourish the eggs now? After all, the mother of dragons hatched her dragons long after the Red Comet. Maybe he could accelerate the hatching process. Feeling revitalized, Viserys used the points he had accumulated, boosting all 3 attributes back to over 90. The surge of energy made him feel much stronger. The next morning, The crew gathered on the deck to divide their loot. Under Cago's watchful eye, no one dared to keep any for themselves. One pile was reserved for the heads of the pirates, and the other for the treasury. Yora eagerly presented his calculations to Viserys. Prince Viserys, we've captured 163 treasures and taken 42 pirate heads. If we sell these heads in Volantis at the listed bounty prices, we'll earn 170,000 gold dragons. Yora had been a mercenary and slave trader on the continent of Essos for many years, but he had never seen such wealth. If he had, perhaps his wife wouldn't have run off with another man. As for the 100-plus treasures, Yora didn't recognize some of them, but he estimated their total value at no less than 400,000 gold dragons. "Let's go have a look," Viserys said. As he stepped onto the deck, he saw the crew gathered around the loot, pointing and talking excitedly, with some even drooling over the riches. It was said that Cago had gone around to check everyone the previous night to ensure no one was hiding anything before heading to bed. "Lord Viserys is here. The sergeant has arrived." When Viserys appeared, shouts of recognition echoed across the deck. It was clear to everyone that he alone had the authority to distribute the spoils. He cast a glance at Cago, Weber, Redback Geralt, Black Geralt, Regis, and the other mercenaries who had accompanied him on the raid. Then, he looked over at the mercenaries standing at a distance, whose only task had been to pick them up after the raid. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Viserys declared, "For the brothers responsible for picking us up, each of you will receive an additional 300 gold dragons." "Oh, long live Viserys! Long live Viserys!" Cheers erupted across the ship, startling the seagulls perched on the mast into flight. For the ordinary mercenaries, 500 gold dragons was the equivalent of 1 or 2 years' pay. Maybe even 2 or 3 years. With that kind of money, they could live comfortably for quite some time. But then Viserys made an even more generous and extravagant decision. He addressed the crowd. "My brothers who joined me on the island, go pick something from the treasure pile." The cheers grew even louder. None of these treasures were worth less than 1,000 gold dragons. "Long live Viserys! Long live Viserys! Long live Viserys!" As soon as Viserys finished speaking, the men who had participated in the raid eagerly stepped forward to choose their share. Despite the excitement, everyone was tactful and avoided taking the half-meter-tall coral, valued at around 10,000 gold dragons. It was rumored that the coral had originally been a meter tall, but someone had broken it off for easier transport. Given the circumstances at the time, they hadn't had the luxury to be more careful. Viserys estimated that this haul would bring in nearly 400,000 gold dragons, enough to build an army of about 2,000 men. "First, we'll head to Volantis, exchange these pirate heads for cash, and then enjoy ourselves. All expenses are on me." The mercenaries erupted into near madness, their cheers reaching a fever pitch. It seemed they could hardly say anything other than "Long live Viserys." Yora, standing nearby, was stunned. Viserys had just committed to spending over 100,000 gold dragons without so much as a blink. It was astounding. Viserys' lavishness reminded Yora of his own extravagant wife. Then again, she had never been quite like this, more like Robert Baratheon. But while Robert had drained the national treasury, Viserys was spending money he had earned himself.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.